After college student Shen Fei broke up with his girlfriend, he accidentally obtained the system. He became the school beauty queen, drove a luxury car and lived in a luxury house, and never kept a low profile again. I don't care if the friends I make are rich or not, because none of them are as rich as me. Chapter 1: The System for Seducing Girls. It's not a sin for a man to cry. A tough guy was howling in a karaoke bar with a microphone in his hand. In the corner of the private room, another handsome guy was furiously roaring. He's just got a few lousy bucks, isn't he? Suing. How much have I paid for you in the past 2 years? You actually dumped me. You'll regret it. It's okay, Lao San, don't be sad. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of women with 2 legs. That's right, Suing is not a good person. She just used you as a long-term meal ticket. There's no need to be sad for someone like that. Guys, drink up. I'm going to the bathroom. Shen Fei said this and quietly left the room. Shen Fei didn't really drink much. After all, the drinks in the karaoke bar were expensive. Even if you're in a bad mood, there's no need to be mean to the money. Just as he arrived at the public restroom, a girl came out of the women's restroom. She went straight to the sink and never even looked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei was used to being ignored by girls. However, Shen Fei couldn't help but keep glancing at the girl. She was wearing a black skirt suit, and her round and slender thighs were exposed to the air. From this angle, her perky butt was facing him. Even Su Ying's figure was not as good as this girl's. Suddenly, the girl looked up and noticed Shen Fei's gaze. The girl muttered something, but Shen Fei didn't hear what she said. Then she left, twisting her waist. Shen Fei was stunned for a long time. To be honest, it was the first time he had met such a beautiful girl. He shook his head and went to the bathroom in a listless mood. The roommates also came out of the private room. After spending a few years together, they all know each other well. Shen Fei comes from the poorest family, and his roommates are too embarrassed to spend money on him. Why aren't you singing anymore? Singing is too hard on the voice. My voice is smoking. Okay, let's go back. The dormitory leader Lu Bo walked down the stairs with Shen Fei. When they arrived at the front desk, Shen Fei was about to pay the bill. Zhang Ziyang took out his phone and scanned the QR code. I'll do it, second brother. Shen Fei quickly stopped his roommate. I'll do it. I'm not going to be polite with you guys. Shen Fei was usually stingy, but when it came to paying, he was never indecisive. He was already embarrassed enough to have his roommates accompany him after his breakup, so how could he let someone else pay? As the boys were arguing, a voice floated up from behind. The boys were still arguing about the bill. They turned around and saw a few pretty girls standing behind them. Shen Fei's face turned red when he saw a girl in the crowd. She was the pretty girl he had just met in the bathroom. Aren't these the boys from our school's history department? The girl who had just yelled behind him recognized a few of them. She swept her eyes around and finally landed on Shen Fei. Your name is Shen Fei? Yes, that's me. Shen Fei was still a little confused. Stared at by the girl, Shen Fei suddenly became nervous. Does this girl have a crush on me? Although she is not as pretty as the girl in the black skirt, she is still okay. Just as Shen Fei was thinking about this, the girl's eyes flashed a look of contempt. Ziyun, this kid is famous for licking dogs at our school. I heard that he pursued a girl in the school of management for 2 whole years. He even borrowed money to buy cosmetics for the girl in order to please her. Is he Shen Fei? He really looks like a loser. The other girl also sneered. Shut up. Don't say bad things about my brother. Lu Bo had a little bit of wine and yelled at the girls. In front of that beauty, Shen Fei didn't want to lose face and just wanted to leave quickly. He whispered, sorry, my brother drank too much, I apologize to you on his behalf. What's the use of apologizing if the police are useless? The girl who had just mocked Shen Fei was relentless. That's enough, Yuan. The girl in the black skirt frowned and said something, and Wang Yuan really didn't say anything more. And the girl in the black skirt didn't pay any attention to Shen Fei and the others. Shen Fei glanced at the girl again, and his impression of her improved a little. After paying the bill, the few people in the dormitory left the KTV. Shen Fei unexpectedly discovered that the few people in the dormitory were actually discussing the beautiful girl in the black skirt. The school flower is the school flower, she's really beautiful. Yes, that face value, that figure, perfect. Whoever can be her boyfriend is really lucky. Shen Fei wanted to ask the other party her name, but in the end he didn't ask. Because such a super beauty, how could something happen with him? It's a waste of time to ask. Today is the first day of the 11th holiday. Several roommates are local people, each taking a taxi home, leaving only Shen Fei alone preparing to take the bus back to school. Just a few steps out, a silver bell-like laughter came from behind. Shen Fei turned his head and saw the girls from before. Ziyun, look, it's that guy again. Could he be a stalker? He's deliberately waiting for us, and then he's going to do something inappropriate? Wang Yuan pointed at Shen Fei and said. The two were only a dozen meters apart, and Wang Yuan deliberately didn't lower her voice, so Shen Fei heard everything. He could only turn his head away in embarrassment and didn't dare to look at her again. Humph, so he's been exposed and has no face to show? This kind of loser guy, who can't find a partner for years, has problems in his heart. I'm a little hungry. Xia Ziyun didn't seem to care about Shen Fei at all, and said with a pout. I'm a little hungry too. The girls went to a street stall and started eating spicy hot pot. On the other side, Shen Fei walked towards the bus stop with his head down. Buzz. There was a vibration in his pocket. Shen Fei mechanically took out his phone, which was the birthday gift he was going to give Suing. Seeing the phone, Shen Fei felt even more upset. Just as he was about to get up and throw it in the trash. Ding! The super flirting system started. The host has been detected, and the binding has been successful. What the hell? Shen Fei stared at the phone, as if it was the sound coming from the phone. He had just picked up the phone. Suddenly, a virtual interface appeared in his retinas. System amount, 10,000 trillion. The sudden appearance of something in front of him really scared Shen Fei. God damn it, 10,000 trillion. What is the concept of 10,000 trillion? The world's top billionaires have less than 1 trillion in Chinese currency. Does he have 10,000 times the wealth of the world's richest man? The system voice sounded again. Ding, the system is on, automatically capturing the target person, Xia Ziyun. Just when Shen Fei was still confused. The system voice came again. A friendly reminder, the host account funds are for flirting with girls. It cannot be spent on oneself, but only on flirting. Whenever the host flirts with a girl, all expenses are borne by the system. If the flirting is successful, the host will receive 50% of the total amount spent as a reward. If the flirting process does not cost a penny, the system will have a special reward. Name, Xia Ziyun. Age, 20 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Face value, 8.9. Favorability, -10. The task of flirting with girls is now open. If the favorability is greater than or equal to 90, the task is successful. After success, you can get 50% of the spending money, or a special reward. Shen Fei immediately understood that this large sum of money could only be spent on girls. Once the task is successful, half of the spending amount will be in his name. Turning his head to glance at the girls who had finished eating and were about to leave, Shen Fei suddenly turned around. He walked straight towards Xia Ziyun. Chapter 2, Counterattack and Slap in the Face. Can I help you with the bill? Shen Fei suddenly rushed in front of the girls and took out his phone. At this time, Xia Ziyun and Shen Fei were less than half a meter apart. At close range, you can even smell the faint fragrance of the girl. No need. Xia Ziyun said with a blank expression. Xia Ziyun, favorability -5. Xia Ziyun, favorability -5. Favorability? Shen Fei's retina showed Xia Ziyun's favorability towards him. Obviously, this is a function that only appears after the system has selected a target. The favorability of the other girls does not appear. -20 is the current favorability of Xia Ziyun towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei was slightly disappointed. He thought that Xia Ziyun was defending him just now, and that she had a little interest in him. It turns out that the favorability is so low. He was being self-sentimental again. But it doesn't matter. Now that Shen Fei has the system, his counterattack is just around the corner. Hey, what are you pretending to be a loser for? If you were really a rich second generation, would Suing have dumped you? Wang Yuan rolled her eyes and sneered. That's right, if you want to pretend to be a loser, don't order this crappy spicy soup. A bowl of spicy soup is only worth a few bucks. Another girl also mocked. Shen Fei, however, ignored these people and quickly paid the bill. As soon as the payment was made, the sound of the account being credited rang out. Shen Fei felt completely at ease. Yes, this flirting fund is real. Just as Shen Fei finished paying the bill. Xia Ziyun, favorability -10. Shen Fei? Shen Fei, a 24K pure loser, had never known before that if a girl doesn't like you, forcing her to eat will only increase her dislike. After thinking about this, Shen Fei felt much better. No wonder that all the flattery he had done to Su Ying in the past had only earned more disdain. Xia Ziyun picked up her bag and was about to leave. Shen Fei suddenly approached and said, Xia Ziyun, can I add you on WeChat? Puff. At this moment, Wang Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, Shen Fei, are you out of your mind? How many people have chased after our Ziyun, but they couldn't win her over with all kinds of expensive gifts, and you want to get the goddess's WeChat by treating us to a spicy hot pot? Wake up. That's right, you're a loser. Our Ziyun doesn't have time to deal with you. Sure enough, Xia Ziyun stood up coldly, not even looking at Shen Fei. At the same time, Xia Ziyun's favorability rating dropped by 5 points. As she was leaving, Wang Yuan sneered, I advise you to show some sincerity next time you chase a goddess. Don't act like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Wait. Show some sincerity, right? Okay. I'll pay for everything tonight. Shen Fei suddenly spoke up. At this time, Xia Ziyun also turned her head and looked at Shen Fei with a slight surprise. She hadn't spoken yet. Wang Yuan sneered and said, Are you sure? Yes. Shen Fei nodded decisively. Wanda Plaza. Since the KTV we just went to was inside Wanda Plaza, we turned around and came to the mall. Yuan, why did you agree to him? Xia Ziyun said. Heh, who let that kid pretend to be rich when he was just a loser? He had to pretend to be rich, and today I'm going to take off his underwear and make him lose face. Xia Ziyun frowned slightly, as if she thought it wasn't a good idea. But Wang Yuan had already led her into a Louis Vuitton handbag store. It is also commonly known as LV. Shen Fei also followed a few girls into the store. This kid really dared to follow in. Wang Yuan glanced at Shen Fei sideways, looking disdainful. Immediately, Wang Yuan actually began to select a bag. Xia Ziyun could only helplessly stand in place, watching her best friend make a scene. Shen Fei stood 1 meter behind Xia Ziyun, but Xia Ziyun never turned around to talk to him. Shen Fei was also busy, his eyes sweeping over Xia Ziyun. I have to say, Xia Ziyun really has a great figure. The short skirt with a high waistline accentuates her figure, and the neat shoulder-length hair with the popular long earrings makes her a rare beauty in the whole city. Just as Shen Fei was looking at her, suddenly, another customer came in. Su Ying, let's buy a bag next time. No, I want it now. Otherwise, I won't talk to you. Aren't you afraid that I'll find another guy? Su Ying pouted. Damn it, this bitch, I just broke up with her last month, and she turned around and got together with that dog-licking Shen Fei. Who the hell can't you be with? Do you have to use that kind of trash to disgust me? Lu Yang's eyelids were jumping wildly, but he suppressed his dissatisfaction. He still had a smile on his face and said, I was in a hurry when I went out today, so I didn't bring that much money. Maybe next time for sure. Just as Lu Yang finished speaking, he looked up and saw Shen Fei. Lu Yang said coldly, what a nuisance. Damn it, how could I run into that piece of shit in a store like this? Su Ying was also stunned. She didn't expect to run into him here. Su Ying took the initiative to hold Lu Yang's arm. Hey, you didn't come here on purpose to follow me, did you? And make an accidental encounter? Is that childish or not? I've already made up with my brother. Don't be delusional. Seeing Su Ying holding hands with Lu Yang, Shen Fei felt sick to his stomach. For 2 years, he had taken care of Su Ying in every possible way. No matter what outrageous requests Su Ying made, he never refused. Even last month, after this scumbag got Su Ying pregnant, he directly abandoned her, took Su Ying to get an abortion himself, and even paid for the surgery. Who would have thought that a few days later, this pair of dog lovers hooked up again? And Su Ying also let Shen Fei go like throwing away garbage. 2 years of hard work, just like feeding a dog. In an instant, Shen Fei felt that he was not worth it for himself, and he was really blind to like this kind of woman. Hey, Shen Fei, I've chosen a bag. At this moment, Wang Yuan walked over with a luxury bag. Wow, Shen Fei, you're good. This is a Louis Vuitton tribute patchwork. It costs about 300,000 renminbi and was a global hit last year. Lu Yang has studied luxury bags and directly told the story of this bag. Wang Yuan's face was full of sneer. She wanted to get rid of Shen Fei, so she had to be ruthless. She had just told the clerk that she wanted the most expensive bag in the store. So the clerk took out this one. Pay the bill. Okay. Shen Fei went straight to the front desk without saying a word. Xia Ziyun was about to stop Shen Fei and end today's farce. But who knew that as soon as she approached, the news of a successful credit card swipe came out. Su Ying and Lu Yang on the side were both stunned. What? This damn thing was successfully swiped? That's a bag that's in the top 10 globally in 2020. How could Shen Fei have so much money? Xia Ziyun covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't like Shen Fei very much, and she heard that he was a dog licker. Who would have thought that he would buy a 300,000 renminbi bag without blinking an eye? At this moment, Shen Fei unexpectedly discovered that Xia Ziyun's favorability rating towards him was rising. In the blink of an eye, the favorability rating went from -25 to 10. Although this favorability rating was completely insufficient to make Xia Ziyun fall in love with Shen Fei, it was even weaker than a passerby. But it was a good start. Looking at Wang Yuan, she was completely petrified in place. She wanted to make Shen Fei look ridiculous, but instead he made a big show of it? That's not all. Shen Fei actually went up and took Xia Ziyun's hand, and before the girl could recover, he strode out of the bag store. From the outside, it seemed like they were really a couple. Before leaving, Shen Fei did not forget to tell Wang Yuan, "Remember to take the bag." "Hey! When did I become your maid?" Wang Yuan said angrily. Su Ying was even more shocked. Shen Fei not only could afford to buy a designer bag, but also found a girlfriend who was far more beautiful than himself? Chapter 3, I'll take over this store. Su Ying vowed in her heart that she would not lose to Shen Fei today. "Brother Yang, I've set my sights on this bag." Su Ying pointed to a bag that cost over 100,000 yuan. Lu Yang's forehead veins were throbbing. A bag that costs over 100,000 yuan? Lu Yang's family is considered to have a little money. His parents run a factory and have assets of 300 to 500 million yuan. They are quite influential in Yun City. However, his pocket money is not that much, so it is impossible for him to afford such an expensive bag. What bag? How materialistic are you? Su Ying, I don't like materialistic women. Are you with me because of my money? Lu Yang instantly put on a look of a rich second generation. Su Ying was also angry. Shen Fei just bought a 300,000 yuan bag without blinking an eye. Are you even worse than him? If you can't even afford a bag for 100,000 yuan, I would have never gotten back together with you. Su Ying left the store angrily. Okay, can you let go of my hand now? Su Ying left the store angrily. I have to say that this woman has a high emotional intelligence. She seemed to have seen the relationship between Shen Fei and Su Ying, so she deliberately didn't expose it. Now she spoke after walking away. Shen Fei also quickly let go of her hand and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I'm sorry for making you act with me just now." Xia Ziyun turned and walked towards her best friend, took the bag and handed it to Shen Fei. "Okay, the play is over. I'll give this back to you. The tag is still on, so you can return it later." In Xia Ziyun's opinion, Shen Fei was not as bad as the rumors said, since he could casually buy a bag worth over 300,000 yuan with a credit card. He should be a low-key second-generation rich man. That's why she returned to her normal level of favorability towards Shen Fei. But that was all. She didn't believe that someone she had only met once would give her such an expensive gift. In the end, Shen Fei pushed the bag back. "I said I was giving it to you, where is there any reason to take it back? But this bag is really expensive. Ziyun, this is Shen Fei's goodwill, why reject him?" Wang Yuan unceremoniously took the bag for Xia Ziyun. Seeing Shen Fei's expression as usual. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. She thought that Shen Fei was just pretending to be cool in front of his ex-girlfriend. After all, even if he really was a rich second generation, it would still hurt to spend 300,000 yuan on a girl he had just met. But Shen Fei didn't even bat an eyelid. Isn't there a popular saying on the internet that the way to measure how much a guy likes you is to see how much he's willing to spend on you? Just as Xia Ziyun was about to leave the mall, Wang Yuan started to play tricks again. Shen Fei, didn't you just say that you would pay for everything tonight? It's still early. Why don't you buy some clothes for Ziyun? As she said, Wang Yuan glanced at a high-end women's clothing store. Yuan, forget it. Let's just go back. Xia Ziyun was just about to give Shen Fei an excuse, but Shen Fei said, it's my fault. I didn't think it through enough. Just buying a bag won't do. I have to buy clothes too. Shen Fei actually walked into the store on his own initiative. Wang Yuan trailed behind and said, I guess you must have been feeling bad just now, but you're still acting as if nothing happened. The clothes in this store are super expensive, and you'll be crying later. Wang Yuan had no idea that Shen Fei was already overjoyed. Shen Fei was afraid of spending money? No. What Shen Fei was afraid of was spending too little. He still had 10,000 trillion yuan to spend on girls, and at this rate, he would probably not be able to spend it all in a few lifetimes. As long as the strategy is successful, half of the spending will go to him. Shen Fei can't wait to spend more. He even regrets now that he spent too little at the LV store. He should have bought a limited edition. At this time, Xia Ziyun and her roommates came to the women's clothing store with Shen Fei again. Although Shen Fei had never heard of the brand, the price tags were not low. Shen Fei, maybe you should just forget it. This time, while Wang Yuan and the others were choosing clothes, Xia Ziyun came over to Shen Fei and persuaded him. She said, you just gave me such an expensive bag, I don't know how to repay you, and it's really not right to buy clothes again. But before Xia Ziyun finished speaking, Wang Yuan had already come over with a large pile of clothes. People who didn't know her thought she was the store's inventory manager. Oh my god, Yuan, what are you doing? Xia Ziyun was dumbfounded. Of course I'm buying you clothes. Bang. Wang Yuan temporarily dropped the clothes on the ground and went to pick them up. At this time, Shen Fei said, that's enough, don't pick them up. One sentence, the atmosphere changed instantly. Wang Yuan's face was suddenly beaming. Ha, how did you finally reveal your true nature? You just said that you were full of praise, and now you're upset that I've only taken a few clothes? You can't do a job without the right tools, can you? That's right, you're a man, and you say things like you're farting. Ziyun, just saying that men can't be trusted, and now he's already feeling sorry for spending so much money. He even shamelessly offered to pay for everything tonight. Ziyun frowned and said, Yuan, I actually think we've gone too far. She and Shen Fei are not related, nor are they boy and girlfriends. She really feels bad about spending so much money on him just because of a joke. Okay, return all the clothes. After Xia Ziyun said this, her impression of Shen Fei did not increase or decrease. Obviously, she really felt sorry for Shen Fei. After Shen Fei made his judgment, he pointed to the pile of clothes that Wang Yuan had thrown on the ground and said, these clothes were selected by her, and I don't want any of them. Except for these clothes, I'll take all the clothes in your store. What? Are you sure, sir? The saleswoman was dumbfounded. Do I look like I'm joking? Shen Fei said seriously. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Xia Ziyun was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't it because Shen Fei stopped Wang Yuan because he was worried about the money, but because he was disgusted with her? The clothes in this store, including the warehouse, have at least 1 million goods. Is he really going to buy them all? Shen Fei snapped his fingers and took out his black card. It appeared in Shen Fei's pocket when the system was bound. Swipe the card. Done. It took Shen Fei less than 10 seconds to buy the entire store. This is inhuman. Shen Fei, return the money. I can't wear all these clothes. Today was actually a joke, why are you still taking it seriously? Shen Fei didn't respond, but instead asked, Ziyun, what else do you need? A watch? Xia Ziyun's eyelids twitched. What kind of background does Shen Fei have? He might as well have bought the famous watch store, what can she give him in return? However, in view of Shen Fei's domineering performance as a CEO, Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. Shen Fei turned to the clerk and said, where are the clothes? Can you store them here for now? Yes, sir, there is plenty of space. Good, this lady can come at any time to choose clothes. You have to treat her well. Of course. Faced with Shen Fei's local tyrant, the salesperson's attitude was particularly good. She looked at Shen Fei and thought to herself, it's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket. Wearing a whole lot of street stall goods, he's actually a big shot. Shen Fei, you bought so many clothes, I can't wear them all. Xia Ziyun still wanted to persuade Shen Fei. But Shen Fei said without a doubt, okay, I've already bought them, so there's no reason to return them. If I can't wear them all, I'll give them to your roommate. Of course, except for her. Shen Fei pointed at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's face instantly turned white. Chapter 4 Su Ying's mentality collapsed. Immediately, Shen Fei revealed his white teeth and said, I was just joking. Wang Yuan's face also relaxed a little. Xia Ziyun, favorability +5. A boy with a lot of money, a domineering personality, and high emotional intelligence is bound to be popular with girls. If Shen Fei really was petty and argued with Wang Yuan, it would have lowered Xia Ziyun's favorability for him. After a wave of operations, Xia Ziyun's favorability for Shen Fei soared from negative to 35. A score above 30 means that the impression of this person is quite good and has the potential to develop. And today, Shen Fei also decided to stop. According to the diminishing marginal effect, it is difficult to increase the favorability in the short term by spending more. Xia Ziyun also left the store with a few clothes she liked, and she didn't leave empty-handed. When she reached the second floor, Xia Ziyun suddenly said, Shen Fei, thank you so much today. You bought me so many things. Why don't I buy you a dress too? But don't you hate it? Xia Ziyun smiled sweetly when she spoke. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Xia Ziyun is the #1 goddess of the School of Management, and she rarely treats boys this way. Who would have thought that she would take the initiative to buy clothes for Shen Fei? Shen Fei immediately nodded and agreed. Since it was getting late, they didn't shop for too long. However, Xia Ziyun really put a lot of thought into choosing clothes. A fashionable outfit that suits Shen Fei. It cost more than 2,000 yuan in total. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Shen Fei changed into a new outfit, and Xia Ziyun's eyes suddenly lit up when she looked at him. She hadn't noticed before, but Shen Fei was actually quite handsome. Xia Ziyun, +5 favorability. Shen Fei? What the hell? He had been so used to feeling inferior for so many years that he never expected that one day a girl would like him because of his improved appearance. Shen Fei looked at himself in the mirror and indeed felt much more energetic. Unfortunately, his hairstyle was too low rent. I'll change my hairstyle tomorrow. With the flirting system, Shen Fei also began to pay attention to his appearance. After all, if he successfully flirts with girls, he can also get generous rewards. He can't be as sloppy as he used to be. After walking out of the mall, Xia Ziyun said, Shen Fei, did you park your car in the parking lot? Why don't we go get it together? Xia Ziyun's family has a little money, and she usually drives a red Audi A4. Her roommate came in her car. Today, Shen Fei spent $1 million without blinking an eye, so she thought Shen Fei must be a low-key rich second generation, so how could he not have a car? Shen Fei scratched his head, I didn't drive, so you guys take it easy on the road, I'll take a taxi back myself. After saying that, Shen Fei left embarrassed. Who knew that he hadn't walked a few steps? Xia Ziyun, favorability +10. At this time, Xia Ziyun's favorability for him had reached 50. Shen Fei was stunned, how could he increase his favorability without a car? When he said he didn't have a car in front of Xia Ziyun, his face turned red, afraid that she would despise him. But Xia Ziyun didn't think so. Shen Fei is rich, but he is so low-key. It's really hard to come by. Now those rich second-generation children, relying on a few dollars in their family, are all arrogant and can't let go. Famous cars, watches, and brands. Afraid that others don't know that their family is rich, they can't wait to engrave the words rich second-generation children on their faces. In contrast, Shen Fei always dresses neatly and doesn't drive when he goes out. People who don't know him don't know how deep his background is. You have to know that a college student can easily control hundreds of thousands of dollars, and his family is at least a billionaire. When he returned to his dorm room, Shen Fei was a little dazed. What happened today was really shocking. Not only did he get a new system, but he also had an encounter with a beautiful woman like Xia Ziyun. At this time, Shen Fei's phone rang. It was a message from the group chat, which only had a few guys from the dorm. Fizi, are you back yet? You're alone in the dorm, aren't you going to watch another Japanese art film? I'm going on a date. Shen Fei said truthfully. Damn, that's great. We were worried about you, but it seems like we were worrying for nothing. I didn't expect you to have a date so soon. Who are you going out with? Someone from our class? Xia Ziyun. After Shen Fei typed these words, the group was silent for a few seconds. Then the dormitory brothers sent a voice message. Shen Fei first heard a burst of laughter, and then Lu Bo panted, "You can't even blow your own horn." Xia Ziyun? Is that the beautiful girl you met at the KTV? Don't be ridiculous, she's the flower of the School of Management. There are so many people chasing her, many rich second-generation people, and Xia Ziyun doesn't even look at them. Would she go out with you? Lao San, I'm not saying this to you, but you should be more careful when you make up lies. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing for a while. Zhang Ziyang also laughed uncontrollably. Don't laugh at Lao San. I was just joking. Wang Yu, the head of the dormitory, was the most mature and serious, and he was afraid that Shen Fei was in a bad mood after breaking up, so he made a compromise. Just as Shen Fei was about to edit the message and reply. Ding dong. The phone rang. Shen Fei jumped up in alarm, thinking it was a message from Xia Ziyun. But as soon as he sat up, he slapped his forehead. He had been in such a hurry today that he hadn't even added her to WeChat. Shen Fei felt a pain in his liver. He had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he had forgotten to add her to WeChat. His passionate heart suddenly cooled. He lay back down and lazily picked up his phone and glanced at it. He didn't expect it to be a message from Su Ying. Shen Fei, where did you get so much money today to buy a designer bag for a pretty girl? Who is that girl? Su Ying was as domineering as ever. Her tone was full of questions. Of course she couldn't be jealous, but she was just curious why Shen Fei, a loser, would know such a pretty girl. Do you still think of me as a lapdog? Shen Fei sneered and replied, none of your business. Then he turned off his phone and went to sleep. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Su Ying looked at the message from Shen Fei and her hands trembled with anger. Shen Fei, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I'm stupid? For 2 years, Su Ying had treated Shen Fei like a servant, and she had never treated him as a human being. Who would have thought that one day Shen Fei would dare to speak to her in such a tone? After a while, Su Ying realized that she and Shen Fei had nothing to do with each other anymore. Su Ying frowned and said to herself, don't think I don't know your little tricks. You think I'll believe you when you pretend to be an actor in front of me? Others don't know what's going on with Shen Fei, but she knows him well. How could a poor dog who spends every penny he has on things like buying designer bags? Su Ying sulked for a while, then washed up and went to bed. The next day, Shen Fei got up early. After breakfast, he went to the best barber shop in the school to get a new haircut. He had to say that a haircut can make a huge difference to a guy. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shen Fei almost didn't recognize himself. Shen Fei was originally quite handsome, but he didn't take care of himself very much in the past. His clothes were out of style and his hair was messy, so naturally he wasn't popular with girls. Now he is clean and tidy, wearing fashionable clothes and a trendy haircut. Although he is not as good looking as a celebrity or a young actor. He should be able to get a WeChat ID from a girl if he walks on campus. It took more than 2 hours to get his hair done, and it was almost noon when he left the barber shop. Since it was the National Day holiday, there were not many people in the cafeteria, so he didn't have to wait in line. Shen Fei ordered a set meal, with 2 vegetables and 1 meat dish. He was just about to find a seat to eat when he turned around, he unexpectedly ran into Su Ying. When Su Ying saw Shen Fei, she was stunned for several seconds. This person is actually Shen Fei? How did he suddenly become so handsome? Chapter 5, The Mysterious Local Tycoon in the Live Broadcast Room. Su Ying stared at Shen Fei, and even her eyes brightened a bit. However, because of the unpleasant conversation they had yesterday, neither of them paid any attention to the other. Shen Fei pretended not to see Su Ying and found an empty seat to sit down. At this time, a girl next to Su Ying said in surprise, "Oh my god, was that guy Shen Fei? Oh my god, how did he become so handsome?" Handsome? Haha, how come I don't see anything handsome about him? Su Ying said with a false heart. As soon as she finished speaking, a girl came to Shen Fei and sat down in front of him, shyly saying, "Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat?" Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and then cooperatively added the girl on WeChat. Su Ying's face turned even uglier. Xiaoying, I think Shen Fei is actually quite good. He is single-minded, handsome, and most importantly, he is good to you. Everyone has been chasing you for 2 years, so why don't you consider him? Su Ying said with a gloomy face, even if I were blind, I would never like him. After saying that, Suing left the cafeteria directly in a bad mood. Xiaoying, aren't you going to eat? Asked her best friend with a dumbfounded look. No, I don't have an appetite. Shen Fei had lunch and leisurely returned to the dormitory. Now he didn't have to be a lapdog for Suing, and naturally he didn't have to work part-time. And there was also the system of flirting with girls, and once the strategy was successful, he would receive a generous reward. Shen Fei lay on the bed, smugly, and took out his phone. He logged on to the live broadcast platform. Today, a girl in the class was going to broadcast live for the first time, and the monitor had ed the whole class to come and support her. When Shen Fei arrived at the live broadcast room, Zhao Ran had already been broadcasting for a while. Staring at the screen. Sure enough, there are no ugly women under the blessing of the beauty filter. Of course, it's not that Zhao Ran isn't pretty. Zhao Ran is also considered the flower of the history department, but compared to real beauties, there is still a certain gap. However, on the live broadcast interface, she is a standard 8 or above girl. The main thing is that Zhao Ran has a very good figure. Several animals in the hallway were screaming while watching. The live broadcast room was pitifully unpopular, and it was estimated that only the students in her class were there to support her. However, the comments section was constantly spewing out one sentence. Zhao, you're so beautiful, but your microphone is so white. I mean, your glasses are so big. Zhao Ran chatted with a few classmates for a while on the screen. In fact, Zhao Ran didn't have any talent, but she thought the live broadcast was hot, and she thought her appearance was okay, so she joined in the fun. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Where are the boys in our class?" Just now, Zhao Ran's roommate gave her a reward. Why aren't you guys doing anything? Exactly, where would the popularity come from without rewards? Wow. A plane flew across the screen. Very cool, just for you, I'll send you a plane. Thank you for the plane from Very Cool, just for you. Very cool brother, thank you. Zhao Ran pouted and said thank you. Guess who I am? If you guess right, you'll get a plane. Zhao Ran said to the screen, Zhang Ziyang? Zhang Ziyang had been flirting with Zhao Ran for a long time, so Zhao Ran guessed right away. Zhang Ziyang didn't waste any words and sent 2 more planes. Someone had sent gifts before, but they were all free glow sticks or gifts worth a few cents or a few dollars. Even Zhao Ran's roommate had only sent a $6 gift card. The class exploded when the 300 yuan gift was sent. Zhang Ziyang is awesome. Ran, stay with Zhang Ziyang. Just when someone was making a scene. Can you pretend to be cool by giving a 300 renminbi gift? A person named Conquer Your Heart suddenly spoke up. Zhang Ziyang's face turned slightly embarrassed. He hurriedly typed a response, "What's wrong? Why are you not convinced?" The people watching the live broadcast were basically all classmates, and this Conquer Your Heart was a bit too aggressive. Zhang Ziyang decisively could not be intimidated in front of the girl he liked. That's right, did you eat dynamite? Why are you so aggressive? Lu Bo responded unceremoniously with his mobile phone. Who the hell are you? Zhang Ziyang asked. Who the hell am I? I am the existence that you 4 wastes in the dormitory can't provoke together. Conquer Your Heart sent a rocket. Suddenly after the system prompt, a picture of a rocket taking off occupied the screen. A rocket costs 500 soft coins. This guy is really arrogant. However, the conquest of your heart did not end there. Immediately afterwards, he bought 5 rockets in one go, spending a total of 2,500 soft coins. Everyone, please calm down. Seeing that the live broadcast room was getting noisy, Zhao Ran hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Thanks to this brother who conquered your heart for the 5 rockets. Zhao Ran didn't know who the other person was, so it was a good idea to thank him first. I'm Lu Ziyuan. Suddenly, Conquering Your Heart said on the public screen. Zhang Ziyan's family was actually well off, and his parents were both university teachers. But Lu Ziyuan was different. His family was in business, and they had a net worth of tens of millions. Zhang Ziyang can afford to send 5 rockets, but if he wants to fight with Lu Ziyuan, he will probably suffer a great loss today. So he can only sulk. As a result, Lu Ziyuan's taunts are far from over. What's up? Are a few losers out of breath? Weren't you quite excited just now? Just ask one question, can you guys really do it? Do you have the guts to continue fighting with me? You coward. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Lu Ziyuan sent 5 rockets in one go. Brother Ziyuan, thank you, xia. Shit, just now Zhao Ran didn't even give Yan Zi a xia, and she actually gave this ba xia. Lu Bo instantly exploded. Lu Ziyuan is the real deal. Who says not? This is the real second generation. We can only give away some free gifts. It's a shame, people can't compare. Zhang Ziyang's popularity was instantly overshadowed by Lu Ziyuan. Then a bunch of people began to flatter Lu Ziyuan. Zhao Ran even upgraded Lu Ziyuan to an administrator. Brother Ziyuan, remember to help me manage it in the future. Zhao Ran said sweetly to the screen. A sword decides the fate of the world, and a super rocket is sent. The system suddenly prompted. Super fire? I'm so confused. Which local tyrant sent the super fire? This super rocket is worth 2,000 soft sister coins. For a moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Chapter 6, A New Friend After 3 Days. At the same time, Shen Fei also silently bound a new target, Zhao Ran. Of course, this was automatically captured by the system. Shen Fei didn't do anything. He wouldn't really go digging up his friend's girlfriends, anyway, he bound the target and didn't have to do the strategy himself. However, now Shen Fei had to take revenge for his dormitory buddies. Brother Qin Kuan, you're awesome. Is this local tyrant also in our class? Our class is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Could this be Ran Ran's real boyfriend? Even Zhao Ran was stunned at this point. She didn't know anything about the sword that decides the fate of the world. However, one super fire was just the beginning. Sword that decides the fate of the world, send a super rocket. Sword that decides the fate of the world, send a super rocket. Sword that decides the fate of the world, send a super rocket. One sword decides the fate of the world, and a super rocket is sent. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei sent 10 super fires in one go. The 20,000 yuan completely stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. The dormitory and the hallway were full of cries of ow ow ow. Which big shot is it that has spent 20,000 yuan in one go? Big shot, do you need a leg accessory? Ran, who is this one sword that decides the fate of the world? Zhao Ran had no time to answer the barrage of comments, but she gave a thumbs up and said, thanks to Brother Jian for the 10 super fires. At this time, Zhao Ran was giving thumbs ups and kisses on the screen, and the wolves in the audience were glowing with excitement. After thanking him, Zhao Ran also saw that someone in the barrage of comments was frantically asking who the person who decided the fate of the world with a single sword was. Zhao Ran innocently said, I really don't know who this Brother Jin is. If anyone knows, please let me know. Don't guess my identity. After that, Sword Settles the World went offline. Shen Fei came quickly and left just as quickly. After Lu Ziyuan had visited another live broadcast room, Shen Fei had already finished his show and was leaving. This Sword Settles the World is really awesome, and it's not at all comparable to the trash that Lu Ziyuan is. Since Sword Settles the World had just crushed Lu Ziyuan's spirit, Zhang Ziyang was especially excited. In my opinion, this swordsman is the real second-generation rich kid. Lu Ziyuan is a petty person, so he can't be compared to this swordsman. Shen Fei left the live broadcast room and didn't pay attention to what the audience was discussing. His intention was very simple, to help his brother vent his anger. As a result, Zhao Ran's favorability towards Shen Fei actually increased by a small margin, from 0 to 30. But Shen Fei didn't care at all. Let's go back to Zhao Ran. After the mysterious swordsman who decided the outcome of the game went offline, Lu Ziyuan yelled in the live broadcast room for more than 10 minutes after he returned. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ran also went off the air. But just as she went off the air, a girl in shorts and a t-shirt from the next dormitory came in. Ran, I heard that someone just gave you a lot of gifts in your live broadcast. The girl who spoke had a bit of a flirtatious air about her, and she was a bit slutty. Who else could she be if not Suing, Shen Fei's ex-girlfriend? Suing lived in the dorm next door. Because there were not many people in the history department and the management school, they lived together on the same floor. Suing also broadcast live online, and she had been doing it for a year. She was not at all comparable to Zhao Ran, who was a small shrimp who was broadcasting live for the first time. Usually, when her live broadcast is good, it can attract tens of thousands of viewers, and the various rewards she receives in a month are enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary person for a month. So when Suing heard that Zhao Ran in the next room was broadcasting live, she didn't care at all. But when someone in the same room said that someone had given 10 super hot gifts in her live broadcast, Suing couldn't sit still and had to run over to see who the local tyrant was. Suing has been broadcasting live for a year, and no one has given 10 super hot gifts in a row. Unfortunately, she was a half step late, and Sword Settles the World had already gone offline. Ran, who was that local tyrant? Is he from our school too? I don't know either. Zhao Ran answered truthfully. Suing asked around for a long time, but still didn't know anything. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of Zhao Ran, Suing smiled and went back to her room to go live. She then searched for the ID on her phone and decisively sent a private message, "Brother Jian, are you there?" Suing didn't expect the other person to reply. But just as she put down her phone, the other person replied, "Yes." Suing excitedly picked up her phone, "Brother Jian, I didn't think you would really reply to me. I'm so happy. Who are you anyway? You must also be from our school, right? And you must be handsome and rich. Am I right? Do you really want to know who I am? Forget it, I'm afraid you're not interested in knowing my real identity." Shen Fei shook his head. Since the two of them had broken up, why say any more? In the past, he had been a dog licker for 2 years, and Suing had never spoken to him with such a good attitude. As a result, after he had only posted 10 super hot posts, Suing licked his face and took the initiative to show her goodwill. Shen Fei's impression of Suing was even worse. Since breaking up with Suing, he had really let go. Subsequently, Suing sent several more private messages, but Shen Fei did not respond. The 11-day holiday passed quickly. Shen Fei had been busy these past few days, wandering around the school all day, hoping to run into Xia Ziyun. Unfortunately, he never did. The short holiday ended quickly, and school started as usual. Today there was an elective class. Many people skip elective classes. After all, unlike required classes, attendance is not strictly enforced. Zhang Ziyang was Shen Fei's closest friend in the dormitory, and the two of them had chosen this elective class together. The two of them came to the public classroom and sat down at a random spot. According to his usual habit, Zhang Ziyang would immediately take out his phone and start playing games as soon as he sat down. But today, the little guy was staring at the door with his eyes wide open. "What are you looking at?" Shen Fei asked casually. "I'll be able to see the goddess in a moment." Zhang Ziyang looked like a crazy girl. "Goddess? What goddess?" Just as Shen Fei was about to ask who it was. "Who is that guy in front? He's so handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? Are you blind? He's Shen Fei." "What? Shen Fei?" The girl was shocked and rubbed her glasses. After a closer look, she realized it was Shen Fei. "Oh my god, Shen Fei has changed so much. I never noticed how handsome he was before. Who knows, maybe he changed after a breakup. They say a breakup can make a person grow. Suing really has no taste. She doesn't want a potential stalk like him." Shen Fei was overjoyed when he heard the girls behind him talking about him. At that moment, Suing walked into the classroom alone. To be honest, Suing is really pretty, young, and beautiful, exuding youthful vitality. After arriving in the classroom, Suing immediately saw Shen Fei in the crowd. Now Shen Fei has changed a lot. He is clean and tidy, well-dressed, and his hairstyle is also very fashionable. If it were before, Suing would definitely take the initiative to ask for the WeChat of such a handsome little brother. But it was Shen Fei, so she pretended not to see him and sat far away from him. Shen Fei only glanced at Suing and then didn't look at her again. At this time, 2 other girls walked in. Both girls were very beautiful, but one of them was so bright that she even made the other girl next to her look pale. She had a slender figure and fair skin. As she walked into the classroom, the room suddenly became quiet. Zhang Ziyang said excitedly, "Shen Fei, look, the goddess is here." The girl was wearing a chiffon t-shirt on top and a pair of ultra-short hot pants on the bottom, revealing her perfect figure. Her skin was so smooth that it could be poked with a needle, and her facial features were as flawless as if they had been carved by God himself. Who else could it be if it wasn't Xia Ziyun? The boys couldn't take their eyes off Xia Ziyun, following her every move. Xia Ziyun is really elegant. It is said that she once studied dance. This is a natural beauty. Yes, she is so beautiful even without makeup. Beauty and talent in one. I also heard that Xia Ziyun's family is very rich. Whoever can catch up with her must have saved the earth in a previous life. Every boy was looking forward to it, although they didn't expect her to sit next to them, but being able to sit nearby was also a lot more eye-catching. At this moment, a tall and handsome boy stood up with flowers in his hands and walked straight towards Xia Ziyun. The boy came to Xia Ziyun and said with a deep expression on his face, "Ziyun, will you be my girlfriend?" Chapter 7, The Goddess Strikes Back. Holy shit, someone is professing his love to my goddess. That guy looks familiar. Isn't that Zhang Hong, the deputy director of the Ministry of Sports? He's been chasing Xia Ziyun for half a year. He often prepares little surprises and sets candles. Sending roses is already routine. Yeah, it's a shame. But flowers have no intention and water has no feelings. Xia Ziyun doesn't even look at him. So he is Zhang Hong? I heard that Zhang Hong comes from a good family and is handsome. Let's get together. Some girls have already formed a couple. Facing Zhang Heng's confession again. Xia Ziyun said with a slight frown, "Zhang Hong, thank you. But I already said, we are not suitable." After that, Xia Ziyun was about to leave. Zhang Heng suddenly grabbed Xia Ziyun's slender arm. "Ziyun, just give me a chance." Before Xia Ziyun could say anything, her best friend Wang Yuan pulled the boy away and said, "Hey, are you done yet? Didn't Ziyun make it clear? She's not interested in you. Don't flatter yourself." Wang Yuan rolled her eyes. Zhang Heng scratched his head awkwardly and then left the classroom. Is that Xia Ziyun's best friend? I heard that every time someone bothers Xia Ziyun, she's the one who steps in to fix it. Wang Yuan is notoriously fierce and protective of Xia Ziyun. If there is no way to win the favor of the goddess, I'm afraid even Wang Yuan can't get past this hurdle. Who knew it this time? Another boy got up and walked over to Xia Ziyun. "Xia Ziyun, can I add you on WeChat?" When Shen Fei stood up and said this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Hong had been pursuing Xia Ziyun for half a year, but he still hadn't gotten WeChat. This guy who came out of nowhere, he's got some nerve, doesn't he? At this moment, Zhang Hong, who had just walked to the door, stopped and looked at Shen Fei with a mocking expression. "Buddy, your tactics are even worse than mine. You want to add me on WeChat right away? You're not even worthy of heaven." Even Zhang Ziyang, Shen Fei's good friend, sighed and said, "Fizi, aren't you being too confident? You think you can add the goddess's WeChat just by changing your hairstyle and clothes?" Everyone thought that Shen Fei would definitely be rejected. But Xia Ziyun took the initiative to take out her phone and added Shen Fei to WeChat with a little apology on her face. Xia Ziyun blushed and said, "I was in a hurry that day, and I forgot to add you to WeChat. It's okay, as long as we have a connection, we'll meet again, right?" After seeing Xia Ziyun take the initiative to add Shen Fei to WeChat, everyone was stunned. That's the goddess Xia Ziyun, and how many boys have been rejected after chatting with her? How did this kid Shen Fei get so lucky to add her on WeChat? Where's Wang Yuan? The little messenger should be on the move. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yuan didn't stop him this time, but instead greeted Shen Fei with a smile. The classroom was suddenly filled with sighs. However, this is not the end. The most shocking part is still to come. Shen Fei not only added Xia Ziyun to his WeChat, but also led Xia Ziyun to his side. The goddess did not refuse, and sat down with Shen Fei. After all, Xia Ziyun's favorability toward Shen Fei was as high as 50, which was already higher than the level of a normal friend. It was normal to sit together in class. But to others, it was shocking. Since entering university, Xia Ziyun has rejected countless suitors. And today, she is sitting with a boy. Su Ying's eyes nearly popped out when she saw this. That night, Xia Ziyun and Shen Fei were shopping together, and she thought it was an accident. Today, she saw Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun sitting together. Su Ying's face suddenly turned even uglier. What's going on? It's only been a week since the National Day holiday, and Shen Fei has already managed to turn the tables on the goddess? Is this the same dog licker she knows? A week ago, if someone had told her that Shen Fei had turned the tables on the goddess and was now with Xia Ziyun, Su Ying would have said, "Don't be ridiculous." But now, she was watching Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun sitting together, laughing and talking. Su Ying felt like someone was treating her unwanted old toy like a treasure, and she was very unhappy. A dog that an old lady doesn't care about. Su Ying was still comforting herself in her heart, but she was clearly jealous to death. At this time, Shen Fei accidentally glanced at Su Ying. Su Ying's eyes were like autumn water, indescribably charming. Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? She used to ignore me, and now she's actually trying to seduce me? Shen Fei was dumbfounded. He quickly withdrew his gaze and no longer paid any attention to Su Ying. Seeing that Shen Fei only glanced at her briefly and then ignored her, Suing was almost ready to explode. What's going on? In the past, when I gave you a finger, you came over like a dog, but now that I'm giving you a signal, you're not even reacting? Suing saw Shen Fei sitting intimately with the school beauty, and the more she looked, the angrier she got. Before the bell rang, she packed up her books and left the classroom with a sour face. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look back at Shen Fei, but he still ignored her. After Suing left, Shen Fei couldn't help but look at the door in a daze. Although Shen Fei completely let go of his feelings at the moment he was betrayed, he couldn't let go of the 2 years of his own efforts. In the psychology of love, when a person has given a lot, it is often more difficult to let go after a breakup. It's not that you really can't let go of the other person, but it's hard to let go of what you've given. Therefore, Shen Fei's mood at this time was more or less complicated. The good mood he had when chatting with the school flowers suddenly disappeared. Xia Ziyan seemed to have sensed Shen Fei's unusual behavior, but she didn't say anything, and her behavior was the same as before. She just looked deeply at the door and muttered to herself, was that girl Shen Fei's ex-girlfriend? After class, Shen Fei and Zhang Ziyang left the classroom together. They ran into Zhao Ran. In the past, Zhao Ran would definitely have initiated a conversation with Zhang Ziyang, but after Zhang Ziyang said hello, Zhao Ran had no interest in talking to him. Of course, Zhao Ran didn't say much to Shen Fei either, but she looked at Shen Fei with a slightly surprised look, as if she was also shocked by Shen Fei's appearance. But that was all. Zhao Ran didn't know that the mysterious local tyrant in the live broadcast room that day was Shen Fei. There was no class in the morning, so Shen Fei went back to bed and played with his phone. He was thinking about how to make a lot of money using the flirting system. The system had already bound Xia Ziyun, and the relationship was currently holding up well. Shen Fei wasn't in a hurry to win Xia Ziyun right away. After all, when it comes to relationships, haste makes waste. It's best to let things happen naturally. And in Shen Fei's heart, he didn't think of Xia Ziyun as a mere tool. Xia Ziyun came from a good family, had a high level of education, and wasn't materialistic. That night, Shen Fei offered to pay for the other person, but Xia Ziyun refused several times. There aren't many good girls like this. Moreover, she didn't just spend Shen Fei's money. Now Shen Fei's clothes were all bought for him. A girl who could do this was very touching to Shen Fei. No, I have to find a tool to spend money, Shen Fei decided in his heart. Although this flirting system is awesome, Shen Fei can't flirt with everyone he meets, right? Not to mention that this will play with people's feelings. What if the targets know each other? Wouldn't that be a disaster? There is no reward if the favorability is not 90. So Shen Fei doesn't want to play with fire. So Shen Fei set his sights on the girls in the online broadcast room. He didn't know any of the big and small internet celebrities in real life, so they were perfect as money-spending tools. He just didn't know if the system could bind to girls on the internet. With a try-it-out mentality, Shen Fei clicked on the live broadcast of a goldfish. He casually scrolled through his phone and was quickly attracted to a 9-point girl. This girl was a talent anchor. She was singing to her fans. I have to say, this girl really sings well. Her popularity is not low, about 200,000. Just as Shen Fei was wondering whether he could recharge. Suddenly, a system sound came from his head. Ding! System activated, automatically capturing target, Zhang Ningning. Name, Zhang Ningning. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Face value, 8.3. Likability, 0. Holy cow, it really is bound. Shen Fei was shocked and hurriedly began to recharge. Chapter 8, Angry Swiping 30 million to make your face swell. After recharging his ammunition, Shen Fei suddenly realized that this girl looked like a full 9 points, but the system only showed 8.3 points. Beauty filters are indeed a terrifying piece of high-tech. But 8.3 is already very good. Xia Ziyun's beauty is probably not inferior to popular stars, and ordinary people naturally can't compare. Anyway, Shen Fei just treated Zhang Ningning as a tool, so it didn't matter. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Ninger, Zhang Ningning's ID, seemed to be tired of singing and started chatting with her fans. Since the other party was a tool person, Shen Fei had nothing to worry about. He decisively typed, Ninger, say I love you and I'll send you super fire. Don't you even have a fan card? Are you new? This routine is too low level, isn't it? Exactly, if you don't even have a fan card, who would believe you? Can you stop pretending to be a big shot? If you post this kind of barrage again, I'll give you a 360 package, believe it or not? A high-level room manager directly taunts. Although Ninger is not a big internet celebrity, she has many fans. I've seen this happen many times. Who can't talk about themselves? So she didn't pay any attention to it at all. As a result, Sword settles the world spoke again. Ninger, right now I just want to hear you say that you love me. As long as you say it, I will agree to any conditions. Renire was finally attracted by this barrage. She read out the sentence on the screen, teasing, is this guy serious? Saying I love you will make you agree to all my conditions? Core, don't be fooled by this kid. Exactly, a trumpet is purely looking for a sense of existence. Renire ignored the barrage. After all, there was no harm in saying I love you. She said calmly, one sword decides the fate of the world. I love you. She is different from Zhao Ran, a small internet celebrity. If it were Zhao Ran, she would definitely not be able to say it, but Ninger has seen it all. As long as the other party is the sponsor, she can call him dad instead of saying I love you. Okay, I've said it. Can I make a request now? Go ahead. Replied Sword settles the world. He beat me to the top of the list. Ninger smiled slyly. Rank 1 in seconds? He can beat me in seconds by eating shit live. The manager of the room just said with a solemn oath. Ninger's ranking 1 has been viewed a total of 1 million times. Although it is completely incomparable to the big anchor's ranking 1, for a small anchor like Ninger, it is definitely the sponsor's dad. He can beat me in seconds, I will do a handstand live. The barrage of comments came in all kinds of rhythms. Who knew that at this moment, a burst of super fire suddenly flashed across the entire screen. Oh my god, thank you, Brother Sword, for your super fire. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. Renire has a high emotional quotient, so whether the other person is going to be the number 1 or not, if you send a super fire, you have to thank them in time. It's also a way to give Shen Fei a way out. But Renire thought that Shen Fei was joking when he bragged just now. Shen Fei went to the balcony in the corridor, lit a cigarette silently, and exhaled a smoke ring and said, Young, do you think this is over? My performance has just begun. Then, the second, third, and fourth fired one after another, and the superfire instantly ignited the entire live broadcast room. When the number reached 50, Ninger petrified in the live broadcast room. Stunned. Terrified. Speechless. 50 superfires are 100,000. This was the first time she had encountered this situation. In fact, the number 1 ranking was fake. The top 3 were all helped by the union. After all, she was just a small anchor with no background. The real local tyrants in the live broadcast room had only given her 200,000 gifts. Her ID was called Yulon Chengfeng. It was the manager of the room just now. Hey, this time I met a great boss. General Jian is so powerful. Who is the live broadcast eating shit? And the 2 guys doing handstands? General Moon is not a real boss, but actually a nerd who works for a technology company and is the company's technical core, earning 300,000 to 400,000 yuan a year. In order to reward the girl, he gave half of his annual salary to her. At this time, he was being bombarded with comments, and General Moon replied, Did you just get to the top of the list? You only got a few dozen superfans. But before he could finish, another wave of superfans came in. Just now, he had spent 100,000, but that was just a small appetizer. Since he could reward the host, Shen Fei decisively turned on his local tyrant mode, and the 10,000 trillion in his hand finally had a place to be used. This time, he spent more than 20 minutes. When the number of superfires reached 5,000, the entire live broadcast room exploded. General Jian is so generous. General Jian is so generous. General Jian is so generous. The barrage of comments was all about how great Jianzong was. Even the host, Ninger, was so excited that she said, Thank you, Jianzong, for the 5,000 superfires. Jianzong, what kind of songs do you like? I'll sing them for you. If you want me to sing a song, I'll sing it for you, even if I sing out of tune. This was the first time Shen Fei had ever had so much influence, and he felt a little bit of satisfaction. He also suddenly understood why there were so many local tyrants pretending to be cool online. Now he understood. This amount of money is a huge sum in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of local tyrants, it is just a meal. And being able to get so much support from so many people is a great satisfaction for his vanity. Then let's sing solo. Shen Fei typed. Ning Er decisively sang a solo for Jianzong. Just as Shen Fei was enjoying the beautiful singing, the entire platform was shocked. Counting the 50 super fires that Shen Fei had previously rewarded, the live broadcast room of Ning Er had been super hot for nearly half an hour without stopping. The popularity of Ning Er's live broadcast room skyrocketed, and it even directly came to the homepage. Countless people came to her live broadcast room to watch the fun. I heard that there is a godly hero, Sword Master, in Ning Er's live broadcast room? Damn, there really is a godly hero. The one who settled the fate of the world with a sword on the first place should be the legendary Sword Master, right? A full-level big shot. Awesome, awesome. At this point, Ninger's voice was a little shaky when she sang. Don't ask, just ask if you're excited. Can't you be excited? A trumpet that suddenly appeared said that the second list is the second list. And 5,000 rounds of superfire. There are probably not many such gods in the entire live broadcast of Goldfish. A total of 10 million rewards. Even after the tax, Ninger can still have 3 or 4 million. Just when Shen Fei was enjoying the compliments in the live broadcast room, suddenly, he scanned the barrage and saw a familiar ID. A person named Conquer Your Heart said, a bunch of sand sculptures, at a glance, this sword master is always a paid troll, and they all brush swords and are always awesome. Shen Fei's pupils slightly tightened. Isn't Conquer Your Heart Lu Ziyuan, who was slapped in the face by himself yesterday? This kid really remembers eating but not being beaten, and today he actually came to brush his sense of existence. Conquer Your Heart, are you questioning me? Shen Fei asked with the idea of a sword that decides the fate of the world. Immediately, a housing manager ran out. General Sword, do you want to seal this sand sculpture? No need to seal it. Conquer Your Heart, open your eyes wide and watch. Ha, is it installed? Conquer Your Heart saw that he had not been sealed and taunted again. As a result, he had just finished mocking. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Suddenly, a new round of superfire rain began to fall. For an hour, the superfire never stopped. One sword decides the fate of the world, a super rocket for the Anchor Rainier Times, 9789. One sword decides the fate of the world, a super rocket for the Anchor Rainier Times, 9790. One sword decides the fate of the world, a super rocket for the Anchor Rainier Times, 9791. After an hour, all the bullet screens were flashing. Conquering Your Heart, does your face hurt? Lu Ziyuan was shocked and constipated in his dormitory at this time. In the end, he still admitted defeat. He typed out, General Jian, I was wrong. Chapter 9, The Law of Fragrance. Yes, Lu Ziyuan was really scared. At first, he was just being enthusiastic. But he never expected to have offended a true god. Another 10,000 super hot gifts were sent out, and this mysterious local tyrant has so far spent 30 million in one go. This is outrageous. What kind of big shot can spend 30 million? You have to know that even if a listed company has a market value of over 10 billion, most of it is assets, and the cash flow may not be tens of millions. Who knew that this mysterious local tyrant spent 30 million just on gifts? This person's background is really deep. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the top mysterious rich family in China. If you really want to get him, it's just a matter of minutes. Lu Ziyuan's family assets combined are no match for the money he casually spends on gifts. What can he be so arrogant about? Seeing Lu Ziyuan admit defeat, Shen Fei didn't take it seriously. After all, he didn't really give gifts to Ning Er despite her, he was just spending money. It was also quite satisfying to take down Lu Ziyuan's prestige. At this moment, Ning Er was already stunned. For more than an hour, Ning Er had said thank you to Jianzong's brother countless times. Her favorability rating had also soared to 55. It was actually 5 points higher than Xia Ziyun's. It seemed that Ninger was already thinking about having something happen with Jianzong offline. It was no longer a novelty for anchors to be together with the top one in the live streaming circle. Ninger made up her mind that no matter what this top one would grow up to be, she would get him. With this big shot support, she will win the platform's grand ceremony in a month. Back to Shen Fei. He was not at all surprised by the sudden increase in Renier's favorability, and he was naturally happy. But mainly because of the money. Once the strategy is successful, Shen Fei can get half of the money to flirt with girls. Shen Fei found Renier in his private messages, and after adding her, she quickly agreed. At the same time, Shen Fei noticed that he had a lot of unread messages in his private messages. It seemed that many people were impressed by Jian Zhong's heroic spirit and took the initiative to flatter him. Shen Fei didn't care about those private messages and went offline with Ren Er's WeChat. What Shen Fei didn't know was that his heroic operation on Jin Yu Live had already detonated the entire network. Just an hour later, there was a hot topic on Weibo talking about this mysterious local tyrant who had spent 30 million. One sword settles the world was completely on fire. Suing was in a bad mood after leaving the lecture early. In the past, no matter how Shen Fei licked her, she never cared about him. But today, after Shen Fei ignored her, Suing was very confused. She even kept comparing herself to Xia Ziyun. In the end, Xia Ziyun was better in every way, and Su Ying's mentality was even more shattered. As the saying goes, a man's taste is reflected in the girl he keeps. In the past, Shen Fei didn't even have a girlfriend, and it was a miracle if the opposite sex even looked at him. The reason Suing agreed to go out with Shen Fei was simply to use him. Now, the school's most beautiful girl is having an ambiguous relationship with Shen Fei, a loser. The main thing is that when Shen Fei was with her, he was clearly poor, so how could he buy a 300,000 yuan bag that day? The more Suing thought about it, the more upset she became. Could it be that Shen Fei is actually a hidden local tyrant, deliberately not showing off his wealth when pursuing her, and is trying to test her? Soon, Suing shook her head and dismissed this bizarre idea from her mind. It's not a TV drama. Where are there so many wealthy people's children deliberately pretending to be poor to test others? Suing, who was in a bad mood, habitually took out her phone and checked Weibo, wanting to see some posts by female boxing Big V's angry at men to soothe her mood. But as soon as she clicked on the Weibo link, she was drawn to a post titled Surprise. Mysterious local tyrant spends 30 million in a live broadcast. Since Suing also broadcasts live, she clicked on the post out of curiosity. After reading the post, Suing was shocked. Oh my god, how come I've never met a local tyrant like this? He's just a small-time player, but he's so arrogant that he can spend 15,000 yuan in a second. Just as Suing was feeling overwhelmed, she accidentally scanned the mysterious local tyrant's ID mentioned in the post, "A sword decides the fate of the world?" Isn't that the name of Shen Fei? Suing didn't think much of Shen Fei, so she didn't bother to change the WeChat note. That day, after Suing sent Shen Fei a private message on the live broadcast of the goldfish, she felt that this ID looked familiar, so she specifically logged into WeChat to take a look. It was actually true. Later, she secretly laughed at Shen Fei, thinking that his reward of 20,000 was a show of bravado. But when she saw this ID again today, Suing was shocked. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Could it be that Shen Fei is the mysterious local tyrant who spent 30 million? If that's true, then it would explain why he bought Xia Ziyun a bag the other day. Although Suing didn't believe it, the avatar and ID were the same. Could it be that coincidental? And as far as she knew, Shen Fei didn't play Weibo at all, so he shouldn't have seen this post. There's no possibility of imitation. Ah! Suing suddenly let out a scream. Shen Fei, he can't really be a super rich man, testing me on purpose? Thinking of this possibility, Su Ying's intestines turned green with regret. No, if it's true, I have to find a way to win him back. But when she thought about her own sassy behavior during this time, how could she win him back? She had completely broken Shen Fei's heart. Who else could forgive her? Shen Fei had no idea that after he had posted his online profile yesterday, Su Ying, who had not taken him seriously for 2 years, had suddenly changed her mind about him overnight. Shen Fei was waiting for someone in a coffee shop. Lao San, have you arrived at the coffee shop? Shen Fei received a call from Lu Bo. Yes, I've arrived. Great, I'll be there soon. I'm looking forward to hearing good news from you. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei was depressed. It turned out that the person Shen Fei was going to meet today was the one Lu Bo had arranged for him. After the roommates learned that Shen Fei had broken up with his girlfriend, they all worked together to find a solution. In the end, it was Lu Bo who came up with a solution. In the boss's words, the best way to get over a relationship is to start a new one. Although Shen Fei politely declined Lu Bo's offer, he was still developing a relationship with Xia Ziyun. But Lu Bo didn't listen to him at all, thinking that Shen Fei was just making excuses for not wanting to meet. He also said that he had gone to a lot of trouble to help Shen Fei arrange a date with this girl. In the end, Shen Fei had no choice but to go on the date, for the sake of his boss. At this time, Shen Fei was holding a price list for a coffee shop in his hand, and he couldn't decide which one to order for a long time. What? Is it because Shen Fei likes tea and is not used to coffee? Don't be ridiculous. It's just because he's poor. Don't look at Shen Fei throwing away money in the live broadcast room, but in fact, he can't even take out a 100 yuan bill in his pocket now. It seems that I have to quickly get the tool to play the copy of the strategy, otherwise I will have a problem with my food expenses for the next half month. Shen Fei glanced at his watch, and he had been waiting for the other party for half an hour. Although it was common for him to wait for Suing for an hour or two before, for Shen Fei now, it was unbearable for a girl to be late. Unconsciously, Shen Fei's mentality has changed, and he is no longer a dog-licking mentality. Damn it, no matter how beautiful the girl is, I won't agree to be with her. But Shen Fei's thoughts have not yet fallen. A 9-point girl pushed the door in. A plaid skirt, white shirt, ponytail, and the breath of youth and beauty instantly came at him. The most important thing is that face that is a scourge to the country and the people. 9-point girl, really awesome. Holy shit, could it be her? Shen Fei looked at the girl, and his heart was pounding. Well, I take back what I just said. Shen Fei was smiling like a fool, and he quickly got up. The true fragrance law was instantly fulfilled. Chapter 10, The Strange Blind Date Girl. Just as Shen Fei was finishing getting dressed and getting up to go meet her, the girl actually waved to a girl at another table. Then she sat down with a girl who looked about 8 points. WTF? Did she make a mistake? It turned out that the girl was not Shen Fei's date today. He sat down and happened to hear that the guys at the next table were also discussing the girl. Look, isn't that Qin Shiran, the most beautiful girl in our school? It really is her. What a stroke of luck, to be able to meet a beautiful girl in a coffee shop. Shen Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Qin Shiran. This name has been ringing in his ears since he entered the school. Qin Shiran, the president of the student union at Yuncheng University. Grade 10 in piano, super good family background, and a perfect appearance. She is simply the perfect goddess in the hearts of every Yuncheng male student. Just as Shen Fei was secretly looking at Qin Shiran, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Are you Shen Fei? Shen Fei looked up and saw a girl in a flowery dress chewing gum and wearing headphones asking. Well, this girl is also a coincidence, and she is wearing the same outfit as the school flower. Checkered skirt, white shirt. As the saying goes, it's not that you don't know the goods, it's that you're afraid of comparing goods. Originally, this girl, with a lot of makeup and a thick layer of foundation, could have reached a 7-point level. But because of the comparison with the super beauty Qin Shiran, the girl's score in Shen Fei's heart instantly dropped below 5. But Shen Fei is not the kind of person who judges people by their appearance. Well, he doesn't think so. Hello. Shen Fei smiled and offered to shake hands, but then the girl's phone rang. Shen Fei glanced at it and saw that the chat note was dear. Shen Fei's face instantly turned green. What does that mean? She already has a boyfriend, and she's still dating me? If I don't ask her clearly, I'm afraid that my face won't be the only thing that turns green. Shen Fei waited for more than 40 minutes, then asked angrily, was that your boyfriend? If you already have a boyfriend, you'd better tell me in advance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Shen Fei was already being very polite. But the girl put away her phone and said with a hint of displeasure, Hey, what's wrong with you? Do you have permission to look at my phone? No, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to make sure. Make sure what? Who are you to ask me that? The girl rolled her eyes. Do you know how much trouble your friend Lu Bo went through to get me to meet you? I never thought you were such a person. What kind of person am I? A petty person who likes to spy on other people's privacy. The girl glanced at Shen Fei's clothes and added, and a poor loser. Yes, Shen Fei had changed out of the clothes that Xia Ziyun had bought for him. Today he changed into the cheap clothes he usually wears. Despite his complaints, the girl sat down. What do your parents do? Ha? Don't understand Chinese? My parents are working class. Shen Fei answered truthfully. No wonder you're wearing such cheap clothes. Do you have a car? How can you date without a car? You're not going to make me take the bus with you when we go out to eat or to the movies, are you? Give me at least 5,000 yuan a month for spending money. Oh, and if you graduate from college, don't bother me. We'll see what happens then. It's better to part on good terms. If we really get married, you have to come back to my hometown with me. I don't want to marry someone far away. The girl said a lot in one breath, and Shen Fei felt a little suffocated. Where the hell did this freak come from? He had wanted to have a drink before leaving, after all, a deal is a deal, but now Shen Fei didn't even have the slightest interest in coffee. But then, the girl took the initiative to call the waiter over, a cappuccino. Immediately, she glared at Shen Fei. How can you be so insensitive? She had been here for a long time and had said so much that she was thirsty, but she didn't know to order a drink. This woman really made Shen Fei a little upset. I'm afraid Suing can't compare to her in terms of strangeness. Shen Fei was just about to find an excuse to leave when the girl slipped out of the room and said, "Watch my bag. I'm going to the bathroom." Shen Fei had no choice but to sit down and use his phone to kill time. As soon as the girl returned, he left. He glanced at WeChat and saw an unread message. Shen Fei opened it and saw that it was from Xia Ziyun. "Shen Fei, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner." Shen Fei replied decisively, "Yes, I do." Shen Fei thought that Xia Ziyun would reply to the message later, but soon Xia Ziyun replied to him, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I don't have any preferences. Choose a place you like. Let's go to a Japanese restaurant." "Okay." Shen Fei replied happily. He never thought that the school beauty would take the initiative to invite him out. After waiting for a long time, the strange girl had not returned, so Shen Fei had to open the live streaming software again. Coincidentally, Zhang Ningning, also known as Ninger, was live streaming, and she had also opened up the outdoors. As soon as Shen Fei entered the live streaming room, the entire audience immediately started to scroll through the screen. "Welcome, General Jian." Even Ninger took the initiative to say, "Is it General Jian's brother who has come? Welcome. Hey, why does the place where you are live streaming look so familiar? Isn't this the cafe at the entrance of Yun University?" Shen Fei suddenly said. "Yes, this is my alma mater. Brother Jian, you know Yun University, are you from Yun City?" Ninger asked sweetly. "That's right, I'm also in Yun City, and I'm very close to you." Now, because Shen Fei spent 30 million in Ninger's live broadcast yesterday, Ninger's live broadcast today has 500,000 views. All of this is the benefit that Shen Fei has brought to her. Ninger said excitedly, "Brother Jian, if it's convenient, can we meet?" When she spoke, she was blushing. She never expected that she would meet the #1 local tyrant by chance when she went out. Okay. Shen Fei didn't mind meeting with Ranger. Just as Shen Fei was typing, the strange blind date girl also returned. She glanced at Shen Fei's phone and immediately the strange girl sneered. "Ha, watching the female anchor? What a loser. Shen Fei? Aren't you also peeping at my screen? A large-scale double standard scene? Besides, how is watching a live broadcast a sign of being a loser?" Before Shen Fei could reply, the strange woman's mouth curled up in a cold smile. "Is it that you usually save money to give gifts to the female anchor? I really don't know what you losers think. Spend your parents' money and pretend to be cool online. What's the point of licking the anchor? Just for the sake of saying that your brother loves you, huh? Are you vain or not?" Shen Fei didn't say anything. This kind of person is simply unreasonable. Seeing that Shen Fei didn't say anything, the strange woman thought that she had hit the nail on the head and continued in a tone of educating people. "Don't think that saving money to buy a plane or something. The female anchor said a thank you to her brother and it's so great. Learn from the sword master, that's really awesome." "General Jian? Which General Jian?" Shen Fei asked suspiciously. Shen Fei didn't know that he had already become popular online. The strange girl laughed lightly. "No way? Don't even know General Jian? His ID is..." As she was talking, she glanced at Shen Fei's phone again. She happened to see that Shen Fei's ID was Jin Ding Xian Kuan. Chapter 11, 50 million luxury car slap in the face. Swish. The girl's face instantly turned gloomy. "You obviously heard of the general, and you deliberately imitated his ID, but you still pretended not to know? Since you heard of the general, you should know how awesome he is, right? He casually gave 30 million to the female anchor. Can you compare? You are such a loser, you don't even deserve to hold his shoes. High imitation? Disgusting. Yes, yes, yes. I don't deserve it. Whatever you say is what it is." Shen Fei didn't bother to refute, and immediately nodded in agreement. Immediately, Shen Fei got up. Bye-bye. Shen Fei had had enough of this strange girl. Suddenly, the girl said, "Wait. What else?" The strange girl quickly opened her bag and checked her valuables in front of Shen Fei. as if she was afraid that Shen Fei would steal her things. Seeing that her phone and wallet were there, the strange girl said, "Okay, it's fine, you can go now." Shen Fei, me. At hashtag yen at yen%. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Shen Fei took a deep breath, but still didn't say anything, and went straight out. As he walked out of the coffee shop, Shen Fei took out his phone to contact Ninger, and unexpectedly found that she was just a dozen meters away. However, Shen Fei didn't go over to say hello, but instead deliberately sent a barrage of messages on his phone. "Core, didn't you want to meet me just now?" The live broadcast room immediately went into a frenzy. General Jian is back. Holy cow, General Jian is here in the flesh. Is General Jian flirting with my Core again? Just now, Core said she wanted to meet you, but then you disappeared. Core's sister was about to cry. Congratulations to the anchor for successfully seducing a man. General Jian, do you still need someone to warm your bed? Ko ignored the rhythm of the barrage and said excitedly, "General Jian, are you really nearby? I really want to meet you." "Well, I'm within 10 meters of you." Jianzong sent a message. "Really?" Ninger looked around excitedly. At this moment, a middle-aged greasy uncle just got off a Mercedes-Benz. "Jianzong, is that you driving the Mercedes-Benz?" As soon as Ninger finished speaking, the barrage of comments started again. These netizens were even more curious than Zhang Ningning about what the mysterious local tyrant looked like. Where? Holy shit, no way. It's that greasy old man? Good cabbage looks like it's about to be trampled by a pig. Damn it, don't insult my General Jian. Even pigs are rich pigs. Ninger seemed to have been prepared for this, and when she saw that Shen Fei was even older and uglier than she had imagined, she didn't show any signs of disappointment. This made Shen Fei have a new understanding of Ninger's emotional intelligence. With just this emotional intelligence, it's no wonder that this girl has become a little famous in just half a year from being a small, unknown anchor. Shen Fei also didn't keep it a secret anymore. It's not that person. It's the one next to him. There were only 2 people around Ninger, so it couldn't be that uncle. Could it be that handsome guy? At this moment, Ninger looked at Shen Fei with a confused look on her face. Shen Fei waved at Ninger with a big smile. Ninger was dumbfounded for a moment. She had actually made various estimates about Shen Fei's appearance, but she never expected that this awesome general would be such a handsome young man. Ninger, favorability plus 10. At this moment, Ninger's favorability was a full 65 points. Ding! The system tone suddenly sounded in Shen Fei's mind. Congratulations, the host's strategy target exceeds 60 points. Reward the host with a strategy level gift pack of 50 million limited edition Bugatti Veyron. A friendly reminder, the paperwork for the car is complete, and the key is in the right-hand trouser pocket. Shen Fei was stunned. He reached into his pocket and sure enough, there was a car key. He thought there would be a reward only after the strategy was successful, but he didn't expect an additional reward for scoring over 60 points. Looking at the convertible sports car not far away, Shen Fei's mouth curled up. This system is really awesome. Which boy doesn't have a dream of a luxury car? Now he has actually realized it. And it's a Bugatti Veyron, a limited edition. At this moment, the barrage was also stunned. Oh my god, a $50 million Bugatti Veyron? I'm wet. General Jian, I'm going to give birth to a monkey for you. General Jian is so young, so handsome, and so damn rich? Damn, it's not fair. It's over, my core is going to fall. Rang Zi was stunned in place, unable to react for a moment. She was about to go up and say hello to Shen Fei. But then the strange girl walked out of the coffee shop. Why haven't you left yet? Waiting for me? I advise you not to waste your time. I'm not interested in you. Besides, I already have a date. The strange girl showed a car key. It had a BMW logo on it. After pressing the key, a BMW Mini flashed its lights. It was her roommate's car, which the strange girl had borrowed to show off. Do you need a ride? I can give you a lift. The girl asked with a condescending smile. No thanks, I have my own car and I have a date. Ha ha, you're embarrassed and you're making up lies? I said I have a car, and you said you have one. I said I have a date, and you said you have a date. How can such coincidences happen in the world? Do you really think that you can make me look up to you? Boring. The girl rolled her eyes. Shen Fei had not yet spoken. At this point, Ning Er could no longer hold back. She walked up quickly and said, "Hey, how dare you talk to my brother, General Jian?" The girl snorted, "General Jian? Ha, a fake, and there are still fools who believe it." Although the girl was surprised that a girl as beautiful as Ning Er would be by Shen Fei's side, she was still sneering in her heart. You can fool a pretty girl for a while, but you're just a loser. How can you fool someone for a lifetime? Okay, Kor, don't pay any attention to her. Let's go. Shen Fei really didn't argue with the strange girl and directly took out the car keys and pressed them. Then, the Bugatti Veyron next to the BMW Mini suddenly started. Kor was shocked. "Oh my god, this car is yours?" Immediately, Kor realized that she had said something inappropriate. He is a rich and powerful man who has spent 30 million yuan on a car. Isn't driving a car worth tens of millions of yuan just like playing? When the girl saw the car start up, her face turned green. She never expected that a guy wearing a street stall outfit could afford a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan. Wait. This girl looks so familiar. Isn't she the female anchor who was swiped 30 million yuan by a local tyrant online? Could it be that Shen Fei is really the mysterious local tyrant, the one who can settle everything with a single sword? At first, the girl thought the car was rented. But how could you rent a car worth tens of millions of dollars? Plus, she saw Renair standing next to Shen Fei. She thought the guy was a loser, but it turned out to be General Jian. Shen Fei ignored the girl and opened the car door, saying to Renair, "Do you want to go for a drive?" "I'll take you." Renair sat in the passenger seat, excited. With the roar of the engine, Shen Fei left in style. The girl was stunned the whole time. Because of her stupid operation, she had missed 100 million? Immediately afterwards, the girl completely collapsed and burst into tears in the street. Many people thought she was crazy. Shen Fei took her to a circle of more than 10 kilometers away. The reason why they were not near the school was because Shen Fei was used to being low-key. This car was too eye-catching to drive around the school. And if others saw me with a female anchor, it wouldn't look good. This other person mainly refers to Xia Ziyun. In Shen Fei's heart, Xia Ziyun is not an ordinary target. Before he knew it, it was noon. After Shen Fei and Renier had finished exploring the Yunqing South Nature Park, they had dinner nearby. The car was parked across the street. The two of them went to a small, ordinary restaurant. As soon as they sat down, a white Maserati MC20 suddenly stopped on the street. Awesome, a Maserati. There was also a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the car. The door opened and a tall, rich and handsome man got out of the car, and there was also a pretty girl in the passenger seat. But this girl was inferior to Ninger in terms of looks and temperament. Suing? Seeing the girl at the door, Shen Fei rubbed his temples. How can I meet her anywhere? Chapter 12. Shen Fei is not doing well now. Shen Fei suddenly lost his appetite. Kur, let's go to another restaurant. Shen Fei got up, looked like a domineering CEO, and without saying a word, he got up and left. Ninger followed behind Shen Fei like a little bird. Brother Jianzong said to change places, so let's change places. On the other side, Suing, who had just gotten off the car and posed, inadvertently glanced across the street. At this moment, the Bugatti Veyron started like a wild animal, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Hey, that back is so familiar. Is it Shen Fei? Suing recognized the back and her brain exploded. He can afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Who is the girl in the passenger seat? Suing, what are you looking at? Ah, no, nothing. Suing was pulled back to reality by Lu Yang's words. The other day, Suing and Lu Yang had a little argument over a bag, and Lu Yang bought Suing a set of SK2 cosmetics to make her feel better. But the moment she saw Shen Fei driving off in his luxury car, the cosmetics lost their scent. Suing, let's eat here. Lu Yang wanted to take Suing to eat spicy hot pot. But Su Ying's face fell and she said, "Spicy hot pot? What, doesn't it suit your taste?" Nonsense, don't you know I can't eat spicy food these days? Ha? Then why did you say you wanted to eat spicy hot pot tonight? Is this restaurant too cheap for you? How many times have I said this? Can you stop being so materialistic when you're my woman? Great, you actually think I'm materialistic. Compared to Shen Fei, Lu Yang is really a bit of a loser. The two of them had another fight. They had a big fight on the road. Words are divided into two. Meanwhile, Ning Er looked at Shen Fei like a crazy girl. The guy who can open a Bugatti with one hand is handsome. Where do you want to eat? Shen Fei suddenly asked. Well, brother Jianzong, you decide for me, I'll go anywhere. I don't know much about food, you tell me. You decide where to go today. Really? Then let's go to Shangjingyan. Shangjingyan is also well known to Shen Fei, and it is one of the top restaurants in Yunchang. Since he had the money to woo girls, he could afford to go to Shangjingyan, so without saying a word, the car headed straight for Shangjingyan. Shangjingyan was quaint and ancient. When they walked in, the waiters were all dressed in ancient costumes, young and beautiful, and had good figures. It was as if they had returned to ancient times. Hello, how many? 2. Welcome, are you two going to a private room or the main hall? There is a minimum spending standard for private rooms. If the spending exceeds 50,000, the private room fee can be waived. If you don't, you'll have to pay an extra 2,000 yuan for the room. Gulong. Ninger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Before she started streaming live, she was just an ordinary girl. It was only when she went to a restaurant of this level for the first time that she realized how expensive the room fee was. Let's get a private room. Shen Fei didn't even think about it. Sir, madam, please follow me. The waiter took the two of them to the second floor. The upstairs decoration was even more luxurious. Although it was Shen Fei's first time here, he acted very calmly. Zhang Ningning was excited and took selfies everywhere. Of course, Shen Fei did not agree to take a selfie with her, and Zhang Ningning did not dare to disobey General Jian and take a selfie alone. It was really luxurious here. When she entered the private room, Zhang Ningning was even more amazed. The room had rockeries, flowing water, flute music, and a bamboo forest, just like entering a paradise. You can order first, I'm going to the bathroom. Shen Fei smiled and said, just order whatever you want to eat. After that, Shen Fei walked out of the private room. Since the bathroom on the second floor was occupied, he had to go to the first floor. After he had finished, washed his hands and just walked out of the bathroom, he heard someone greet him. Shen Fei? How come you're working here? Shen Fei looked up and saw a man and a woman walking towards him. The man was wearing a suit by Armani, and the woman was dressed in a mature and seductive way. Shen Fei didn't expect to run into his high school classmate while having dinner. Lu Hai. Long time no see, yo, Xi and Lily. Shen Fei wanted to shake hands. Lu Hai glanced at his wet hands and didn't even reach out. Shen Fei had to calmly withdraw his hand. Xi and Lily, with her arms folded, didn't even greet Shen Fei. Lu Hai is a typical rich second generation. His parents are in the foreign trade business, and many years ago, they were said to have assets worth tens of millions. The girl next to him, Xi and Lily, was also a classmate from the same high school. She was a good student and looked okay. But she was very arrogant. She put on airs for ordinary boys, and people who didn't know her thought she was very cool. In fact, not many people really pursued her. Shen Fei always had a very average impression of her. This woman was already fawning over Lu Hai when she was in school, so it was to be expected that she would stick to him. Today, Lu Hai was meeting a client. Although Lu Hai had not yet graduated, he had already begun to gradually take over the family business. This is very common in high society. Shen Fei is not doing too well now, and he actually came here to work. Xi and Lily smiled flirtatiously. Shen Fei frowned slightly. I didn't offend this woman when I was in school, so why did she step on me as soon as we met? Xi and Lily is actually this kind of person, used to praising and stepping on others. For a guy like Shen Fei, who has no background at all, stepping on him is fine. What waves can he make? Lu Hai also pretended to be sorry. Shen Fei, remember that the school you took the exam at was not bad, right? I think it was a first-class school. How did you end up in such a bad situation? Otherwise, let's leave a contact information and you can work for me. It's better than waiting tables. Thank you. I will contact you if I have a need. Shen Fei didn't explain much and just said thank you. Lu Hai looked satisfied and his sense of superiority was instantly satisfied. He wasn't just talking nonsense. If Shen Fei really asked for help, he wouldn't mind helping an old classmate. After all, his family owned a factory, so it was a small favor that would also satisfy his sense of superiority. Xi and Lily sneered, what a fool who is so proud that he suffers. For the sake of ridiculous dignity, he actually gave up Lu Hai's help. No wonder you are doing so badly. Lu Hai still wanted to persuade him. Xi and Lily suddenly said, "Hey, Lu Hai, why waste your breath? Maybe Shen Fei has better prospects, right Shen Fei?" After saying that, Xi and Lily still couldn't help laughing. Better prospects? What a joke. This kind of trash, bottom-level trash, can't have any prospects. In her eyes, Shen Fei was a dead dog that couldn't be helped. Among his classmates, there was a guy like Lu Hai, and if it were anyone else, they would have already fawned over him, but he still pretended to be high and mighty. "Oh, by the way, I just happened to run into you. I'm letting you know that we're having a high school reunion next week. If you're free, come join us. We'll let everyone know the time and place in the group chat," Lu Hai said. Shen Fei nodded and agreed. Lu Hai and Xi and Lily then went to the lobby on the first floor to wait for someone. Shen Fei returned to the private room on the second floor. Zhang Ningning was still flipping through the menu. To be honest, when she saw the menu and price list, Zhang Ningning was discouraged. Are the dishes made of gold? How expensive? Have you ordered yet? Shen Fei sat back down and asked. General Jian, you order for me. I don't dare to order, it's all too expensive. Shen Fei was also very polite. He took the menu and didn't even look at the prices. He just ordered a few dishes. Do you drink? Shen Fei suddenly asked while looking at the menu. Suddenly, Zhang Ningning's face turned red. Cough. Is General Jian hinting at me? Chapter 13, Slapping, Punching, and Face Slapping. Seeing Zhang Ningning mumbling, Shen Fei thought that the girl didn't want to. If she doesn't drink, that's fine. I was going to try this 120,000 yuan bottle of wine. Drinking alone is boring, so let's get something else to drink. A 120,000 yuan bottle of wine. Zhang Ningning obviously froze for a moment, then showed a look of pain. Who said she doesn't drink? But Shen Fei had already made up his mind, so it wasn't good for her to say anything. Zhang Ningning continued to sit obediently in her seat waiting for the food to arrive. During this time, the two of them chatted with each other. By the way, General Jian, what exactly do you do? I never thought you were so young. Me? Unemployed. Shen Fei replied with a smile. A student isn't really a profession, is it? Shen Fei thought to himself. Zhang Ningning thought that Shen Fei was deliberately concealing information about himself, so she didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the food was served. High-end restaurants have appetizers, main courses, desserts, and so on. In fact, these are the rules of Western cuisine, and even some Chinese restaurants are now imitating them, as if this will make them more upscale. Eating an apple that costs 1,000 yuan and a watermelon that costs more than 3,000 yuan, Zhang Ningning was amazed at the high cost of the food throughout the meal. Of course, there is a reason for the high price. The taste is really different. After lunch, the two of them went shopping in the neighborhood. Zhang Ningning thought that the two of them would naturally go on a date in the evening, watch a movie, have dinner, and then At around 4:30 p.m., Shen Fei glanced at his watch and said, "Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Ninger was stunned. Shen Fei was actually leaving? He gave himself such a big tip, didn't he want to get himself? Even if he had to leave in a hurry, he should have made an appointment to meet again that night. But Shen Fei didn't say anything, and he didn't even show any interest in that direction before leaving in a hurry. Although Ren Yinger is in the live streaming industry, she doesn't reject certain behaviors. Of course, she has never had one. As a girl, who wants to be treated like a commodity? Who wants to exchange their body for benefits? It seems that Shen Fei is different from other men. At this moment, Ning Er was actually moved. Shen Fei just got into the car. Ning Er, favorability +5. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, the host has scored more than 70 points. Reward the host with a strategy-level gift pack, basic fighting skills, external strength peak." Shen Fei was stunned. He left early to meet Xia Ziyun, but how did he still gain favorability? Could it be that this girl was attracted by his handsome appearance? And the system actually rewarded him again. The last reward was for a favorability rating of over 60, and this time it was over 70. Will the system automatically reward him every time he increases his favorability rating by 10 points? As the reward was redeemed, the next second, Shen Fei felt a warm current rushing through his body, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. Not only that, Shen Fei's previously skinny body had also become a bit more robust. 8-pack abs, a 6-pack. Most importantly, Shen Fei felt that he had suddenly realized his brilliant fighting ability. He could easily fight 10 people at once. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Fei drove back to school. This was Xia Ziyun's first date with him, so he naturally wanted to dress up. Shen Fei parked the car outside the school and walked back. In the dormitory, his brothers were all there. As soon as they saw Shen Fei, they all pounced on him like hungry wolves. "Fizi, how was the date? Did the girl say yes?" Shen Fei gave a brief account of the strange girl's behavior, and Lu Bo said, "Oldest brother, it's my fault. I didn't find out the situation in advance, and I've let you down." It's okay. Shen Fei waved his hand generously. "Big brother, aren't you doing this for my own good? Besides, I've got nothing to lose." After saying that, Shen Fei hurried to the bathroom to wash his hair. Soon, Shen Fei came out fresh and clean, and had changed his clothes. "Lao San, didn't you and that girl have a big fight? Why are you still dressed up so neatly?" "I'm going on a date with the school beauty." "You're lying, going on a date with the school beauty? Why don't you say you're going on a date with a big star?" At the entrance of Yuan University, Xia Ziyun was wearing a white skirt and a chiffon half-sleeve top, standing at the entrance of the school as if she was waiting for someone. Her high level of attractiveness attracted the attention of many students passing by. Even many girls couldn't help but take a few more looks at her. "Who is this beauty? Don't you know Xia Ziyun?" The president of the street dance club. One of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. "Oh my god, I'm falling in love with her. Come on, she's obviously waiting for someone, maybe her boyfriend." At this moment, a Range Rover parked at the school gate. A handsome young man got out of the car. "Ziyun, what a coincidence. Are you going out? Why don't I give you a ride?" The person speaking was Zhang Hong, who had been rejected by Ziyun 2 days ago. Before Ziyun could say anything, another boy walked over. He took Ziyun's hand in his and said with a smile, "No need, Ziyun, let's go together." When Shen Fei appeared, Zhang Hong almost went crazy on the spot. After Shen Fei successfully got Xia Ziyun's WeChat number in the classroom that day, Zhang Hong had specifically asked about Shen Fei. It turned out that this kid was a dog licker. How could this kind of trash compete with him for the goddess? But the goddess had actually given him her WeChat number. Moreover, now, this shameless bastard was even holding the goddess's hand. "I can't stand it." Zhang Hong contemptuously swept Shen Fei's handsome face. "Do you really think that you, a smelly loser, can compete with me? Naive. What is the most important thing in society now? Money. Zhang Heng's family has a mine, and his father is a coal boss. With assets of over 100 million, can a piece of trash like Shen Fei compare? Walk with you? Take the bus?" Zhang Hong snorted and turned to Xia Ziyun and said, "Ziyun, where are you going? I can drive you. It's so hot, waiting for the bus is too tiring." Zhang Hong pretended to be generous. He put his hand on the roof of the $1 million Range Rover. He was clearly trying to show off in front of Shen Fei. He wanted to make Shen Fei feel inferior and completely defeated. How could a poor, penniless loser like him fight back against a goddess? "No, I drove today too." Shen Fei's tone was very calm. "You actually have a car? It's not a van without a license plate, is it? The city is checking very strictly now, so take my car. We're classmates, so don't be polite." While talking, Zhang Heng's eyes were fixed on Xia Ziyun, waiting for Xia Ziyun's response. Zhang Hong enjoyed the feeling of being a show-off at the moment. "Ziyun, as long as you're not blind, you should be able to tell who was the better one, right?" Who knew Xia Ziyun didn't say a word. She still stood silently by Shen Fei's side. Zhang Hong was unwilling to give up, and turned to look at Shen Fei again. His eyes carried a strong sense of superiority. It was as if he was just a reptile under his feet. "Do you really want to let Ziyun be exposed to the sun? Let's go, take my car, it's very spacious." "Thank you, but I really don't need it." Shen Fei politely refused him. Xia Ziyun finally couldn't stand it anymore. He took out the car keys and said, "I also have a car, take my car." Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. The opportunity to crush Shen Fei finally came. Zhang Hong quickly said, "Gee, I have to take a ride in a girl's car." "Shen Fei, whoever follows you in the future will really be miserable, right?" Ziyun, don't blame me for being nosy, this kind of person is not worth it. In the future, if you really live together, there will be a lot of conflicts due to different social classes. Xia Ziyan said with a gloomy face, Zhang Hong, thank you. My business is none of your business. Shen Fei, let's go. Zhang Hong was full of pride. Although he had not yet been able to persuade Xia Ziyun, Zhang Hong believed that it would not be long before Xia Ziyun realized the reality. They were not a good match, and together they would only have endless trouble. Just as Zhang Hong was about to get into the car, Shen Fei pressed the car key. Suddenly, a supercar flashed its lights. Ziyun, get in. A Bugatti Veyron? Zhang Hong rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Xia Ziyun didn't react either. Where was Shen Fei's car? Although she had guessed that Shen Fei should be a low-key rich second generation, she had not expected that he could afford a 50 million luxury car. Shen Fei took her little hand and directly came to the convertible sports car, personally opening the door for her and sending Xia Ziyun to sit in the passenger seat. Xia Ziyun was shocked. Her mouth was slightly open. Is this car yours? Xia Ziyun looked at Shen Fei in shock. Chapter 14, Get out of here before I lose my temper. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? No. Xia Ziyun quickly waved her hand. Okay, fasten your seatbelt and let's go. When the sound of a roaring beast was heard, the car disappeared at the school gate with a cloud of dust. Suddenly, the students around exploded. Oh my god, the goddess Xia Ziyun was picked up by a luxury car. She really has a rich boyfriend. If I could afford a 50 million luxury car, I could also fight back against the goddess. Looking at Zhang Hong, he was leaning against his Land Rover like a stone statue. Me? Is that 50 million luxury car really Shen Fei's? Where are the good dog licking and the loser? How can he afford such a cool car? Zhang Hong naturally knew that cars of this level could never be rented. Even if this car was borrowed by Shen Fei, his connections were definitely not simple. More importantly, what he had just done was really embarrassing. He had bragged about his luxury car in front of Xia Ziyun, only to be mercilessly slapped in the face by Shen Fei. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack to crawl into. At this moment, Shen Fei didn't care at all what Zhang Hong thought. He drove the supercar straight to the city center. Xia Ziyun seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock, so her favorability rating had not increased or decreased. Shen Fei didn't care either. In his eyes, pursuing Xia Ziyun was not at all about money. Soon, the two of them arrived outside a Japanese restaurant. The restaurant looked quite upscale. Xia Ziyun said nervously, "Don't think this restaurant is bad later. My financial situation only allows me to treat you to this. In fact, the Japanese restaurant is not cheap. It costs 7,000 to 8,000 per person." But Shen Fei was driving a 50 million luxury car today, which really surprised Xia Ziyun. How could this be? Let's go. Shen Fei smiled and led Xia Ziyun into the restaurant. Seeing that Shen Fei really didn't mind, she put her heart back in her stomach. Seeing that Xia Ziyun cared so much about her feelings, Shen Fei was also very happy. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time he had been cared about by a girl. After a meal, the two of them chatted with each other. Through contact, Shen Fei discovered that Xia Ziyun was not as cold as she appeared to be. She occasionally made jokes and could handle the jokes she threw out. After dinner, Shen Fei wanted to pay the bill, but Xia Ziyun pouted and said, "No. This time, no matter what, I will invite you. My mother often taught me that when I get along with boys, I can't always spend their money. This time, I must invite you." Shen Fei did not argue with Xia Ziyun again. After watching the girl pay the bill and revealing a satisfied expression, Shen Fei knew that Xia Ziyun really wanted to be on equal footing with him. She was not pretending. After this experience, Shen Fei understood one truth more and more. In a relationship, the more equal the two sides are, the more likely it is to last. If either side gives too much, it will not end well. After dinner, the two did not drive, but took advantage of the night to go shopping on the street. The night breeze was particularly refreshing on a hot summer night. Suddenly, a few drunken men walked towards Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun. The leader was bald, with a fierce look on his face and a wicked smile. A skinny young man said with a lewd smile, "Brother Lei, look, a super hot girl. Yes, this girl is so beautiful. She has a devilish figure and an angelic face." The other men were also getting excited. Lei, the bald guy, touched his trademark bald head and smiled even more lewdly. Brother Lei, a local rascal, runs a used car resale business and has a dozen or so underlings. He has been having a string of good luck these past 2 days. He made 70,000 to 80,000 renminbi from a large shipment a few days ago. Today, Brother Lei finally joined the Zhangyi Gang as he had hoped. The Zhangyi Gang is a well-known organization in the area. The leader, Lu Quan, is a true veteran. He is based in the Dongdimen area, and the university town where Yunda and several other universities are located is also in Lu Quan's territory. When you are happy, you are in a good mood. This is why Lei and his brothers had a great time. After a good meal, they unexpectedly met this beautiful woman. Lei's greatest hobby is women. He has played with countless women over the years, but this is the first time he has encountered a woman like Xia Ziyun. The alcohol stimulated Lei's already strong self-confidence, which was brought on by the Zhongyi Tang, and the flattery of his younger brothers. Lei waved his hand and led his younger brothers directly toward Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun. "Hey, beautiful lady. What a coincidence." Lei went up to talk to her, and a few of his men dragged Shen Fei away. The rest of his men surrounded Lei, blocking Xia Ziyun on the side of the road. Xia Ziyun had never seen such a scene before, and she panicked instantly. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. This is my brother Lei. He wants to get to know you. He's the best in this area," the skinny young man said, raising his thumb. Brother Lei, with the air of a big shot, touched his bald head and smiled. "Hello, beautiful lady, what's your name?" "Sorry, I don't know you." "Shen Fei." "Let's go." Xia Ziyun peered out, her eyes darting past the group of men to look for Shen Fei. But the bald Lei and his gang immediately surrounded Xia Ziyun. "What do you want?" "Nothing, just to get to know you. Later, I'll have a drink with my brother." Looking at Lei, who had a fierce look on his face, Xia Ziyun quickly clutched her phone and said, "Go away, or I'll call the police." Suddenly, someone slapped Xia Ziyun's arm, and her phone was snatched away. Amidst the group's laughter, Lei sneered, "I just want to get to know you. Do I look like a bad guy?" Xia Ziyun was speechless. The bald guy had written the word bad guy on his face. "Please, let me go." Xia Ziyun's eyes were brimming with tears. Her tone was almost pleading. "If you want to leave, that's fine. Just serve my brother well tonight, and you can go. Don't worry, I promise you won't be harmed," the skinny guy said in a creepy voice. "You guys, shameless." Xia Ziyun took a step back in fear, and behind her were all of Lei's brothers. At this moment, Xia Ziyun was like a frightened kitten. Her eyes were full of fear and anxiety, and she kept looking for Shen Fei's figure. "What? Looking for that little white face?" Lei sneered and turned his head to look at Shen Fei. "Brother, how about your girlfriend lending me your girlfriend for a night?" As he spoke, the muscles on Lei Ji's face were still trembling. It was as if he was sure of Shen Fei. There are more than 10 people in his group, and the other party is just a student-looking white face. If he dares to say half a word, Lei Gu doesn't mind giving this kid a good beating. Instantly, everyone looked at Shen Fei. Xia Ziyun also looked at him nervously. Shen Fei said indifferently, "Get out of here before I get angry." Chapter 15, The Hero Saves the Beauty. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyun was shocked. She never expected that Shen Fei would be so tough. In this situation, shouldn't he say something nice to beg for mercy? At the same time, Xia Ziyun felt a warm current flow through her heart. This is a real man, brave and responsible. Brother Lei's eyes darkened instantly. "What the hell are you saying, brat? You want me to leave?" Brother Lei pointed at himself with his index finger and laughed in anger. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. "Do you want to be beaten? I don't mind breaking you," Brother Lei said angrily. Lu Lei is a social person, and fighting is a common occurrence in his daily life. If a dozen people really beat Shen Fei alone later, even if they don't kill him, they will probably cripple him. Shen Fei suddenly shook his head. He sighed, "I've already given you a chance, but you don't cherish it." As he spoke, Shen Fei rolled up his sleeves. Shen Fei was looking forward to his fighting ability. He had previously received a level package and gained basic fighting skills. His body had already undergone tremendous changes. Seeing Shen Fei's stance, Lei Gu extended his little finger and scratched his bald head. Suddenly, he roared, "Brothers, go get him." 7 or 8 of his men rushed at him. Shen Fei stood still, tilting his head and staring at Lei Gu, ignoring the fact that someone had already come around behind him and surrounded him. "Damn it!" One of the men shouted angrily and swung his fist down. Before the fist could fall, Shen Fei suddenly kicked out, directly kicking the man in the stomach. The man suddenly felt as if several of his ribs had broken, and he flew through the air, then fell to the ground like a shrimp and couldn't get up. Brother Lei was stunned. He had never imagined that this little white face could fight so well. "You want to die?" Another man came from behind Shen Fei and attacked him. He took out a steel pipe he was carrying and smashed it down on Shen Fei's head. But before the steel pipe could fall, Shen Fei, as if he had grown a hindsight, took a slight sideways step, and the steel pipe missed Shen Fei's shoulder and fell to the ground. At the same time, Shen Fei made a lightning-fast move, grabbed his wrist and turned it back with force. Crack! A cry of anguish, the man's arm bent at a 90-degree angle, exposing his bony skeleton. Shen Fei picked up the steel pipe on the ground, weighed it in his hand, and walked towards the bald Lei with a smile. "Don't just stand there, kill him." 1 minute later. Brother Lei was kneeling on the ground. He didn't want to kneel to Shen Fei, he just couldn't stand up because his knees were weak. More than a dozen of his men were all lying on the ground, each with a broken arm and a broken leg. Brother Lei is no stranger to fighting, and in the Dong Demon area, he is even a well-known figure. But today he really opened his eyes. Who the hell is this guy who can fight so well? He beat up more than a dozen people by himself, and there wasn't even dust on his body. What scared Brother Lei the most was that the young man actually smiled and bent over, staring at him. "Brother, should I call someone else to shake you up?" "No, no, no. Master, I'm sorry for being so rude to you today." Shen Fei patted Lei Gu on the face, got up with a smile, and left with Xia Ziyun, who had already turned to stone. After they had gone far away, Xia Ziyun still hadn't recovered from the shock. "Oh my god, Shen Fei is so good at fighting? He's just like the martial arts masters on TV." Xia Ziyun's look at Shen Fei had completely changed. She even had a little bit of admiration. The Loki second generation, not only is he handsome, but he is also so good at martial arts. Xia Ziyun, favorability plus 10. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for exceeding 60 points in the target. Reward the host for the level of the strategy package, piano skills, master level." Shen Fei had already expected that his coming forward would definitely make Xia Ziyun's favorability rise. What made him even happier was that since his favorability rating had reached 60, he had received a level-up gift pack from the system. At this point, Xia Ziyun's beautiful voice came over the line. "Shen Fei, have you practiced martial arts since you were a child? I was really amazed by what you just did." Shen Fei smiled and didn't explain. He knew that at this time it was best to say nothing and maintain a sense of mystery. Sure enough, Xia Ziyun's gaze on Shen Fei grew even more intense. "I really didn't realize that you were such a treasure boy. It's really a pleasant surprise. It seems that every time I see you, I discover a different side of you." Xia Ziyun continued, "How could I have not noticed such an outstanding boy like you before?" Shen Fei still just smiled and didn't say anything. At the same time, Xia Ziyun was slightly jealous. Such a good boy had actually been chasing after another girl for 2 whole years, and he wasn't even taken seriously. "Suing, you don't know how to cherish. Missing Shen Fei is the biggest regret of your life." Shen Fei naturally did not know that Xia Ziyun was admiring him and also jealous. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were back in the parking lot. As soon as they got back in the car, Xia Ziyun suddenly said, "Shen Fei, your sleeve is torn. I'll go with you to buy a new one this weekend." "Okay." Shen Fei's heart warmed. The two then drove back to school. "Fizi, where have you been? Why are you so late?" Roommate Lu Bo asked. "I went on a date with Xia Ziyun." "You're lying, you went on a date with a goddess? Why don't you say you went on a date with a movie star?" "That's right, Lao San, you have to be careful with your lies. Believe it or not." Shen Fei's mouth curled up, deliberately saying. After Lei and the others were abused by Shen Fei, bald Lei became more and more frustrated. Lei Gu said that he was the number 1 person in the Dong Demon area, but in the end his brother was completely defeated by a little white face. If this gets out in the future, how can he still survive in the underworld? After the brothers were sent to the hospital, he took out his phone and made a call. A deep voice came out of the receiver. "It's Lei Z, what's the matter with you calling so late?" "Tiger, I'm really sorry to bother you so late. It's like this, something really happened on my side." Brother Lei explained the whole story to the phone. After a few seconds of silence, Tiger Master said coldly, "Okay, I know about this. I'll have Biao check out the kid's background. Since you've joined my Zhongyi gang, I'll have to take care of you if anything happens." "Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. I'll give you the money personally later." "Okay." A low voice replied, and then Tiger Master hung up the phone. Although Lei Ge felt a little pain when he thought about the tribute money, after all, it was 500,000. He is now a member of the Zhongyi Hall, but he is not a formal member. If he wants the Zhongyi Hall to step in and settle things, he has to come up with a lot of money before the big guy will come out. But when he thought about the Zhongyi Hall's methods, Lei Ge snickered a few times. "Little bastard, provoke me? I'll make you eat shit and walk around." Chapter 16, Rush, Rush, Rush. The next morning, Shen Fei finished washing up and went downstairs with his brothers to get ready for class. However, as soon as he left the house, he realized that he had left his phone in his room. He had to ask his brothers to go ahead and he would go back to get his phone. When he went downstairs again, a beautiful girl was carrying breakfast and seemed to be waiting for someone. Shen Fei didn't think much of it, but when he got closer, the beautiful girl turned out to be Xia Ziyun. Amidst the admiring gazes of countless people around him, Xia Ziyun walked forward with grace. "Shen Fei, haven't you had breakfast yet? This is for you." Shen Fei was still in a daze, and he took the breakfast in a daze. "What are you doing? You're going to be late. Let's go to class together." Xia Ziyun actually took the initiative to stretch out her lotus-like white hand and pulled him away. This scene left countless people stunned. The cold and aloof school beauty offered to bring breakfast to a boy, and they even agreed to go to class together? When they arrived at the teaching building, Shen Fei went to the 5th floor, and Xia Ziyun went to the 4th floor. When he entered the classroom, he was still in a daze from the breakfast. After all, this was the first time in his life that a girl had offered to bring him breakfast. He recalled the soft and delicate skin of Xia Ziyun that he had accidentally touched, and his heart was stirred. However, Shen Fei quickly dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He couldn't be a dog lover like before. If they were really dating, this was all normal. Shen Fei found a few people in the dormitory and sat down in the last row. Zheng Ziyang saw the breakfast that Shen Fei was carrying and teased him. "Fizi, you're too inconsiderate, aren't you? Buy one breakfast." "Yes, we're still hungry." "I didn't buy this breakfast, someone else gave it to me." "Who sent it?" Wang Yu suddenly asked. Don't look at Wang Yu, who usually doesn't say much, but is actually the most sly and gossipy. Xia Ziyun. Shen Fei didn't hide it, and said it in a reasonable tone. "What did you just say? Xia Ziyun sent you breakfast?" Lu Bo put his hand on Shen Fei's forehead. "You kid doesn't have a fever, what nonsense are you talking about?" The guys in the dormitory all laughed, obviously no one believed Shen Fei's words. Shen Fei smiled and didn't explain much. There was only one class in the morning, and after class, the guys in the dormitory went back to the room to start playing online games. Shen Fei was a game black hole, and he was usually unwilling to play with him unless he was short of people. He was also happy to be free, and went back to bed to prepare to play with his phone. As a result, as soon as he picked up his phone, he saw dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Shen Fei was quite happy at first, and it seemed that someone cared about and missed him. But when he opened the unread messages, he saw that the sender was Suing. Shen Fei lost interest in reading them in an instant. After a cursory glance, he saw that they were all apologies from Suing. "Shen Fei, it was all my fault in the past. I'm sorry. Can't I change? Let's be good from now on. I've also reflected on this period of time, and you're still the best. When I close my eyes, I think of all the little things you did for me in the past. Please, can you reply to me?" In the past, when he saw these words from Suing, Shen Fei would have wanted to run down to the dormitory and meet with Suing. But now, Shen Fei just wanted to laugh. "What the hell were you doing?" Ignoring Suing, Shen Fei opened the live streaming app on his phone to see Ning Er, but she wasn't broadcasting. Shen Fei's mind began to stir. He had previously conquered Ning Er, and although he had not yet reached 90 points, the level package had greatly benefited him. Why not look for a few other anchors? He did just that, but this time he opened another live streaming software, Maoya TV. Maoya and Jinyu are the same level of live streaming software, and they are considered the two most powerful apps on the market. It is said that the two apps are about to merge. But Shen Fei didn't care about that. He quickly found a girl who caught his attention. This time, the female anchor was discovered on the homepage. The reason why he clicked in was because she looked very similar to the goddess that Shen Fei had secretly loved for 3 years. In high school, Shen Fei had always secretly loved a goddess in his class, Su Xilan. For 3 years, Shen Fei had been obsessed with her. Countless sleepless nights, Shen Fei's mind was filled with the image of the goddess. He would even fantasize about how to create an encounter and how to confess, but all of this only stayed in Shen Fei's mind and he never had the courage to practice it. So when he saw the female anchor, he clicked in without hesitation. I have to say that the two really look alike. And the female anchor's appearance is actually not inferior to Su Xilan. However, the two are quite different in temperament. Su Xilan is just like her name, elegant and noble. This anchor, called Xianwan, is more sweet and cute. But it's also very eye-catching. Xianwan is an anchor in the appearance area and is chatting with the barrage at this time. Her voice is sweet and soft, and it sounds very nice. Since Shen Fei is a first-level trumpet, the barrage of the anchor is really beautiful was also overwhelmed by the vast number of barrages. Even though Shen Fei still uses the idea of sword determines the fate of the world, he has changed platforms without the blessing of a level identity, and no one cares. Shen Fei increasingly feels the importance of identity to a person. On the goldfish platform, the sword is always in the limelight no matter where it goes. Are these people supporting Shen Fei? No, they are supporting this ID. It seems that I need to broaden my network of contacts. You need contacts to get things done. Shen Fei did not let his mood be affected by the gap in status. Since the catfish platform is unknown, let's make a name for ourselves today. Shen Fei first tried to see if he could recharge, and everything went smoothly. After that, Shen Fei went straight to the point without saying a word. Beauty, say that I love you, and I will give you a treasure map. Does this ID look familiar to you? Isn't this the ID of the person who spent 30 million on the live broadcast of the goldfish a few days ago? Is it a fake? How could it really be General Jian? Who is General Jian? Is he as powerful as Qi, the #1 god of the cat's teeth? The barrage began to popularize the deeds of General Jian a few days ago, and some people were also bragging about Qi. The barrage was divided into different opinions and argued endlessly. By looking at the barrage, Shen Fei learned that this Qi Zong is also a godly hero on Maya Live. His ID is called Qi Tian De Shun. And it just happens to be the #1 on the leaderboard for the anchor Xianwan. After taking a look at the leaderboard, Qi Zong is indeed awesome, having spent more than 20 million. Shen Fei doesn't know if there is any water in it, although it is not comparable to the 30 million that Shen Fei spent in anger the other day. It is truly a godly hero. Shen Fei didn't care about this, and typed, "Don't brag about Qi Zong. Anchor, just say I love you, and I'll be #1 on your list right now." At this time, the anchor Xianwan also learned that Jianzong had previously operated on the enemy station, and he was suspicious and said, "You can't really be that Jianzong, can you? Xianwan is worthy of being a top streamer." Even if this high imitation player has a 1 in 10,000 chance, the anchor would not dare to offend people recklessly. His tone and attitude were very humble, without any trace of arrogance. Xianwan smiled sweetly and said, "No matter if this person is really the great Master Jian, thank you for your support today. I love you, Xiamida. Go!" Shen Fei thought to himself, and without hesitation, he started to send gifts. As with the previous routine, Shen Fei didn't open any of the noble accounts. These were all things that Zhenghao and Xiuhao were pretending to be rich. You can open the Huang Di account for just over 100,000. Shen Fei casually swiped and sent the gift. Thanks to the treasure map sent by the great master of the sword. A treasure map is worth 5,000 soft sister coins. The unexpected gift made Xianwan exclaim in surprise. However, she had no idea that this was just the beginning. Shen Fei's fingers flew, and the treasure map was sent out like it was free. After a series of treasure maps were sent out, the entire live broadcast room instantly became a buzz. Oh my god, it's that familiar routine again. Could it be that this person is really the real Sword Master? Awesome, it looks like Sword Master is really going to be #1 on the leaderboard. The battle of the century has begun. Who is more awesome, Sword Master or Qi Master? It's definitely my great Sword Master. Sword Master, go, go, go. Be #1 in seconds. Chapter 17, 40 million views, shocking General Qi. Oh my god, I am so grateful for General Jian's treasure map. Seeing the number of treasure maps increasing frantically, Xianwan was both surprised and happy. Jian's Henki Yankin did not reply. Why? His hands were full. Shen Fei frantically swiped the treasure map. He didn't stop for more than an hour. Everyone in the live broadcast room was deeply shocked. Previously, they had also seen the post on the internet about the godly Jianzong's furious spending of 30 million, and many people thought it was hype. But today, seeing it with their own eyes, everyone was amazed. Jianzong's awesome barrage of comments filled the screen. Shanwan was already a big anchor, and on the homepage, with Shen Fei's treasure map, it took off instantly. The popularity even broke the website record. Countless people flocked to Shanwan's live broadcast room. Looking at the anchor, he had already petrified in front of the screen. Shanwan had seen the world before, and she was her number one. And she had spent 20 million. But you have to know that she had supported her for 2 years before she had the current contribution value. In contrast, Shen Fei. In just 1 hour, he surpassed Qi and came in first place. Shen Fei's fingers were sore from swiping. Should that be enough? Shen Fei glanced at the list. Without a doubt, Shen Fei had already surpassed the number one spot. Looking at the 8,000 treasure maps, no one in the live broadcast room was not shocked. The 8,000 treasure maps are worth 40 million, and this wave of operations is even more brutal than the last. I don't know, my general sword is always operating normally. When the general sword strikes, I have the world. I'm a big fan. Is General Qi really being second-guessed? The trench is inhumane. This time, Shen Fei became famous on the entire Maoya TV. After all, for more than an hour, Xianwan was on the homepage, and many people witnessed this scene. With Shen Fei's reward amount, he could become a shareholder of Maoya TV. Even the person in charge of Maoya TV was alarmed. All of this was too ordinary for Shen Fei. If it weren't for his tired hands, he could have continued to swipe. At the same time, Shen Fei glanced at the system panel. Naturally, the new target was successfully bound. Name, Lu Yike. Age, 25. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 8.5. Likability, 40. The face value was indeed a bit discounted, and it didn't reach the 9-point face value that Shen Fei had imagined. The likability was also acceptable. Shen Fei had already expected this. Although his reward amount was amazing, it was after all across the internet. After all, you can't just casually reward a wave of likability, right? Anyway, with the system on his side, Shen Fei was more than happy to spend a little more money to make the strategy a success, so 40 points of favorability was just right. Shan Wan was thanking him frantically in front of the screen, and he was even a little incoherent. I never thought that General Jian would give me so many gifts. Thank you so much. Thank you, big guy. Thank you, General Jian. After Shan Wan also sent Shen Fei a private message, she took the initiative to add Shen Fei to WeChat. After Shen Fei clicked to accept, another message to add a friend caught Shen Fei's attention. Qi Tiandishan requests to add you as a friend. Mr. Qi? Shen Fei was taken aback. It seemed that Mr. Qi had actually been in the live broadcast room just now, but he had never said anything. And it was through Shan Wan that he had gotten his own. After thinking about it, Shen Fei agreed to the other person's request to add him as a friend. Shen Fei first thought that this local tyrant was unhappy that he had beaten the top spot in the rankings and wanted to fight with him. But soon Shen Fei realized that he was wrong. Shen Fei didn't care much about adding friends, but just as he was about to put down his phone, Qi Zong sent a message. Hello, General Jian. I am Qi Tiandishan. I apologize for presuming, but I just want to be friends. Generally, anyone who can do business at the level of General Qi is a big boss with extremely high intelligence quotient. He just casually praised Shan Wan. How could he offend Shen Fei, a god-level tycoon, for the sake of a mere anchor? After thinking it through, Shen Fei also exchanged a few words with the other party. I have long heard of your name, Mr. Qi. The live broadcast just now was just a barrage of comments with a rhythm. How could I mind? By the way, I have a Super Emperor group here. If General Jian doesn't mind me inviting you to join. A Super Emperor group? As far as Shen Fei knows, it takes 150 Super Emperors to open a Super Emperor group. It seems that the people in this group are not small in energy. At the same time, he also realized that these local tyrants, who spend thousands of dollars on live streaming platforms, actually have specific plans, such as this Super Emperor group, which can greatly expand their network. And the threshold of Super Emperor is also a means of disguised screening. Good. Shen Fei agreed. Soon, Mr. Qi sent a group invitation link. Shen Fei clicked in. There were only a dozen people in the group. As soon as he joined the group, the entire group was abuzz. Welcome, General Jian. Holy cow, General Qi is awesome. Did he really pull General Jian in? This group will be big in the future. General Jian, please take good care of us. The Super Emperor, who used to be so high and mighty in the live broadcast room, was now fawning over Shen Fei like a group of stars. Of course, Shen Fei had also shown his immense financial power. The two live broadcast rooms together have spent a total of 70 million yuan. Not to mention in this group, but in the whole of China, they are considered top-level tycoons, invisible rich people. Hello everyone. Shen Fei simply typed out 3 words. Shen Fei didn't mean to be humble, because there was no need to be. Just be yourself. Almost everyone in the group then greeted Shen Fei in the group. Where is General Jian in the city? Let's get together offline sometime. Cloud City. Isn't Bao Wang from Cloud City? Shen Fei noticed that an ID called AI Chuan Zaiarubo replied quickly, Hey, what a coincidence. General Jian, I never thought we would be in the same city. After Bao Huang had sent a message in the group, Shen Fei suddenly received a request from Bao Huang to add him as a friend. He directly clicked agree. Bao Huang said in a private message, General Jian, you are also in Yun City. Can you help me out? I need to raise some capital, and I have a villa that I don't know if General Jian would like. Sure, I'll take a look later. Where is your villa? It's in Yuhai Hushan County. Shen Fei was just being polite, but when he heard Bao Huang say this, he immediately became interested. Yes, you can. Royal River and Mountain County is the most luxurious villa in Yun City. Let's go on the weekend. I'll send you the location. Great, I'm always at your service. Bao Huang thought that his villa was not easy to sell. After all, the most expensive villa in Yun City has a high premium. But Jian Zong agreed to visit the villa so quickly. He was even more impressed by this mysterious Jian Zong. He must be the son of a wealthy family. Awesome. Impressive. Chapter 18 Unexpectedly. After a while of chatting in the group, Shen Fei logged out of WeChat. It was also noon, and the guys in the dormitory were still playing games. Shen Fei was hungry and grumbling, so he was going to go downstairs to buy some food. Feezy, where are you going? To get some food. Bring me a bowl of fried rice with green peppers and meat. And one for me, too, with tomatoes and eggs. And mine too. Same as the dormitory head. Shen Fei was used to this and walked downstairs in his slippers. When he got downstairs, he found Suing waiting for him. It seemed like she had been waiting for a long time. Shen Fei pretended not to see her, but Suing walked quickly towards him. Shen Fei, why are you ignoring me? You don't reply to my WeChat messages and you've blocked my number? Shen Fei turned around helplessly and said, Didn't we break up? Do I have to reply to your messages? What, are you still angry with me? Don't be angry, okay? It was all my fault before. Can't I apologize to you? Suing is the type of girl who knows how to be a spoiled brat. In the past, Shen Fei was always fooled by Su Ying's tricks. No matter how she treated Shen Fei, trampled on his dignity, as long as she acted spoiled, Shen Fei would forgive her. Su Ying thought these tricks would always work, but Shen Fei ignored her and left. A flash of anger flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, forced a smile on her face, and hurriedly followed him. Her slender little hand reached out to Shen Fei's arm. But Shen Fei shook her off. Are you done? I have nothing to do with you now, so don't cling to me. Shen Fei was also a little angry. Why is this woman so annoying? The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of many people, and many classmates pointed and talked about the two of them. Suing said pitifully, Shen Fei, what are you doing? I just want to make up with you. Su Ying's face was burning hot as she was being watched by so many people. She finally realized the feeling she had when she publicly humiliated Shen Fei. However, in order to win back Shen Fei's heart, Suing was willing to risk it all. Suing was now looking very aggrieved, and any man would feel sorry for her. Shen Fei, however, just sneered. The way he had treated Suing was not even 1/10 as bad as what she had done to him. I'm going to have lunch. Don't follow me. I'm not having lunch either. Suing was indeed obedient and did not continue to pull Shen Fei, but instead kept a distance of 1 meter behind him. This scene happened to be seen by Lu Yang's roommate. Damn, Shen Fei, this piece of trash, has the nerve to wear a green hat on Yang? He really wants to live. No, I have to tell Yang. The other side. Shen Fei came to the cafeteria, found an empty seat, ordered a bowl of rice, and just sat down. Suing also followed him like a stink bug, and she had 2 more bottles of drinks in her hand. She handed one to Shen Fei. But Shen Fei frowned slightly and said, "It's been 2 years. Don't you know that I don't like Sprite?" Suing was suddenly at a loss for words and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll get you another one." "No need." Shen Fei said coldly and then lowered his head to eat. Suing ate little by little, staring at Shen Fei from beginning to end. After a while, she pretended to be pitiful and said, "Shen Fei, you've vented for a long time, you should be over it by now, right?" Shen Fei lowered his head and didn't say a word, just eating. Suing tried to approach him a few more times, but Shen Fei still ignored her. 10 minutes later, Shen Fei finished lunch and finally looked up at Suing. "Give up. Don't waste any more time. I don't have any feelings for you anymore." Liar. After 2 years of devotion, you just let go like that? What else can I do? Keep on being your lapdog? Shen Fei, I said it was my fault. It was really my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't know how to cherish you. Please forgive me, okay? Heh, Shen Fei sneered in his heart. This woman is only lowering her attitude because of the money, right? She really thinks she's a fool. He picked up a toothpick and picked his teeth, speaking slowly. "Oh? Really?" Suing saw that Shen Fei's tone seemed to have eased, and quickly said, "I remember that once, you let me book a table at the Miami D Hall, but I had to cancel on you because of something else. Please, give me another chance to make up for it. How about I buy you a drink tonight when we go to Miami?" "Buy yourself a drink?" Shen Fei's smile on his face grew even brighter. Suing was already blatantly seducing him. Of course, Shen Fei would never be taken in by her tricks again. But it was also a pleasure to see her acting like a dog, just like he had done in the past. Shen Fei was not a good person. He had been treated like a dog for 2 years, and his dignity had been trampled on. Now that the roles had been reversed, and the situation had been reversed, Shen Fei did not mind letting Suing experience the feeling he had had at the time. "Okay." Shen Fei dropped the toothpick and got up to leave. "At 9 o'clock tonight, don't be late," Suing said excitedly. "Tiger, I've got it all figured out. The guy's name is Shen Fei, a student at Yundai University. He has a girlfriend, who's been after him for 2 years. I think her name is Suing. They're meeting tonight at the Miami Club." A man in a cap and a Bluetooth headset whispered in the corner of the campus. A deep voice came over the phone. "Very well. Do it tonight. 8:15 p.m. Lu Yang was smoking a cigarette and waiting behind a tree in the girls' dormitory. He had learned from Su Ying's roommate that she was going out on a date tonight. But Su Ying had told him that she was not feeling well and wanted to rest in her room. Soon, Su Ying came out of the dormitory building. She was dressed in a clubbing outfit, with her long legs exposed in hot pants. Seeing Su Ying dressed so seductively, Lu Yang was about to explode with anger. "You bitch, you lied to me." He threw away the cigarette butt and followed her quietly. "Going to meet Shen Fei, right? Damn it, I'll catch you cheating in bed later and see how I'll torture you to death." However, just as Lu Yang was following Suing across the street, a van without a license plate suddenly stopped. Suing didn't care, and the car door suddenly opened, and 2 men got out. One grabbed Su Ying's neck, and the other lifted her up. Suing only called out in a hurry, and was dragged into the car. Lu Yan was stunned on the spot. Chapter 19, Wrong Person. He just watched Suing get kidnapped. Lu Yang's mind was blank at the moment. What the hell is going on? After he reacted, Lu Yang subconsciously chased after them. In the car, a man in the passenger seat said, "Brother Wei, it seems like a kid is chasing us." "Stop the car," Brother Wei said coldly, holding a cigarette. Crack. The van suddenly stopped. Lu Yang followed, panting heavily. Clatter. 3 burly men got out of the van. Lu Yang regretted it. If he had known, he would have just called the police and left. Why chase the car? Movies are harmful. Lu Yang didn't have time to think about it at the moment. The man in charge said in a rough voice, "Kid, you're awesome. I heard you're pretty good at fighting. Gulong. Lu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He usually bullied his classmates at school. When did he become so famous? Even the people on the road have heard of him? Since you followed us, it's a good thing that you come with us. Our boss wants to meet you and talk to you about something. If you don't want that girl to die, then come with us. Dang dang. Lu Yang took a few steps back. Big brother, are you guys making a mistake? Huh? Brother Wei was stunned. A mistake? That shouldn't be the case. Is that girl inside your girlfriend? Brother Wei asked with a frown. Lu Yang nodded subconsciously. There's no mistake. I thought you were so capable, beating Lei to tears. Humph, you're no good either, look at you. Since you've provoked our Zhangyi gang, you'll have to come with us. Brother Wei didn't give Lu Yang a chance to speak, and actually tied him up and took him away. Lu Yang got into the car and looked at Su Ying, both of them in a state of complete confusion. Su Ying's eyes were shocked. How did you get here? Lu Yang responded with a look. How the hell do I know? This was the first time Lu Yang had encountered this situation, and he was scared to death. Su Ying was no better, her face was pale and she was obviously scared. Subsequently, the two were hooded. The car drove for more than an hour and finally arrived at an abandoned factory. Shen Fei was watching a live broadcast in his bedroom with his shirt off. He was also holding an apple in his hand and eating it. Why didn't he go to the appointment? Only a fool would go. Su Ying had stood Shen Fei up at least 8 or 10 times before. Today, he had no intention of going at all. Lying in bed, he was complacently being praised by the people in the live broadcast room. He looked at the barrage of comments, one after another, praising General Sword. He looked at the voluptuous figure of the female anchor on the screen. It was great. Plop. Lu Yang and Su Ying were roughly forced to their knees by a few men. At this point, the hoods were removed. The blinding lights took a long time for the two to adjust to. The house was luxuriously decorated. Su Ying wanted to scream, but as soon as she did, she was slapped by a man and became obedient. Lu Yang was much more obedient, and dared not utter a sound as he knelt on the ground. Kid, you're something. You're messing with my Zhangyi Hall? A cold voice came from behind. Zhang Chenghu got up from the sofa and stared at Lu Yang. Master Tiger is asking you a question, pretending to be dumb. A burly man snapped. Lu Yang pointed at himself in a daze. Me? Provoke the Zhangyi Hall? No. Lu Yang was beaten until his eyes were filled with stars. Are you still pretending to be innocent? Master Hu gave him a look. Goli came out from behind the screen. Goli, did this little bastard beat you? Goli walked up and looked at Lu Yang with his big eyes. Goli shook his big bald head like a rattle. Master Hu, I don't know this kid. Ha? Master Hu was stunned. You've been messing around for a long time and arrested the wrong person? Lu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. You got the wrong person. Why are you beating yourself up, and they are all so fierce? The baby is suffering, the baby dares not say. First bat on the mouth. Tiger said in a deep voice. This is a bit of a nerve, how could you get the wrong person? The atmosphere in the room was slightly dull and awkward. Lu Yang and Su Ying were tied up in the corner. Su Ying looked at the man in the Tang suit walking back and forth in the room in horror. Suddenly, Tiger ordered a subordinate to come over and put her in front of him. Tiger tore off the cotton cloth from Su Ying's mouth. Do you know Shen Fei? Su Ying nodded, looking frightened. Oh? So you know him. That's good. Call him and tell him to come over. Tiger said with authority. Su Ying dared not be rude. She quickly took out her phone and called Shen Fei. But after calling several times, the line was busy. Su Ying realized that Shen Fei had already blocked her number. I can't get through. Su Ying said with a teary voice. Pop. Another slap landed on Su Ying's face. Are you Shen Fei's girlfriend or not? How come you can't even get through on the phone? Did you make a mistake too? Brother Wei's mind was a little broken. Lu Yang in the corner looked at the group of tough thugs in the room. with a look of fear on his face. There was no doubt that these people were not good guys. The people in front of him were scenes that could only be seen in movies. What did this kid Shen Fei do to make everyone so angry that he attracted the attention of these real big shots in the underworld? Wait. Are they looking for Shen Fei? I know. Whoa whoa whoa. Lu Yang let out a series of strange sounds. Pop. The man guarding him slapped him directly in the ear, impatiently saying, "Where the hell is your mother? Be good." But Lu Yang was not giving up. This was his only chance to escape. These people were looking for Shen Fei, and it had nothing to do with him. If he could just trick Shen Fei into coming, he could escape. After enduring 5 or 6 slaps in the face, the guard finally realized that the kid had something to say. He took the cotton out of Lu Yang's mouth. Lu Yang mumbled, "Brothers, are you looking for Shen Fei? I can help you get him here." Tiger and Bald Lei both looked at Lu Yang. Their pupils constricted. Chapter 20. No matter how good your kung fu is, a single shot will take you down. You know Shen Fei? And you can get that kid here? Lu Yang nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, Shen Fei is from our school. You must have mistaken me for him. Don't worry, I can definitely trick that little bastard over here. Tiger Master gestured to his men to pass Lu Yang a cell phone. Kid, don't play any tricks. Brother Wei threatened him fiercely. Brother, look at me. Do I look like I would dare play any tricks? Lu Yang took the phone and dialed Shen Fei's number. Hello, who is this? Shen Fei's voice came from the other end of the line. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yang said, "It's me." Lu Yang. Lu Yang? You're calling me for nothing. Shen Fei was about to hang up, but Lu Yang quickly said, "Hey, don't hang up. I have something important to tell you. Hurry up, make it short." Shen Fei was anxious to watch the female anchor dance. Lu Yang's brain was working fast, and soon he had a good line. Did you make a fortune recently? As soon as he said this, Shen Fei immediately put away his carefree look and became alert. Did this kid know about the binding system? Lu Yang knew nothing. He had just seen too many Hong Kong movies. If a gangster had come to trouble Shen Fei, wouldn't Shen Fei have taken the money by accident? Well, that's how movies are made. But the result was that Shen Fei was quite surprised and uncertain. Shen Fei, come back in half an hour. Brother Wei told Lu Yang the address with his mouth. Come to the abandoned fertilizer factory in the west of the city. I'll only wait for you for half an hour. Lu Yang hung up the phone proudly. He was proud of his acting skills. Bang. Tiger slapped him on the head, stupid. What the hell, what if he doesn't come? Why did you hang up? Did I allow you to hang up? A few people who heard Lu Yang's conversation just now all thought that Lu Yang had a problem with his brain. What did he mean by "I've made a fortune recently"? What did he mean by "I'll wait for you for half an hour, and if you're late, I won't wait for you"? Damn it, you can't even catch the right person. And you've caught the wrong two. Tiger, who was a bit irritated, said coldly, "Beat them up, beat the couple to death." Half an hour later. Lu Yang and Suing had already been beaten beyond recognition. Tiger Master sighed, "It seems that this matter needs to be discussed at length." But it doesn't matter, isn't it just a student? Can he still fight against himself? Just tie him up again some other day and it will be done. But just as he was thinking. Bang. The door was broken open. A figure slowly walked in. Zhang Chenghu looked up. A tall young man walked in. Shen Fei and Suing called out his name with mixed feelings. Lu Yang didn't expect Shen Fei to really come. Are you Shen Fei? Tiger Master was a little confused. I didn't think that phone call would really work. Shen Fei glanced at the Bald Lei in the field and immediately understood that this group of people were looking for trouble. But what he didn't understand was why Lu Yang and Suing were here. And seemed to have been beaten up pretty badly. Ha, now that you're here, you're not going anywhere. Tiger smiled coldly. Bald Lei also had a sneer on his face. Little bastard, you want to beat me up? Don't you know that my backer is the Zhani gang? Wait a minute. Shen Fei suddenly spoke up. He turned around and locked the factory gate. The kind with a lock. He then turned back to look at Bald Lei and Tiger. He sighed and said, Brother Guanto, why do this? Last time you provoked me and got beaten up, how dare you provoke me again? Shen Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time I'm afraid it's not just a beating. He knew that this group of people were no good. It was kidnapping and assault. If Shen Fei doesn't teach them a lesson, it's inevitable that there will be even bigger trouble. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Tiger laughed. When he was young, Tiger was a gangster. At the age of 17, he went to Hong Kong Island and joined the Sun Yian gang. Because he was good at martial arts, he even became a double-flowered red stick. What is a double-flowered red stick? It is the gang's golden medal fighter. When he was young, Tiger was also very popular, until he was 21 years old, when another double-flowered red stick from the gang was shot in the head. And he saw his brother being hacked to death with a knife and fled back. Tiger is also a man who has seen the world. He has not seen anyone who can fight better than himself. But so what? There were not many people who could make a good end of it when they were in the same gang as him. Therefore, Tiger has always believed in one principle. No matter how good your martial arts are, you can't beat a knife. No matter how good your martial arts are, you can't beat a gun. Today, he had a gun hidden under his clothes. If things got bad, he would just pull it out. But soon, Tiger found that he was wrong. Very wrong. The Tiger Gang has been around for a few years now, and over the past 10 years it has accumulated a large number of capable subordinates. In total, there are more than a dozen capable subordinates in the main hall, all of them fierce fighters, and there are more than 30 men who are no good either. But the result? It took just a cup of tea for all the subordinates on the entire first floor to be knocked out. Hiss. The Tiger Gang couldn't help but gasp in surprise. For a moment, Tiger Master even thought that the young man in front of him was not a human, but a humanoid monster. The men in the room, with all kinds of weapons, were all heading for Shen Fei, but the kid was like an Iron Man. He was invulnerable. The ground was covered with broken sticks and chipped steel swords. The peak of external strength training is to be invulnerable to swords and spears. Shen Fei glanced at his arm, which had just been cut by a steel sword, and there was not even a scratch. He had a new understanding of the strength of his own body. At this moment, the large room was silent. A chill ran straight to Tiger's head. Brother Lei was also like he had seen a ghost, his mouth slightly open but unable to say a word. Looking at Su Ying, he was full of admiration. Oh my god, Shen Fei, was he that powerful? He was so cool and awesome. Lu Yang was full of fear in his eyes, and he was scared. He was lucky that he didn't mess around and provoke Shen Fei. Otherwise, he would probably be no better off than the group of strong men lying on the ground. Tiger and Shen Fei stood face to face. It looked like two big men were facing off, but the truth was that Tiger was so scared that he was completely stiff. With his knowledge, he already guessed that the young man in front of him was a true martial artist. He himself had studied Sanda and had even made a name for himself with his good skills. But even so, Tiger Master had not even reached the threshold of external strength. It was obvious that this young man had already reached the pinnacle of physical training. The pinnacle of external strength. He had heard his master mention this realm before, and the hallmarks were the golden bell armor and the iron shirt. He had originally thought that these were all legends, but who would have thought that a young man in his 20s had really achieved it? Tiger realized that the young man in front of him could kill him with a flick of his finger. In fact, Tiger had another card up his sleeve. The gun in his arms. But he clearly had the gun in his arms, but he didn't have the courage to take it out. Shen Fei glanced at Tiger's bulging arms and laughed. Yo, what's in your arms? Take it out. Tiger's teeth were clenched, but he didn't dare to move. Suddenly, Tiger Master, who had no idea where the courage came from, suddenly opened his shirt. A black pistol was pointed at Shen Fei. Tiger Master's anger reached its peak, and his fear was also vented, suddenly inspiring a fierce spirit. Die. Bang. Tiger Master still pulled the trigger. Chapter 21. Are you convinced? After firing the gun, Tiger Master was in a daze. It was as if the moment he pulled the trigger, he had used up all his strength. After firing the gun, Tiger Master panted heavily. It was over. Everything was over. But when Tiger Master looked up again, Shen Fei was standing there as if nothing had happened. To be honest, when Tiger Master pulled out his gun, Shen Fei panicked too. He was relying on the system to increase his combat power. But he wasn't sure if he could withstand the bullet. The result. After the bullet flew out, Shen Fei accidentally discovered that the speed of 300 meters per second was like a slow motion in his eyes. He could clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. So Shen Fei slightly tilted his head and extended his 2 fingers toward the bullet clip. After a moment, Shen Fei walked toward Tiger Master expressionlessly. The latter took a step back. Shen Fei extended his right hand and sent 2 fingers to the coffee table, then let go. Ding! A crisp sound, the bullet landed on the table. Pat! Under the defeated expression of Tiger Master, he sat down on the ground. Scared. Lei Gu, who was standing next to him, also seemed to be exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Dong dong dong. Tiger Master was worthy of being an old hand, and immediately realized that the young master in front of him was someone he could not provoke. He bowed repeatedly. After a while, Shen Fei asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied that I beat your men and smashed your place today?" "Yes, I am satisfied." The head of the famous and powerful Zhengyi Hall bowed to Shen Fei frantically. Lei Gu did the same. They bowed as if they were pounding garlic, afraid that if they bowed too slowly, they would be the next to be destroyed. Lu Yang and Su Ying were stunned by this scene. Shen Fei straightened up and said, "You sent someone to kidnap me today and then find fault with me. How do you want to settle this? You are the boss, so you can decide how to settle it." Tiger was already losing his spirit. It was as if he was not a big shot in the underworld, but just a middle-aged man who had lost his soul. Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. He was not a gangster, so he was naturally not as ruthless as Tiger and the others. To be honest, if he were to punish the other party, he might not be able to do it. He just wanted an attitude from Tiger. Shen Fei clapped his hands and said, "Okay. That's enough for today. If you dare to provoke me again, you know what will happen?" Tiger Master looked at the golden bullet on the table in a daze and nodded mechanically. Shen Fei smiled and patted Tiger Master on the shoulder before turning and leaving. Tiger Master was defeated. And he was defeated by a young kid. But this incident was not spread. Everyone who knew about it kept their mouths shut. After Su Ying and Lu Yang left the Zhengyi Hall, they still couldn't believe what had happened that night. Shen Fei, who they had once despised, looked down on, and trampled on, had casually forced an underground boss to kneel down and admit his mistake. And even he could catch a bullet with his bare hands. No one could describe the shock in the two of them at that moment. How did this guy do it? Could it be that he's a god? Back at school, Shen Fei pretended nothing had happened. He slept soundly and was woken up by his roommate the next day. "Feezy, get up, you're going to be late." Shen Fei rubbed his head and remembered that he had a physical education class today. College students can choose their own physical education classes. Shen Fei wanted to take swimming, but it was too popular and he couldn't get in. In the end, he had to take Taekwondo with Wang Yu. Why is Taekwondo unpopular? Needless to say, there are fewer girls. The more girls who choose a course, the more popular it will be. Taekwondo is a course for men, so of course no one is interested. After washing up, it was almost 10 o'clock. Shen Fei and Wang Yu walked towards the gymnasium. When they arrived, almost all the students were there. There were more than 30 people standing in a row, and Shen Fei and Wang Yu came to the end of the line. The Taekwondo teacher was a woman in her 30s with a black belt around her waist. The teacher first introduced the origin of Taekwondo, which made Shen Fei feel sleepy. Then she explained the ranks, from low to high. They were white belt, white and yellow belt, yellow and green belt, green and blue belt, blue and red belt, red and black belt, and black belt. It seems that this female teacher is quite good, and she is actually a black belt. Black belts are also divided into levels, from 1 to 9. Levels 1 to 3 are for black belt novices, levels 4 to 6 are for high-level belts, and levels 7 to 9 can only be awarded to outstanding individuals with a high level of knowledge and who have made significant contributions to the development of Taekwondo. After about a quarter of an hour, the teacher dismissed the team. Since it was the first day of class, the teacher didn't let everyone start practicing right away, but instead picked 2 students with Taekwondo experience to perform. This was also a way to stimulate the interest of other students. Shen Fei and Wang Yu found a place to sit down. At this time, a girl also sat down next to them. She stared at a tall and burly boy in the middle of the field, her eyes full of admiration. There was only one girl in the entire class, and Shen Fei was also very curious. "Hey, you like Taekwondo?" The girl glanced at Shen Fei and said, "I'm here with my boyfriend. That tall guy with the black belt is my boyfriend." The girl's attitude was a bit distant. Shen Fei didn't care, but he looked in the direction the girl was pointing. Lu Huayang? Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. Do you know each other? The girl asked. Of course we know each other. We've known each other for several years. Lu Huayang and Shen Fei were classmates in high school. To be precise, they were sworn enemies. Lu Huayang was a popular figure in high school, a national second-level taekwondo athlete. He was a strong and domineering person. Because Shen Fei secretly liked the goddess Su Xilan, he was called to the toilet by Lu Huayang and was severely punished. At that time, Shen Fei was just a weak boy, and he was no match for Lu Huayang. He was beaten by Lu Huayang and was beaten to a bloody nose. This incident also made Shen Fei the laughingstock of the class in high school. This became Shen Fei's greatest humiliation. Even now, it is difficult to let go. But his girlfriend is really good. Who knows? Just then, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, the strategy mission is open. Name, Wang Yufei. Age, 21 years old. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Face value, 8.3. Favorability, 5. Bind to the fifth target. Favorability greater than or equal to 90, the strategy is successful. After success, you can get 50% of the consumption money. During the period, if the strategy value reaches a certain amount, you will be rewarded with a strategy gift package. When Shen Fei heard the system prompt, he was a little stunned. What's going on? The system binds a new target without saying a word? Shen Fei now seems to understand that the system doesn't care whether he likes the other person or not. Once a certain trigger condition is met, it will be automatically bound. It doesn't matter anyway, it's good if it works out, and even if it doesn't, I can still get a level gift pack, which is also great. After getting the taste of the system level gift pack, Shen Fei didn't mind the new target in front of him. At this moment, suddenly there was an exclamation in the field. Shen Fei turned around and just saw a boy being kicked by Lu Huayang. Lu Huayang pretended to be concerned and asked about the boy's condition. The boy gritted his teeth and grunted for a long time, but he didn't dare offend Lu Huayang. After all, Lu Huayang's family background was not bad, and he was a popular figure in school. The boy dared not offend him, so he could only swallow his broken teeth. Looking at Wang Yufei, her eyes were full of stars, as if she admired Lu Huayang even more. After glancing at Wang Yufei, who had a good figure, Shen Fei wondered if this girl liked this kind of violent boyfriend. Lu Huayang, since you don't have a sparring partner, you can go and rest for a while. The teacher said helplessly. They were the only two in the class with taekwondo skills, and one of them was knocked out of the ring, so it seemed that the performance would have to end early. It just so happened that Lu Huayang also saw Shen Fei off the field, and a mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. Teacher Min, who said there was no sparring partner? That Shen Fei student also has some foundation, why not let him practice with me? Lu Huayang knew very well that Shen Fei, such a coward, would not dare to pick up the thread. Humiliating Shen Fei in front of the whole class made him feel even better. But who knew that Shen Fei calmly stood up? Okay. Chapter 22, I'm not done with you yet. The students in the class were slightly taken aback. Shen Fei was wearing the same clothes as the rest of the students, which were all issued by the school. Students with real skills, like Lu Huayang, brought their own clothes and belts. In other words, Shen Fei probably didn't even have a basic white belt. How dare he spar with an athlete like Lu Huayang? Well, then welcome, classmate Shen Fei. Lu Huayang was afraid that Shen Fei would not dare to go on stage, so he deliberately led the applause to encourage him. Shen Fei was also very polite, and walked towards Lu Huayang with a broad step. Teacher Min glanced at Shen Fei and asked in confusion, classmate, have you ever been in contact with taekwondo before? Shen Fei shook his head and said, no. But I think I should be more than enough to deal with Lu Huayang. As soon as he said this, the audience was in an uproar. Lu Huayang's strength has just been clearly demonstrated. Shen Fei obviously doesn't have any taekwondo skills, and yet he dares to say that? Isn't this looking for abuse? Sure enough, Lu Huayang's expression of anger flashed in his eyes. Shabi, since you want to look for abuse, I will fulfill your wish. Wang Yufei, who was watching from the audience, saw her boyfriend's expression and her heart sank. She knew her boyfriend very well. That guy called Shen Fei had offended Lu Huayang enough, and he had not even beaten him up? Wang Yufei kindly advised, classmate Shen Fei, you are no match for Lu Huayang. Shen Fei did not respond directly to Wang Yufei, but looked at Lu Huayang and said, your girlfriend seems to care about me a lot. Lu Huayang was very jealous and had a strong desire for control. That's why he always changes partners. No girl can stand him for more than 3 months. Originally, Shen Fei and Wang Yufei were fine, but Lu Huayang was jealous and yelled at Wang Yufei in the audience. What, are you afraid that this little white face will suffer? Huayang, I didn't mean that. Wang Yufei's pretty face turned red with anxiety. How could her boyfriend misunderstand her like this? She had just met Shen Fei and didn't have any good feelings about him. Poof. Lu Huayang snorted and ignored Wang Yufei. Wang Yufei was also a beautiful girl with many suitors. She was not happy to be treated like this by the straight man Lu Huayang in public. The admiration in her eyes just now was gone. At this moment, Lu Huayang transferred all his anger to Shen Fei. He was going to teach Shen Fei a lesson today. That trash from back then still dares to jump in front of me, he doesn't know when to die. Lu Huayang turned his head and looked at Teacher Min. Teacher, fists and feet have no eyes. If I hurt Shen Fei later, you can testify for me that I didn't mean it. Teacher Min seemed to know Lu Huayang's family background, and he actually nodded and said, okay. But the two students still stopped short. Well, I'll hold back. Before Lu Huayang could say anything, Shen Fei actually spoke first. When he said this, the other students were stunned. Many of them had been sympathetic with Shen Fei, but when they heard him say such a thing, they all thought that Shen Fei was being a bit too presumptuous. Some of them even looked forward to seeing Shen Fei get beaten up. Who is this guy, so arrogant? Lu Huayang is the president of the school's martial arts club. That kid is so presumptuous. At this moment, Lu Huayang's blood rushed to his head. Drink! A series of kicks in midair. Immediately, the audience burst into applause. Lu Huayang, with a mocking look on his face, cocked his finger and said, Shen Fei, come on. Let me see how much you are worth to dare to brag in front of me. Shen Fei slowly walked up to Lu Huayang. With his hands behind his back, he said softly, flowery fists and embroidered legs. What did you say? Lu Huayang was furious and rushed forward with a high kick. I have to say, the black belt player is still quite good, and the power and speed of his kicks are far beyond the average person. However, all of this is like slow motion in Shen Fei's eyes. He can even see the trajectory of a bullet, let alone Lu Huayang's speed? Shen Fei only slightly turned his body and easily and casually avoided this move. Lu Huayang was also stunned. He was complacent and thought that one move against Shen Fei was enough. But unexpectedly, he was even dodged by this kid. He's lucky. Again. Immediately after, Lu Huayang came at him with a sidekick. The wind whistled. But Shen Fei easily avoided it. Lu Huayang gritted his teeth and kept attacking. After more than 10 attacks, Lu Huayang hadn't even touched Shen Fei's clothes. At this point, Shen Fei dusted himself off and said, Taekwondo black belt. That's all you've got. You're looking for death. Lu Huayang was furious and flew at him, kicking Shen Fei straight in the chest. This time he was serious. If he had really kicked him, Shen Fei's sternum would have been broken in two. Shen Fei's eyes flashed with displeasure. This guy is really going to kill me in a sparring match between classmates? Since you are not kind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Seeing Lu Huayang's flying kick coming at him, Shen Fei finally moved. He still had his hands behind his back, and suddenly, he kicked out with one foot. Shen Fei's right foot came from behind and hit first. Even in the void, there was a burst of noise. Bang! A muffled sound, and a kick to Lu Huayang's stomach. The tall and burly Lu Huayang flew backwards like a cannonball. Dong! He flew back 3 or 4 meters and finally fell heavily to the ground. Instantly, the entire audience fell silent. How could this happen? Everyone was stunned. Even the teacher was wide-eyed and couldn't believe it. Teacher Min knew very well the strength of Lu Huayang. After all, Lu Huayang was young and strong, at the peak of his physical strength. His combat effectiveness was even higher than hers. And his black belt in Taekwondo was real. Even a top athlete would never be able to win so easily. But he couldn't even block a single move from Shen Fei, and she was shocked. Lu Huayang was knocked to the ground and was filled with anger. He wanted to yell, but his breath stopped and he felt extremely suffocated. At this time, Wang Yufei also hurriedly ran up and asked with concern, Huayang, are you okay? Is your injury serious? Wang Yufei was only concerned, but Lu Huayang angrily roared, get out of the way. It's none of your business whether I'm hurt or not. Do you think that little white face is better than me? Ha? What are you talking about? Wang Yufei looked at her boyfriend with a pained expression. She just came over to show her concern, but why was she still being offended? Don't think I don't know, you like to fight, that little brat is better than me, you wouldn't like him, right? Shen Fei? Is there a pig opponent with such low emotional intelligence? Isn't this actively giving yourself an assist? Sure enough, Wang Yufei couldn't stand it anymore. She took the initiative to choose a taekwondo class that she didn't like for her boyfriend, and then he publicly denigrated her for it. Wang Yufei even said angrily, "Yes, I like that little brother. He's handsome and can fight. I don't want you to be so petty." Poof. Lu Huayang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Although he had done all this himself, he was really almost out of breath when he heard his girlfriend admit in front of him that another man was better than him. Good, Wang Yufei. I never thought you were such a woman. You're a slut. Get out. Wang Yufei's eyes were brimming with tears. Fine, I'll leave. I don't want to see you anymore. Wang Yufei turned her head and left crying. Looking at Lu Huayang, he was even more furious. It's all Shen Fei's fault. Teacher Min also came forward. Huayang, do you want to go to the school infirmary? Lu Huayang's face was dark and she didn't say a word. In the end, she was sent away by 2 boys. Shen Fei pouted, holding back a laugh, and walked back to his seat. Satisfied. Having avenged himself, Shen Fei felt immensely satisfied. When Wang Yu, the dormitory head, saw Shen Fei coming back, he was shocked and said, "Holy shit, Lao-san, I didn't think you were so good at fighting. You're a hidden talent. I've been in the same dormitory with you for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen you be so good." Haha, it's nothing, it's nothing. It was also just about time for class to end, and Mr. Min had sent Lu Huayang to the infirmary, so all the students had dispersed. As he walked out of the gym, Shen Fei saw Wang Yufei not far away, wiping away tears in secret. He and the dormitory head exchanged a glance, and Wang Yu immediately understood, and cooperated by returning to the dormitory first. Shen Fei walked up and handed the other person a tissue. Thank you. Wang Yufei looked up and didn't expect it to be Shen Fei. She blushed. After wiping away her tears, she looked up at Shen Fei in surprise. I really didn't expect it, you're so good at fighting. Wang Yufei, favorability plus 10. Wang Yufei, favorability plus 10. Due to Shen Fei's excellent skills and gentlemanly behavior, Wang Yufei's favorability rating suddenly rose from 5 to 25. After all, which girl can resist the charm of a strong man? Especially a girl like Wang Yufei. She was really right about Shen Fei, and she really had no resistance to a strong man with boyfriend power. This is also why she was willing to agree to be his girlfriend even though she had heard that Lu Huayang had a bad reputation. However, after being together for less than a week, she realized that Lu Huayang was really difficult to get along with. This person is too controlling. In contrast, Shen Fei is much more gentle and gentle. He is so powerful, but he doesn't brag about it. Unlike Lu Huayang, he brags about himself all day long, and he always talks about the title of the president of the Martial Arts Association. Shen Fei can kill him in one move, but does he brag? Is he high profile? If it weren't for Lu Huayang's provocation, Shen Fei wouldn't have wanted to fight. This kind of low-key, contented guy is a real man. And he's also so gentle and considerate. Just as Wang Yufei's feelings for Shen Fei secretly rose. Lu Huayang, who was being carried, glanced at the scene of the two standing together and talking intimately. In an instant, Lu Huayang's mentality exploded again. Chapter 23 Young man, I heard you are very good at fighting? After having lunch, Shen Fei was about to go back to the dormitory for a nap, but he was called to the office of the Dean of Students. He entered the office of the Dean. A serious and rigid middle-aged man slowly raised his eyes and said, "Are you Shen Fei?" Shen Fei nodded. Director Zhang suddenly said in a serious tone, "What happened to your classmate? It was just a friendly sparring in physical education class, why did you hit him so hard? And you even seriously injured Lu Huayang? The parents of the victim have come to see me to demand a serious punishment. What do you think? It's only been a meal, and they're already after me?" Shen Fei said calmly, "Teacher, as the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes, and I didn't do it on purpose. Whether you did it on purpose or not is not up to you to say. Now Lu Huayang is seriously injured, and someone will come to grade his injuries later. Besides, Lu Huayang is a rich kid, delicate and precious. How can he be the same as you poor students? You didn't know how to handle it, and you caused a big trouble. Hearing this, Shen Fei understood. No wonder the director of the political and educational office is so efficient. It turns out that he has taken advantage of the Lu family. In that case, Shen Fei was not polite. He smiled lightly. Lu Huayang was the first to use a heavy hand. I was just defending myself. What's wrong with that? Did Lu Huayang strike first? Who saw it? Who can testify for you? The students present and teacher Min can all testify. Just as the two were at an impasse in their conversation, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A burly middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, strode in. Mr. Lu, you're here. The director of the Office of Discipline and Education quickly changed his expression. This Mr. Lu is Lu Shitong, the father of Lu Huayang. He is in the sand business, which is commonly known as a sand tyrant. Sand tyrants are not easy to come by. This business is about buying and selling by force, and you can't do it without connections in the underworld. If you want to do business in a certain area, you need the nod of the local gangsters. Coincidentally, Lu Shitong's brother is the leader of the Zhongyi gang, Tiger. Back to Shen Fei. Shen Fei looked up and saw Lu Shitong walk into the room. Are you Shen Fei? Lu Shitong asked with a cold gleam in his eyes. Yes, I am. Good, come out. I have something to say to you. Lu Shitong was the first to walk out of the office. Shen Fei ignored Director Zhang and followed him out. At the end of the corridor, Lu Shitong was smoking a cigarette, with one hand in his pocket, looking out the window with his back to Shen Fei. Just say what you have to say, Shen Fei said with a dignified tone. Lu Shitong slowly smoked a cigarette, his tone with a hint of banter. Young man, I heard that you are very good at fighting. I have seen many kids like you. A little skill, and they don't know how high they are. As he spoke, Lu Shitong turned around and looked directly at Shen Fei. It's a pity, but what good is it to be strong? In today's society, it's all about power and money. I heard that your family is just average. People like you, who don't know when to stop, want to make a name for yourself? It's impossible. It's like climbing up a mountain. In one sentence, it seemed as if he had already decided Shen Fei's future. When I was young, I was also full of passion and very aggressive in fighting. But what happened? In the end, to make a name for yourself, you still have to find a patron. There are some things that you, a young man like you, can't even imagine. You, after all, are just a young man with no knowledge. Oh? Really? Shen Fei said calmly, how do you know what I can do? Lu Shitong finally laughed out loud. He didn't come here today to give Shen Fei a lecture. He was just expressing his heartfelt feelings. Lu Shitong's attitude changed, and he said coldly, if you beat my son, I'll make sure you drop out of school. Then, Lu Shitong's smile turned even more sinister, and he said, do you know who my backer is? Forget it, you wouldn't know even if I told you. Anyway, after you drop out of school, I'll find someone to ruin you. Lu Shitong spoke bluntly to a student like Shen Fei. You still want to ruin me? What, are you scared? Why didn't you do it earlier? After saying that, Lu Shitong called his big brother, Tiger Master. With Tiger Master's skills, it was easy to get rid of a student without leaving any traces. But after Lu Shitong dialed the phone, the other party was on the phone. At the same time, Shen Fei's phone also rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and hesitated before answering. Master Shen. Sorry to disturb you. When Shen Fei heard it, it was actually a call from Tiger Master. What, is there something wrong? My boss has heard about your skills and is very interested in you. He wants to meet you. Don't get me wrong, my boss has offended a rival recently and wants you to help him. Whether you agree or not, please come to a banquet today. As the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling face. Tiger invited himself in such a low position, so it would be a bit unreasonable for Shen Fei not to go, especially since it was just a meal. Okay, I'll be at Yunda. Come on over. Shen Fei hung up the phone. Lu Shitong thought Shen Fei had called for help after hearing the conversation. He sneered and didn't take Shen Fei, a student, seriously. He immediately dialed the number again. This time, he got through. Master Hu, it's me, Shitong. Are you free now? Lu Shitong asked cautiously. What's wrong? Master Hu was a little impatient. It's like this, my son was beaten by a kid, I want you to take the lead and clean him up for me. The location is at Yunda. Yunda? Tiger Master was stunned. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to go there, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shitong put his heart back in his stomach. If Tiger Master is willing to help, it won't be difficult to even make Shen Fei disappear in Yuncheng. Although Lu Shitong can also teach Shen Fei himself, he ultimately did not do it as cleanly as Tiger Master. Now the Lu family is considered businessmen, and it is not good to be caught by competitors. At this time, Lu Shitong was very pleased. He said in a solemn tone again, "Kid, if you don't know what's good, let me show you what the cruelty of society is." Okay, I'll wait and see. At this moment, a woman with jewelry actually came running. As soon as she saw him, she pointed at Shen Fei and shouted, "You little bastard, you beat my son so badly that he is seriously injured. Do you want to die?" Lu's mother yelled like a shrew, "You wait, we will never let you go." The director of the political and educational office also came running when he heard the noise. He took everyone back to his office. "Miss Chen, calm down. The school will definitely deal with the matter of Shen Fei injuring someone seriously." Lu's mother rolled her eyes and shouted, "You little brat, I'm going to kill you today." Shen Fei didn't bother to say anything. He wanted to leave. The director of the discipline office was not fair at all, and there was no point in staying. However, Lu's mother stopped Shen Fei. "You want to leave? No way. You poor little bastard, you're a cheap life. Can you afford to pay for hurting my son? Today I'm going to kill you." Lu's mother kept threatening to kill him, but the director of the discipline office seemed to be ignoring her. Lu Shitong smoked his cigarette, waiting for Tiger to arrive. When Lu's mother saw that Shen Fei was ignoring her, she turned to the director of the discipline office and said, "Director, this student is so cruel and ruthless at such a young age." "Don't worry. The school has already looked into this matter. We will definitely punish him severely and will not tolerate him." Just as chaos was breaking out in the office of the director of the political and educational office, a man with a big gold chain around his neck and a powerful strut walked into the campus. When Master Hu arrived at the office, Lu Shitong and his wife hurriedly approached with a flattering face. "Master Hu, you're here." Lu Huayang shouted frantically, "Master Hu, help me kill this little bastard. This idiot dared to hit me. I want him dead." Chapter 24, How dare you offend Master Shen? Do you have the guts to do that? But who knew that Master Tiger didn't even pay any attention to Lu Huayang? "Don't block me." With a shout, Master Tiger impatiently sent Lu's father and mother away. Lu Shitong and his wife looked at each other, both of them dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't Master Tiger call himself? Why doesn't he take him seriously? The director of the political and educational department was also a little confused. He had heard of the reputation of Master Tiger, and since Master Tiger had come, he, a mere little director, naturally dared not meddle in other people's business. Looking at Shen Fei, he smiled and stared at the several people. Master Tiger was able to become a big boss. What kind of mind is he? When he saw Shen Fei, he immediately understood. He looked back at Lu Shitong and said, "Who hit your son?" Lu's mother thought that Tiger was going to avenge her son, and she said excitedly, "Tiger, it's this little bastard." Bang! Tiger slapped the fat woman's face with his open hand. "Damn it, who are you talking about?" Immediately, Tiger said politely, "Mr. Shen, are you okay? Is there someone who is giving you trouble?" "Don't worry. I'll take care of it for you." In a word, the eyes of several people in the room nearly popped out. What the hell is going on? Tiger Master, a veteran of the West Gate, a big boss who never says no, is actually calling a college student Master Shen? And he's so respectful. It seems like Shen Fei's little brother. Lu's mother had been slapped and her face was still a little swollen. She said in a daze, "Husband, what's going on here?" Lu Shitong was also extremely uneasy. He thought to himself, how the hell do I know what's going on? Shen Fei said indifferently, "Yes, there have been some minor problems." After hearing this, Tiger Master's face immediately turned gloomy. He roared angrily, "Who the hell has offended me, Master Shen? Come forward and kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you." At this point, Lu Shitong was sweating profusely. Although Lu's mother had been slapped, she still didn't get the point. She said stupidly, "Master Hu, this kid is just a poor student. You should deal with him." Didn't you come to help us? Help you? Master Hu sneered, this Master Shen is too high-handed for even me to offend. What are you guys? How dare you ask me to help you offend Master Shen? Have you got the guts to do that? You can't even offend him? Lu Shitong had been in the underworld for many years, so he naturally knew the weight of these words. At this moment, Lu Shitong's shirt was soaked with cold sweat down his back. Idiot, today our boss, Master Luo, is hosting a banquet, and I am here to invite Master Shen. Do you really think I came here for you two idiots? Hearing Master Luo, even Director Zhang was stunned. Master Luo is one of the top bosses in Yun City, with a powerful background. He is a top-level tycoon who can get whatever he wants. Lu Shitong and his wife were already scared out of their wits. They could not afford to offend a man like Tiger, and now they were even more intimidated by the fact that Mr. Luo was a member of the nobility. They could not imagine the background of Shen Fei. Lu Shitong recalled what he had just said to Shen Fei, and felt his face burning. Talking about connections and background with him? That was ridiculous. Director Zhang was also dumbfounded. He thought that Shen Fei was just a poor student, and after accepting the Lu family's bribe, he planned to fire Shen Fei. Now he has made a big mistake. Master Shen, what do you think should be done with these people? Master Hu asked cautiously. You decide. Shen Fei walked out of the office with his hands behind his back. Master Hu's eyes were like copper bells. You and your wife, take your stupid son and get out of Yun City. And this Director Zhang, I will tell Principal Chu about this and let him decide. Director Zhang was devastated. He knew he was going to be fired. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Shitong also looked pale. Tiger Master had made his point. They would never be able to stay in Yun City. They had offended Shen Fei. It was too late to regret it now. After leaving the school, Shen Fei got into Tiger's black Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz took Shen Fei straight to the most luxurious villa in Zaidamen, Kangyeonju. This was one of Master Luo's properties. Kangyeonju was very large. After getting out of the car, Shen Fei noticed that there were many trees around, which were very green and lush, and the feng shui was excellent. It really was the mansion of a big shot, and it was extraordinary. Master Shen, my boss is hosting a banquet here today. Please come with me. Since the day when Tiger was beaten up, he has been completely under Shen Fei's spell. Coincidentally, Tiger recommended Shen Fei to his boss because his boss was worried about a rival who was looking for him. The rival of Master Luo is no small potato. He was desperate and didn't even bother to ask about Shen Fei's background before asking Tiger to invite Shen Fei over. The mansion has beautiful scenery with pavilions and ponds. Following Tiger, they soon arrived at a loft in the back. Kangyeonju is nestled in the mountains and by the water. The best place to view the scenery is from this small loft, which was renovated at great expense by Master Luo. Below the loft is an artificial lake. The small building has 3 floors. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei followed Tiger to the 3rd floor. Shen Fei noticed that several floors were guarded by fierce bodyguards. The 3rd floor was even more beautifully decorated. The Chinese-style decoration made the small building unique. A huge round table was placed in the center. The man in the lead was wearing a horse-shaped coat and had a dignified air. He looked to be in his early 40s and had a powerful aura of a person in a high position. This person was the top tycoon in Yun City, Luo Changtian, known as Master Luo in the underworld. Boss, Brother Shen is here. Tiger smiled and bowed. Oh, if you're here, take a seat. Seeing that Shen Fei was so young, Luoya's attitude towards him was obviously somewhat cold. It was obvious that he didn't take him seriously. Of course, another reason was that Luo Yu was hosting a banquet today, and he had invited more than just Shen Fei. Looking around, Luo Yi had already seated several people on his left and right. These people were all fierce, with a sparkle in their eyes. It seems that they are all good fighters with considerable strength. From beginning to end, no one took the initiative to talk to Shen Fei. During the meal, the bigwigs toasted and talked happily, and Shen Fei only occasionally drank a sip or two when they all toasted together. After 3 rounds of wine, Master Luo suddenly stood up and said, "Gentlemen, I will be counting on you for the duel in 3 days. Everyone here is a friend of mine, Luo Changtian. If we can successfully repel our enemies, I will be sure to thank whoever is the first to do so." Then, Master Luo raised his glass to the several middle-aged men on his left and right. This time, Luo Changtian also brought Shen Fei along, so the formalities were in place. Shen Fei also realized that this Luo Yi didn't care about him at all, but he didn't care either. After all, it was Tiger Yi who invited him to join the fun. It would be even better if he didn't need to get involved 3 days later. Shen Fei left early without waiting for the banquet to end. Luo Yi didn't try to stop him, and he just nodded and smiled at him, and Shen Fei left. Tiger Yi wanted to see him off, but Shen Fei refused. As a result, Shen Fei had just left. A man sneered, "How come there is a young kid at this gathering?" Master Luo's face turned dark. "Isn't this embarrassing in front of everyone?" He scolded Zhang Chenghu, "Tiger, what's going on? I told you to find a capable master in the martial arts world to help you, but you brought a student here." Chapter 25, Thanks to General Jian for the 10,000 superfires. Master Tiger smiled embarrassedly, "Boss, Brother Shen is actually quite good at martial arts. A few days ago, dozens of my men were defeated by him, and he was able to catch." Master Tiger's voice had not yet finished. A man with a mustache interrupted with a laugh, "You really don't know anything. Is it not easy for a martial artist to deal with dozens of people? It's not a problem for any of my disciples to defeat you ordinary people." Master Tiger wanted to say that Shen Fei could catch bullets with his bare hands. But Master Luo waved his hand and said, "That's enough, Tiger. If it weren't for your face, I would have sent him away. If he wants to come and join the fun 3 days later, let him come. We'll just give him some money for his trouble." Then Master Luo ignored Zhang Qinghu and continued to chat with the martial arts masters. He was especially polite to the man on his right. "Master Su, I'm afraid you'll have to work hard in this battle. You're the best fighter in Yun City. We'll all be relying on you." Master Su looked proud, but he hadn't said anything yet. A young disciple standing behind Master Su said, "Don't worry, Master Luo. My master's muscles and bones are so strong that he's invincible. No matter how arrogant your enemy is, he can't beat my master's iron palm." "Haha, that's good. That's good." Master Luo personally got up to toast Master Su. Everyone had a great time. Shen Fei had already returned to school. Since the last time Shen Fei saved the girl, he hasn't had much contact with Xia Ziyun. Every time Xia Ziyun sends Shen Fei a message, he replies very slowly, or simply doesn't reply at all. Of course, Shen Fei didn't do it on purpose, but he's really been busy lately. But this really frustrated Xia Ziyun. You see, she is one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Yun University, and there are countless boys who pursue her. Where have the boys she's met before treated her like this? Shen Fei is the first. Although Xia Ziyun was clearly very angry, she couldn't help but think about this guy more and more. Xia Ziyun had just washed her hair, and her hair was still wet. She was wearing cartoon pajamas, and a small section of her lotus-like, pale and white legs were exposed to the air. She sat on a chair with her wet hair hanging down her shoulders. Her curvy body leaned against the back of the chair. Looking at the WeChat chat interface, Xia Ziyun hesitated whether to send another message to Shen Fei. "Send it. I always feel that I am being underestimated by boys, and I seem to be particularly proactive. If I don't send it, it's like a cat scratching at my heart, making my heart itch." "Ziyun, what are you daydreaming about?" At this time, roommate Wang Yuan suddenly asked, "Why do you look like you're not paying attention?" Yuan. Xia Ziyun reached out her hands and wanted to hug Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan suddenly hugged Xia Ziyun. Xia Ziyun's soft body was pressed against Wang Yuan's body. If some boys saw it, they would probably be scared. "Hey!" Xia Ziyun sighed with a hint of resentment. "It's still Shen Fei. He hasn't paid much attention to me these days. Why is this person like this? He's so arrogant because he has a few stinky dollars. Ziyun, you're not unattractive. If he still ignores you like this, we won't talk to him either." Just then, Xia Ziyun's WeChat suddenly rang. She glanced at the message and saw it was from Shen Fei. Xia Ziyun was about to reply, but Wang Yuan stopped her. "Ziyun, don't reply yet. What's wrong? You can't let him ignore you so easily. Otherwise, he'll never take you seriously again. You have to let him know the consequences of ignoring a woman." "What should I do?" "Just ignore him. You don't usually respond to guys who pursue you, but when it comes to Shen Fei, you're like a different person. Because Shen Fei is different." "Oh my god, are you in love with him?" "No, of course not." Xia Ziyun's rebuttal was a bit weak. "Oh my god, Ziyun, I can't believe you're actually interested in him. I thought you guys were just playing around." Xia Ziyun bit her lip, not knowing how to answer her best friend. After a while, she asked weakly, "So what should I do next?" "We're still going shopping tomorrow." "Isn't that easy?" "What time are you meeting tomorrow?" 9 a.m. "Oh, then go at noon or 12 o'clock. Is that okay?" "What's wrong with that?" "He ignored you." "Listen to me, men are cheap bones, you have to hang on to them." "Will this make Shen Fei angry? Will he think I'm not good enough?" "Oh my god, why are you so worried?" "It's just a delay, let's see if he can handle it." This finally convinced Xia Ziyun. "Yes, let's see if he can handle it. If he shows no patience, maybe he doesn't really care about me." After making up her mind, Xia Ziyun replied to Shen Fei, "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., see you there." The next day, Shen Fei got up early, washed his hair, and left at 8:45 on time. When he arrived at the meeting place, Shen Fei asked Xia Ziyun via WeChat if she had arrived yet. Xia Ziyun replied, "I'll be there soon." In fact, Xia Ziyun had not yet washed her face or put on makeup. She still felt a little bad about it and said, Yuan, do you really want Shen Fei to wait for me for so long? I can finish putting on makeup in half an hour." Yuan said firmly, "He must wait for 2 hours. Otherwise, how can we see how good he is? If he gets impatient, just dump him. Remember, this is just a test." The simple Xia Ziyun agreed wholeheartedly. She didn't realize that her best friend was actually being simple. Shen Fei glanced at his watch. It was already 9:30. He sent Xia Ziyun another message. "Xia Ziyun, are you ready? I'm at the east gate of the school. Are you there yet?" "Yes, I'll be there soon." This time, Shen Fei didn't wait for Xia Ziyun. Because he had already seen through the ruse. Su Ying had played this trick many times before. She would deliberately be late for the appointment. If it had been before, Shen Fei would have exploded. But now, Shen Fei, who had been trained by Su Ying, would not be angry about such things. He leisurely walked to a milk tea shop at the school gate, ordered a cup of lime tea, connected to the Wi-Fi, and happily blew on the air conditioner while surfing the internet. He casually opened the live broadcast of the goldfish, and just happened to see Zhang Ningning live. After Shen Fei's cool entrance, the barrage of comments instantly skyrocketed. The barrage of comments went crazy. "Welcome, General Jian. Welcome, General Jian. Welcome, General Jian." Zhang Ningning hurriedly welcomed him. "General Jian, I haven't seen you for a few days. Thank you for coming to support us." She was particularly excited. Shen Fei could tell that she wasn't pretending. After all, her favorability rating was there for all to see. With a favorability rating of 65, she was the target of Shen Fei's several strategies with the highest favorability rating. Without any nonsense, Shen Fei went straight into a round of superfire. Renger, also known as Zhang Ningning, hurriedly thanked him with surprise. In just a few minutes, Shen Fei had used dozens of superfires, and everyone thought that Shen Fei was going to perform Rocket Rain again. However, Shen Fei found that the other person's favorability rating had not increased. So Shen Fei stopped using superfires. The effect of using gifts to increase favorability was minimal, so it seemed that he still needed to find an opportunity to meet offline. Then Shen Fei exited the live broadcast room. Ninger was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Why did Jianzong just leave the live broadcast room without saying a word? Shen Fei casually swiped the screen and entered the live broadcast room of another female anchor. Jianzong is here. Holy cow, it's really Jianzong. Jianzong has abandoned Ning'er and is flirting with Xiaowu again? Thank you, Jianzong, for being so popular. Thank you, Jianzong, for being so popular. Shen Fei hadn't even sent any gifts yet, and the barrage of comments had already begun to pick up the pace. Now, Shen Fei is already a celebrity on the live streaming platform, and every female anchor dreams of having the godly hero, Jianzong, come to their live streaming room. The little dumpling, whose ID is called I Can't Gain Weight, quickly said, "It's really Jianzong, brother. Welcome to the little dumpling's live streaming room." The little dumpling ignored everyone else and greeted Shen Fei specifically. And just as Shen Fei arrived in the next live streaming room, the barrage of comments from Ren Ker's site said, "It's over. Jianzong doesn't favor Ke anymore. He actually went to the next live broadcast room." As Shen Fei left the live broadcast room, the popularity of the live broadcast room of Ninger plummeted. The sparse barrage made Ninger's mentality somewhat collapse. She didn't do anything wrong. Why did Jianzong suddenly ignore her? However, before Shen Fei had a chance to send gifts in the other live broadcast room, WeChat suddenly rang. Shen Fei, where are you? I've already arrived. It's news from Xia Ziyun. Shen Fei glanced at his watch and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. It had been 2 hours since the agreed time. But was Shen Fei upset? Depressed? Angry? No kidding, he was happy, blowing on the air conditioner, drinking a drink, looking at the beautiful girl. Shen Fei got up smartly, took the hot orange juice he had ordered in advance from the bar, and walked out of the cold drink shop with a warm smile on his face. Chapter 26, received 2 consecutive level packs. Let's go back to Ninger's live broadcast room. She was originally quite depressed, but she learned from her water friends that Shen Fei had just gone to other live broadcast rooms and had not sent any gifts. Ninger immediately beamed with joy. It seems that Jianzong's brother has no one else in his heart, otherwise why would he only send gifts to me? At this time, Shen Fei was rushing to the school gate. Suddenly, Ninger, favorability 5. The system prompt sounded, congratulations to the host for surpassing the target by more than 70 points. Reward the host with a strategy level gift pack, language proficiency, proficient in 4 languages. The sudden level gift pack also took Shen Fei by surprise. What happened? Just now, when I was giving gifts, Renier's favorability rating hadn't increased, but now it has? Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Although Shen Fei didn't know what had happened, he was very happy. Now he has mastered peak external strength and fighting skills, master level piano skills, and language proficiency in 4 languages. As the saying goes, more skills don't weigh you down. Shen Fei arrived at the east gate with a happy heart. To be honest, Xia Ziyun was still quite anxious at this time. According to her personality, she would never let a boy wait for so long for nothing, but who let her best friend give her advice? Oops. Where is Shen Fei? Is he really angry? She was thinking to herself. Suddenly, a tall figure slowly walked over. Shen Fei walked up to Xia Ziyun with a drink in his hand, not at all angry. Ziyun, you should drink hot drinks these days. Seeing Shen Fei's smile, which was not fake, and the fact that he had brought her a hot drink, she was moved. He actually remembered the day she came? Ziyun's heart melted in an instant. He had made Shen Fei wait for so long, and other guys would definitely not be happy about it, but he didn't seem angry at all. He really did have feelings for me. Ziyun's favorability rating increased in an instant. Ziyun, favorability rating 5. Shen Fei had just arrived when the system suddenly beeped again. Congratulations, the host has surpassed 60 points. Reward the host with a level-up gift pack, Master of Fighting Skills. Suddenly, a warm current rushed through Shen Fei's body, and he instantly felt as if he had undergone a rebirth. If before, he only felt that his strength had increased a lot, this time, Shen Fei felt as if his soul had been sublimated. His 5 senses had become incredibly powerful. Everything within 100 meters could not escape his eyes. Even a force that didn't seem to belong to humans condensed in his body. 2 consecutive level packs in one go made Shen Fei so happy that he could fly. You made me wait for 2 hours for the goddess and this good thing? Next time I'll try to wait 10 hours. Well, I'm just kidding. Xia Ziyun was wearing a purple bohemian dress today, her hair hanging down her shoulders, and her face was like a finely crafted sculpture, so perfect that it was almost too good to be true. Such a beautiful woman had a very high rate of return. Just as Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun were talking, suddenly a tall, handsome boy came over and said, "Hello, Ziyun, what a coincidence." Yes, what a coincidence. Yang Shichen. The young man was Yang Shichen, vice president of the student union, from a wealthy family, and handsome. He was the Prince Charming in many people's hearts. He looked at Shen Fei without saying a word and smiled. This student is very unfamiliar, is he from our school? Yes, he is Shen Fei. He is in the history department of our school. He is usually low-key, so you probably don't know him. It's okay, it's not a problem. I have other things to do, so I'll talk to you later. Oh, and don't forget to come to my birthday party on Wednesday night. Yang Shichen smiled and added, Shen Fei, why don't you come too? Although Yang Shichen smiled brightly, he secretly swore in his heart. Damn it, didn't you say Xia Ziyun was single? Where did this B***TCH come from? Okay. Shen Fei replied indifferently. Okay, I'll see you there. Yang Shichen's face twisted, and his eyes instantly darkened. Damn it. Dare to compete with me for a woman, and I'll show you when you dare to come. Shen Fei, that was the vice president of the student council at our school, Yang Shichen. He's a nice guy. Xia Ziyun was indeed simple and couldn't tell what kind of person Yang Shichen was. Shen Fei also didn't say much, just smiling and saying, I also think he's quite enthusiastic. Are you going to his party? If you are, I'll accompany you. If you're not going, I'll go. Why not? Shen Fei had long since seen that Yang Shichen had a crush on Xia Ziyun, so he decided to go and see what tricks Yang Shichen could play. After the little episode, Shen Fei suddenly said, Ziyun, I'll take you somewhere today. Without waiting for Xia Ziyun to refuse, Shen Fei directly stopped a taxi. Shen Fei had originally planned to drive there, but since it was only 2 kilometers from Yuhai River County, there was no need to. This was also the reason why Shen Fei had considered this villa. If it was too far away, he had no intention of buying it. Sitting in the car, Xia Ziyun looked at Shen Fei's profile, and the more she looked, the happier she felt. This man had waited all morning without a single complaint. He was so mature. He was much more mature than boys of the same age. In fact, Shen Fei didn't wait for her at all. Instead, Xia Ziyun waited for Shen Fei for more than 10 minutes. By the way, Shen Fei, where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Shen Fei deliberately played a trick. So mysterious, Xia Ziyun was also a little excited. Soon, the car arrived outside the villa in Yuhai County. The driver originally turned his head to tell Shen Fei that this was a high-end villa area and that cars generally couldn't get in. But Shen Fei called Bao Huang, and the gate opened. The driver was also surprised. Does this young man have such a big background? The car drove into the villa residential area and stopped. Shen Fei and the other got out of the car. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed like a successful man walked over with a smile. He was accompanied by a female secretary with a noble temperament. General Jian? Bao Huang? Shen Fei and the other were stunned. Bao Huang was stunned because he never expected Shen Fei to be so young. He thought that Jianzong was probably a middle-aged man of similar age. But upon seeing him, he realized that he was only in his early 20s. Although Shen Fei was young, Bao Huang did not dare to be rude. He enthusiastically shook hands with him. Shen Fei was also surprised because he liked the idea of Xiao Roubao. He thought that Xiao Roubao should be a fat man. But Bao Huang was very thin, like a bamboo stick. Under Bao Huang's warm welcome, Shen Fei was let into the villa. General Jian, let my assistant show you around the villa first. If you have any questions, just ask. By the way, this Secretary Yin is a high-achieving student who is proficient in several languages. Sure enough, Secretary Yin introduced herself in French and greeted him in Spanish. It is said that Secretary Yin is a mixed-race person, with grandparents of foreign descent. Bao Huang did this for a purpose. To see a man's taste, you have to see how the women around him are. In order not to let Jianzong look down on himself, Bao Huang has also made a big move. But who knew that Shen Fei would respond to the other party in a very fluent foreign language? Secretary Yin was also stunned, and immediately praised Shen Fei in Arabic, and Shen Fei naturally responded to the other party. After a few minutes, Bao Huang and Xia Ziyun were both dumbfounded. Is Shen Fei so cool? Chapter 27, If you like it, buy it. Bao Huang secretly admired Shen Fei. No wonder he was so generous at such a young age. It turns out that Jianzong is a hidden talent with such a wealth of knowledge that he must be the son of a wealthy family. Xia Ziyun was also shocked. I never expected that Shen Fei would be so good. He is proficient in many languages, which is really surprising. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. In an instant, Xia Ziyun's favorability reached 65. Shen Fei couldn't help but look at Xia Ziyun, and indeed, the other party's eyes were full of admiration. Shit, unexpectedly pretending to be a bully can also reap favorability. Originally, Secretary Yin had a bad impression of the rich second generation, but after just sparring with Shen Fei, she felt that Shen Fei was no ordinary rich second generation, but a young and promising person with outstanding knowledge. Her attitude was also a bit more sincere. General Jian, please come with me. I will introduce you to the general situation of the villa. Secretary Yin, dressed in a uniform, held out her hand and said, please. After that, Shen Fei naturally grabbed Xia Ziyun's hand and followed Secretary Yin to tour the villa. The group toured the villa from the outside to the inside, and from the bottom to the top. The villa had everything, including a swimming pool and a garden. At this time, the distant Bao Huang also sincerely admired Shen Fei. After all, the girl that General Jian casually brought out actually had a 9-point appearance. Both in appearance and temperament, she is slightly better than Secretary Yin. In the blink of an eye, the tour of the villa was over. During this time, Xia Ziyun wanted to go to the bathroom, so Shen Fei took her to the house. Secretary Yin waited patiently with a smile. Xia Ziyun whispered, "Shen Fei, why did you bring me here? What's wrong? Don't you like it here?" "No, I think you want to buy a villa?" "Yes, Bao Huang has some financial problems, so he asked me to help." Xia Ziyun did not know that Shen Fei was the identity of General Jian. Although it was amazing that Shen Fei had spent more than 1 million yuan with her last time. This is the Royal Sea River County. One of the top villa areas in Yun City. A villa like this must cost hundreds of millions of yuan. Does Shen Fei really have so much money to buy a villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Xia Ziyun believed that his family was rich, but how could a college student casually have assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan? So she thought that Shen Fei was just talking casually. And didn't pay attention to it. After going to the bathroom, Secretary Yin continued to lead the two of them into the villa. The villa is a duplex structure, covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. The specific number can be seen on the property ownership certificate later. Shen Fei nodded casually. General Jian, this is the first floor, with 2 open kitchens, 3 separate bathrooms, and a spacious living room. The second floor is the guest room, with a total of 4 guest bedrooms, 2 master bedrooms, a nanny room, and a mother and child room. The third floor has 2 themed rooms, which you can change the theme at that time. Currently, it is a Marvel theme room and a Paris theme room. The Marvel theme room has a game console, a giant screen theater, and Dolby sound. The Paris theme room has a vacation sofa and recliner. After a tour, Xia Ziyun was full of amazement. After all, it was the top villa in Yun City, which was many times better than Xia Ziyun's house of 100 to 200 square meters. Although Xia Ziyun's family is still okay, it is only middle class, and this kind of luxurious mansion really opened her eyes. More importantly, the decoration and facilities of this house are also first class. According to Secretary Yin's introduction, the decoration alone cost 5 million yuan. Looking at the huge themed suites, dance rooms, and dressing rooms, Xia Ziyun thought to herself when she would be able to live in such a big house. Of course, she was just thinking. A mansion worth over 100 million yuan is not something that ordinary people can afford. What do you think, General Jian? Bao Huang asked. Ziyun, do you like it? Ha? Xia Ziyun was stunned. What do you think of this villa? Shen Fei added, afraid that Xia Ziyun hadn't understood. I think this villa is really great. Xia Ziyun said honestly. Very good, buy it. Ha? Xia Ziyun, Bao Huang, and Secretary Yin were all dumbfounded. Bao Huang didn't even have time to ask the price, and Shen Fei actually wanted to buy it directly? Secretary Yin was a little stunned. She thought Shen Fei was joking at one point. But Shen Fei's tone didn't sound like he was joking at all. As for Xia Ziyun, she didn't think Shen Fei had the financial resources to buy this villa at first. Maybe he was just helping his family. Bao Huang, give me a price. In front of the godly and wealthy Jian Zone, Bao Huang wouldn't dare to rip people off, not to mention that this villa was supposed to be a favor for him. So Bao Huang said, according to market prices, the price of a house in Yuhai County is around 120 million. There is a building next door, which is not as good a location, and it was sold for 115 million not long ago. If Mr. Jian is sincere about buying it, then 100 million is fine. If it weren't for my recent financial difficulties, I wouldn't have bought this house. To be honest, this price is absolutely very sincere. But Shen Fei shook his head. Bao Huang saw this and shook his head slightly. He was afraid that Mr. Jian would try to lower the price. Because he had recently run into financial problems, he had originally agreed with Shen Fei that the best option would be to pay the full price. For a luxury home worth hundreds of millions of yuan, it would be reasonable to pay the full price and then lower the price a bit. However, Bao Huang was a bit saddened when he thought about the luxurious decoration. But then, Shen Fei said, Bao Huang, this is our first time doing business together. How can I let you lose out? Just go with the market price. 130 million yuan. Ha? Bao Huang was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a buyer who had raised the price. Shen Fei smiled lightly, who hasn't had a bad day? If you're not in a hurry to sell this house, it's worth this price. Yes, the trend of housing prices in Yun City has been rising. If you wait another year, the price will definitely be more than this. Upon hearing this, Bao Huang was so grateful that he didn't know how to speak. Since his own capital problems, Bao Huang has borrowed money from everywhere, and as a result, he has hit a lot of snags. So the money for this house is life-saving money. Bao Huang gratefully shook Shen Fei's hand and said, "Brother, I will remember this favor, and I will definitely repay you in the future." It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. After this operation by Shen Fei, Bao Huang was truly grateful. Shen Fei waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. By the way, I have one more request. Just tell me, Mr. Jian. The house should be in the name of Miss Xia." Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyun was shocked. Bao Huang was shocked. Secretary Yin was shocked. "Shen Fei, I can't accept this. Such a valuable villa. Ziyun, don't say any more. As long as you like it, I'm willing to pick the stars and the moon, not to mention a villa." Shen Fei said forcefully, "Bao Huang, give me your card number, I'll transfer the money right now." Shen Fei wanted to buy the villa in his own name, but unfortunately he couldn't. So he could only buy it in Xia Ziyun's name. This is also why Shen Fei deliberately raised the price. Once the strategy is successful, half of the 120 million yuan is 60 million yuan. Today, no one can stop me from spending. Bao Huang decisively took out his card number. Shen Fei's black card has no transfer limit. When the 130 million yuan arrived, Secretary Yin went crazy. When Shen Fei raised the price, she thought there might be something fishy. When Shen Fei wanted to put the property under Xia Ziyun's name, the suspicion was even stronger. Until the moment the money arrived, Secretary Yin was completely convinced. This is too damn generous, isn't it? A mansion worth over 100 million yuan, and he just gave it away. Is this how the local tyrants play now? I don't think Mr. Wang from Chenda is as generous as that. Bao Huang was also shocked. He had seen many wealthy people, but Shen Fei was the first to casually give a woman a 100 million yuan mansion. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Xia Ziyun, favorability 5. Shen Fei not only bought a mansion, but also said things like picking stars and the moon. Which girl wouldn't be moved by such a gesture and such sweet words? The system suddenly sounded. Congratulations, the host has scored over 70 points. Reward the host with a level-up gift pack, Dance Mastery. And Xia Ziyun's favorability rating is now as high as 75 points. Chapter 28, The Goddess Initiates a Kiss. Shen Fei, this gift is too valuable, I can't accept it. Facing a mansion worth hundreds of millions, Xia Ziyun was happy, but she refused to accept it. The main thing is that the two of them haven't even confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, so Xia Ziyun couldn't accept it even more. Moreover, Xia Ziyun felt bad about accepting gifts before, and now she was afraid that she wouldn't know how to face Shen Fei if she asked for a villa worth hundreds of millions. Shen Fei also knew that this would put a lot of pressure on Xia Ziyun. But there was no other way. Without her name on it, the villa could not be bought. Shen Fei pulled Xia Ziyun aside. "Ziyun, please help me." "What do you mean?" Xia Ziyun blinked her big eyes and couldn't help but ask when she saw Shen Fei's expression. "I have too many properties in my name. If I buy it in my own name, I'll have to pay a lot of tax. Besides, the policy does not allow too many properties in one person's name." "Oh." Xia Ziyun suddenly looked like she understood, and then she said wisely, "I understand what you mean." Shen Fei clasped his hands and said, "Help me." But Xia Ziyun was still a little hesitant. After all, this is not a small amount, but a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars. "Ziyun, this Bao Wang just talked to me and you heard it. He recently had a broken capital chain, so he asked me for help. If I don't buy it, he will lose everything and his family will be ruined." Shen Fei deliberately made the consequences of the Bao Huang sound very miserable. Xia Ziyun's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of sympathy. "Is it that serious?" Shen Fei nodded heavily. In the end, Xia Ziyun gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, that I'll help you once. But I'm not a gold worshipper." Xia Ziyun was afraid that she would not make a good impression on Shen Fei. Shen Fei smiled and said, "How could that be? You accepted the house for my sake. There aren't many good girls like you." Xia Ziyun was very pleased to hear this. Finally, the deal was done. Shen Fei took Xia Ziyun to Bao Huang and said, "It's settled. The house is yours. Secretary Yin smiled and said, Miss Xia, let's add each other on WeChat. If you need any documents, you can easily cooperate with me. Okay. Xia Ziyun snuggled up to Shen Fei and was very obedient. Bao Huang, when can we move in? General Jian, the house has been on the market for a long time, so it has been cleaned in advance. There are no personal items in the house, and I had it cleaned several times and disinfected. You can move in at any time. The money has been transferred, so Bao Huang is naturally happy. Shen Fei turned his head and said, Ziyun, you can move in after you go back to your dormitory and pack up. Swish. Xia Ziyun's pretty face turned red in an instant. Move in and live with Shen Fei? She wasn't ready to be with Shen Fei yet. Huh? Shen Fei noticed that Xia Ziyun's face had suddenly turned red and asked in surprise, Ziyun, is it hot in the room? Why is your face so red? Xia Ziyun shook her head and shyly didn't reply. After leaving the villa, Xia Ziyun was still in shock. She had inexplicably acquired a large villa? This was simply too incredible. At the same time, she also had a new understanding of Shen Fei's financial resources. It was so shocking that it blew up the earth. Originally, Xia Ziyun thought that Shen Fei was just an ordinary second-generation rich man, but who knew that he was actually a super rich man? Giving away a villa worth 100 million. How many people in the country can do that? Then she suddenly remembered that she had deliberately been late that morning. Shen Fei, I'm really sorry about this morning. I was actually deliberately late to test you. I was wrong. Isn't this a bit pretentious? The simple Xia Ziyun actually told the truth. She thought that Shen Fei would be unhappy to hear it. But Shen Fei actually smiled and said, silly girl, this is normal. This only shows that you have me in your heart and you can't let go of me, so you're testing me, right? Xia Ziyun subconsciously nodded. How about it, did I pass the test? Xia Ziyun smiled and said, yes, and you did very well. These words came from the bottom of her heart. Shen Fei's generosity, magnanimity and his magnanimity all made Xia Ziyun's impression of him double. Boo! With that, Xia Ziyun actually took the initiative to kiss Shen Fei on the cheek. It was the first time Shen Fei had been kissed by a goddess, and his heart rate increased instantly. Although Xia Ziyun kissed Shen Fei found that Xia Ziyun's favorability did not continue to increase. It can be seen that the further back, the more difficult it is to increase favorability. And 75 points is already a very high score. It is even enough for a girl to make a relatively intimate move on herself. However, Shen Fei is not in a hurry. He is confident that he will succeed in conquering the goddess one day. Xia Ziyun was not in a hurry to move into the villa. She was still worried about Shen Fei's opinion. Shen Fei didn't care about this either. As long as he spent money on the goddess, that was enough. Back at school, everything returned to silence. Shen Fei went to class as usual. Until 3 days later, after lunch, Shen Fei hurriedly took a taxi to the suburbs. Today is the day he agreed with Tiger to help him. According to the location sent by Tiger, Shen Fei found the location. A garden in the suburbs. Tiger took Shen Fei in, and the garden was full of ancient charm. Master Shen, follow me. Following Master Hu, Shen Fei arrived at the hall in the garden. There was an 8-legged table in the room. By the time Shen Fei arrived, all the martial arts masters who had been at the dinner table that day had already arrived. Master Luo Changtian and Master Su sat on either side of the 8-legged table, and there were 6 or 7 other martial arts masters sitting in 2 rows on either side. In an inconspicuous corner, there was still a chair, which was for Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei was not taken seriously, he didn't care. He had come to see the martial arts world today. Therefore, he was calm and collected. Since everyone was here, let's get down to business. Luo Changtian briefly explained the cause and effect of his grudge with his enemy. Shen Fei was not interested in this and listened absent-mindedly. Luo Changtian did not elaborate, simply said the origin of the grudge and then introduced his enemy. Let me briefly describe the situation of my enemy this time. According to the information I have, Li Feiyu has been studying under Chen Haiyun, a master of the Chinese community, overseas for more than 10 years. Hearing the name Chen Haiyun, everyone around him gasped. What? Master Luo's enemy is actually a disciple of Master Chen? Don't worry, he's just an outsider. Grandmaster Chen will definitely not return because of him. After hearing Luo Changtian's explanation, everyone was less nervous. Shen Fei guessed that this Grandmaster Chen should be very powerful.
Just mentioning his name made these people scared out of their wits.
He himself had obtained a rank gift package, which was also a master's realm. So he was curious, wondering who was more powerful, himself or Grandmaster Chen. Luo Changtian did not say much about Chen Haiyun. After all, he was not the main character of the day.
Instead, he continued to talk about Li Feiyu.
Li Feiyu came back to seek revenge on me. I'm afraid he has already cultivated internal strength. After hearing that Li Feiyu had cultivated internal strength, everyone looked solemn.
Only a young man behind Master Su said arrogantly, "Everyone, what are you afraid of? It's just a little internal strength. My master will easily defeat him. Even if it's Chen Haiyun, so what?"
Although this speech boosted morale, everyone is a martial artist and naturally knows the difference between Master Su and Grandmaster Li. Xiaowu, you have not yet come into contact with higher-level martial artists, so don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Grandmaster Chen is such a figure, and I'm afraid even your master and I are not qualified to be compared with him. But Xiaowu was still very disdainful. Master, you are a master of internal strength, and you will be able to reach the level of a grandmaster in less than 10 years. When he said this, everyone in the audience suddenly changed their expression.
What? Master Su, have you already reached the realm of internal strength? Congratulations to Master Su.
I would be satisfied if I could reach the threshold of internal strength. Su Huanfeng smiled proudly when he heard the words of others, but pretended to be humble. The internal strength is not worth mentioning.
The audience did not think so.
The only people in the arena who were second to Master Su were Luo Changtian and Zhou Lao. They were only at the beginning of internal strength, and they had never touched the realm of internal strength in all these years.
Luo Changtian said excitedly.
Great, Master Su is at the pinnacle of internal strength, so today we are not afraid of Li Feiyu.
With Master Su sitting in, what are we afraid of?
When he said this, the people around him also burst into bursts of laughter.
The oppressive atmosphere just now was swept away.
While everyone was paying compliments to Master Su, Tiger Master glanced at Shen Fei. Shen Fei had caught a bullet with his bare hands that day. He should be quite strong. Tiger Master was a roughneck, and the experts he had invited to help him were often ignored.
Although Shen Fei didn't care, Tiger Master was resentful. So the impulsive Tiger Master suddenly spoke up. What's so great about having a high level of internal strength?
My brother Shen is stronger than him.
Chapter 29, The Power of a Strong Internal Strength. Everyone was silent with laughter.
After all, Tiger was Luo Changtian's man, so he gave him a little face. In the end, Master Luo said, "Okay, Tiger, go back. Say a few less words, so as not to embarrass yourself."
Master Luo, why don't you let me say it?
Brother Shen can fight 10 people with one, and he can also catch bullets with his bare hands. Luo Changtian said with a gloomy face, "You haven't practiced martial arts, so you don't know anything.
Ask anyone here if they can do what you said.
Withstanding bullets with the body, at most, it's just the peak of external strength."
Of course, Luo Changtian doesn't look down on the peak of external strength.
This strength is not the top in the arena, but it's not at the bottom either.
It's just a little bit away from the real master. Master Luo, what about the real master who has cultivated internal strength? Zhang Chenghu, who was completely a layman in martial arts, asked with surprise on his face.
At this time, Shen Fei was also interested. He has only reached the level of a master, but he has never fought in a real battle. He is even curious about the abilities of the strong inner strength masters.
So Shen Fei also asked, "Oh?
I also want to know how the inner strength masters are." Everyone saw that Shen Fei really didn't know anything, and they all showed a disdainful smile.
Luo Changtian and Master Su glanced at each other.
They saw Master Su, who looked arrogant, say, "Youngster, since you are curious, then let me show you."
Master Su slowly got up. He said to Tiger, "Young man, you have your weapon, right? Shoot me." What? Tiger was stunned and thought he had heard wrong. Master Su said with authority, "What are you doing? Take out your gun and shoot me." Luo Changtian nodded, indicating that it was okay. Tiger took out his gun.
He was a tough guy after all, so since someone asked him to shoot, he was not polite.
He really fired a shot at Master Su. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention.
Suddenly, Master Su shot out his hand like lightning, pointing in the direction of the bullet. It sounded as if a burst of energy exploded inside him.
With a hiss. Bang.
The bullet exploded in mid-air 1 meter in front of Master Su. When Master Su looked again, he was sitting down safely and unharmed.
This Tiger Master was already dumbfounded. The audience also expressed their amazement. Xiao Wu even said proudly, "Did you see that?
Kid, this is the style of a master of internal strength."
Even Master Luo said with a nod, "Internal strength is indeed powerful."
When internal strength is used, even bullets can be cut in midair.
I'm afraid I can't do it either.
Master Su lowered his head and took a sip of tea, crossing his legs, with a look of a master. The audience was even more respectful of him. On the contrary, Shen Fei shook his head. He didn't think it was anything special. After all, he was a master of martial arts, and he was also at the pinnacle of masters, far superior to the people in the arena. The only difference between him and these martial artists who lick the blood from the tip of their swords is that he lacks practical experience. It's like Shen Fei is a Tsinghua PhD who goes back to doing elementary school math problems.
Can he not compare to elementary school students?
It's just that he's not familiar with the problem-solving routine, but as long as he gets a little more familiar, he can still crush everyone. After Master Su showed off his skills, everyone forgot about what had just happened and no one cared about Shen Fei anymore.
Even Master Luo looked at him with a hint of contempt.
Afterwards, everyone chatted over tea, and the atmosphere was still not tense at all. After all, Master Su's breakthrough in internal strength gave them more confidence to face this battle. Everyone continued to discuss the interesting stories in the martial arts world, but no one in the room paid any attention to Shen Fei. From the perspective of others, Shen Fei is an ignorant young man who knows nothing about the world. As the time for the appointment with Li Feiyu approached, the atmosphere in the room became more and more tense. After all, a martial arts duel is a life-and-death battle.
If you are not careful, you may die in the feud. One of the helpers in the arena said anxiously. That guy named Li is still not here.
It's almost time for the appointment, but I still haven't seen him.
Xiao Wu said arrogantly.
That guy probably knows that my master is here, so he's afraid to show his face.
Luo Changtian hurriedly said.
That's best. According to the rules of the martial arts world, if he doesn't fight the challenge, he can't cause us any more trouble, and it will save a lot of trouble.
Of course, it will also save Luo Changtian some money.
On the one hand, these masters are helping out because of Luo Changtian's reputation, and on the other hand, Luo Changtian has to offer a generous reward. The world of martial arts is not like the world of martial arts in the novels, where heroes fly around and don't eat human food. It is a world of people who need to support their families and have wives, sons, and daughters. Even if Luo Changtian is a master of internal strength, he has to rely on opening martial arts schools, doing business, and operating clubs to make money. This is how he raised a group of subordinates like Tiger. This time, he invited many good fighters to help him, and he had to give at least 2 million to everyone. Just when everyone was getting impatient, suddenly, a strong wind blew outside the hall. Everyone in the room stopped talking at once, and there was an instant silence. Several masters even stared at the outside of the room. The younger generation looked forward to this kind of martial arts fighting, and they could also gain a lot of martial arts experience by participating in it. After a while, the strong wind finally subsided. Then, a man appeared in the courtyard. The man was about 45 years old, with a misty aura. When he arrived in the middle of the courtyard, he stopped and suddenly burst into laughter. Li Feiyu is here to challenge, and anyone who is not afraid to die should come and fight. After the words full of energy were spoken, they shocked the eardrums of the people. Chapter 30, The True Master. Cover your ears quickly. Otherwise, you might get internal injuries from the internal strength. A martial artist reminded several younger disciples behind him. The younger disciples hurriedly followed his instructions. Looking at the masters, including Luo Changtian, they all had a serious look in their eyes. Master Su was also secretly shocked. Li Feiyu was not very old, but his internal strength was profound. It seemed that today's idea was a bit tricky. After Li Feiyu had stopped talking, he folded his arms and stood alone in the courtyard, continuing to challenge. Luo Changtian, more than 10 years ago you ruined my younger brother's ability, today we will settle this score. If you have the guts, don't be a coward and come out and fight me. Luo Changtian was provoked and stood up to fight, but was dissuaded by Master Su. Calm down. We have invited so many people to help us today, why do you need to fight yourself? Then, he said casually to his disciple behind him. Xiao Wu, you go and learn from this Li Feiyu's high-level moves. Xiao Wu had already been itching to fight, and when he heard his master's name, he jumped a few meters in one swoop and landed in the middle of the hall.
He bowed to his master and several elders. I will go and test the situation first.
After saying this, Xiao Wu confidently crossed the threshold and walked out of the hall.
Xiao Wu strode up to Li Feiyu.
Li Feiyu folded his arms and said coldly,
Why did you send this young kid to die? Is there no one else in there?
Xiao Wu was young and hot-tempered.
Hearing the other party's words, he immediately became angry.
To deal with you, a fish like you, I don't need anyone else to help.
I can just beat you up.
Humph, you're not old, but you have a big mouth.
What did you say?
You deserve a beating. Xiao Wu was young and hot-blooded, and he was arrogant by nature, so he couldn't stand to hear anyone else's words provoke him. Xiao Wu's body swayed, and he rushed directly towards Li Feiyu.
At this time, a junior in the room said with some concern, Master Su, can your talented student really do it?
Su Huanfeng said confidently. Xiao Wu has been learning martial arts with me for 10 years.
He has outstanding talent and has already learned my true teachings. Even if he can't win, it's enough to find out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Everyone nodded in agreement.
This is a common tactic in the martial arts world. When facing a formidable enemy, they don't usually send out the most powerful person directly, but instead let the best among the juniors find out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses through battle and observe the opponent's style and weaknesses. As Xiao Wu went out to fight, everyone in the room turned their attention to the courtyard.
At this time, Xiao Wu had already charged at his opponent like a tiger. Xiao Wu had indeed learned Su Huanfeng's true teachings, and his moves were steady and powerful. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's temperament was too impatient. After Li Feiyu provoked him just before the battle, Xiao Wu was eager to quickly defeat his opponent.
When he made his move, he used 100% of his strength, leaving himself no room for maneuver.
Li Feiyu's mouth curled up in a cold smile.
He had brute strength, but such a temperament would never amount to anything. While he was talking, Li Feiyu deliberately avoided Xiao Wu's first attack. Just as Xiao Wu was smugly thinking that his opponent was afraid of his strength and dared not take the attack, who knew that his opponent suddenly pulled Xiao Wu's arm? Because Xiao Wu exerted too much strength, he lost his center of gravity and fell forward. Li Feiyu slightly moved aside to avoid his
opponent and lightly slapped Xiao Wu on the back. Dong!
Xiao Wu didn't even touch his opponent's clothes, and was beaten by Li Feiyu in one move.
He was furious and wanted to get up and fight again.
But Li Feiyu stepped on Xiao Wu's face with one foot and said coldly, "You're a waste, don't embarrass your master." Xiao Wu was instantly killed by Li Feiyu, and was humiliated severely. Everyone in the room was indignant to see Xiao Wu defeated and humiliated.
This guy is so cunning. As a senior and junior, he actually dared not fight head-on, playing such a dirty trick.
Su Huanfeng's disciples behind him were dissatisfied and yelled.
Everyone in the room also looked down on Li Feiyu. Su Huanfeng's face was even more gloomy.
Only Shen Fei nodded in secret. Li Feiyu may look rough, but he is very meticulous in his fighting. With Xiao Wu's strength, he could at least fight with his opponent for 10 moves, as Su Huanfeng said, so that everyone in the room could observe the opponent's martial arts style.
But Li Feiyu came up and deliberately taunted, angering the young and hot-headed Xiao Wu.
He used the force to defeat Xiao Wu with the least cost, and then deliberately humiliated him.
He easily achieved the goal of angering everyone.
Today, Li Feiyu came alone and had to face a battle of attrition. After Xiao Wu was defeated, another young man under Master Su wanted to avenge his younger brother.
But he was stopped by Su Huanfeng.
"You are no match for him."
Su Huanfeng was arrogant, but he had good eyesight.
Li Feiyu had deliberately hidden his strength, his goal being to make some fool continue to send people to their deaths.
But Su Huanfeng had caught on. When Li Feiyu breathed, his chest sank deeply, a sign of great internal strength. Just as Su Huanfeng was wondering whether he should go down himself, an old man suddenly stood up and said, "That guy actually dared to humiliate Master Su's disciple. I really can't stand it anymore. For a while, I'll go meet him." The person who spoke was called Old Zhou.
His name was Zhou Yiding. Old Zhou did this because he naturally wanted to get along with Master Su. Seeing that Su Huanfeng had actually stepped into the realm of internal strength, it would definitely be beneficial in the future to get along with him. While he was talking, Old Zhou also jumped out and flew directly out of the hall, landing firmly on the ground. Li Feiyu saw that the man was an old man, but he still had his hands clasped in front of him.
"I just defeated a brat, and now an old man is looking for death? Well, Grandpa will take you down too. You arrogant brat." Although old Zhou was of ordinary cultivation, his position in the martial arts world was not low. He was considered a great master in Yun City, and had never been so despised before. Zhou's eyes were wide open, and he was furious. Luo Changtian saw this and hurriedly reminded him. Old Zhou, this guy is very cunning. He is deliberately attacking your heart, trying to provoke you. After hearing this, old Zhou was shocked. Yes. Just now, Xiaowu underestimated his opponent and was easily defeated in a fit of anger. He almost fell for this guy's trick again. Then, old Zhou laughed coldly. You cunning young man, I almost fell for your tricks. If you have the guts, then fight me with real weapons. With these words, Mr. Zhou took up the stance of the Southern School of Tai Chi. Tai Chi is divided into the Southern and Northern schools. The Southern School of Tai Chi has a low center of gravity and a steady pace. It is also characterized by the combination of hardness and softness in Tai Chi. Seeing Mr. Zhou take up his stance, Li Feiyu did not dare to be negligent either. He lowered his hands and prepared to meet the enemy. Suddenly, both sides attacked at the same time without warning. Li Feiyu took the lead and attacked, jumping up with both feet and sprinting out. Zhou Laoshi stood still and steady, ready to fight at any time. Li Feiyu jumped up like a big bird, aiming straight for Zhou Laoshi's head. His punch was powerful and full of momentum. Good. Old Zhou let out a shout from his diaphragm. Then he opened his fist, intending to use the method of Tai Chi to dissipate the opponent's strength. Just as old Zhou was about to seize the opportunity and prepare to use Tai Chi to push the opponent, he never expected that Li Feiyu's seemingly powerful fist was soft and weak, and old Zhou's plan was immediately in vain. Unable to gauge his opponent's strength, Zhou was easily pulled out of the Tai Chi push hands by Li Feiyu, and Zhou's one move, the bird's tail, was actually full of strength and hit the air. Li Feiyu took advantage of the situation and walked behind Zhou, gently patting his back. Zhou was stunned and took 3 steps forward. This scene was like being teased. Zhou instantly became furious and spun around to fight Li Feiyu to the death. Zhou Lao suddenly filled his arms with internal strength and attacked with the Tai Chi Bagua chain palm. But Li Feiyu was not angry, but rather happy, as if he had expected all of this. After outlining a curve with the corner of his mouth, Li Feiyu approached Zhou Lao, and this time he did not dodge, but instead fought with Zhou Lao at high speed. Zhou Lao's disciples all shouted in excitement. Ha, dare to fight with Master for internal strength? You're looking for death. Chapter 31, You Are Too Weak. Master Zhou's Tai Chi Bagua series of palm strikes is already perfect, and that kid is dead for sure. Everyone present was excited, and Master Zhou's famous stunt was this Tai Chi Bagua series of palm strikes. He was known for his powerful palm strikes, and facing Master Zhou head-on was simply a death sentence. Even Luo Changtian shook his head slightly, thinking that Li Feiyu's defeat was a foregone conclusion. But at this time, Shen Fei disagreed with the others. Li Feiyu is really quite capable. Master Hu asked in puzzlement. Master Shen, what do you mean? Master Zhou is known for his powerful internal energy, and yet Li Feiyu dared to provoke him and make him use his ultimate technique. I think that guy is going to be in trouble if he dares to compete with Master Zhou in internal energy. No, he just forced Master Zhou to use this technique on purpose. What? Master Hu was shocked. Li Feiyu's strategy was to end the battle quickly. So he forced Master Zhou to use his ultimate technique, and then defeated him. Not only did he save his strength, but he also deterred everyone. Today, he had to face a series of battles, so it was best to reduce the number of rounds. Master Tiger was confused, but when he looked back, he was shocked to see that Master Zhou was being pressed by his opponent. Even though he had used his Tai Chi Bagua Lianhuan palm, he was still losing. How could this be? At this moment, old Zhou was about to collapse. He thought that he could easily defeat his opponent with his special move. But who knew that Li Feiyu's internal strength was far superior to his? After the two had exchanged dozens of punches, with a loud bang, old Zhou was actually knocked flying by his opponent. This scene almost shocked everyone's eyes. Old Zhou was known for his strong internal strength, but in a battle of internal strength, he actually lost to Li Feiyu? Ha, old man. I told you, you're old, and you dare to stand up for someone with such a petty strength? I advise you to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Old Zhou lowered his head in shame and clumsily got up from the ground. At this time, his hands were still trembling. Obviously, this was the result of the internal energy battle just now. The old man's skills are inferior to others, so he is willing to concede defeat.
After saying this, old Zhou had no face to stay, and he ran back to the hall in a dejected manner.
After this battle, the atmosphere in the room instantly became solemn. Luo Changtian's forehead was covered in cold sweat.
He and old Zhou were evenly matched in strength. If he had been the one to go up just now, the result would have been no better than old Zhou's. At this time, Li Feiyu stood there with folded arms and said coldly,
"Who else is not afraid to die and come challenge me again?"
This time, all those who had been clamoring before were all silent.
Li Feiyu was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd in the second round of the Battle of Hearts. The last hope of the crowd could only be pinned on Su Huanfeng. Luo Changtian said with a hand gesture,
"Master Su, I'm afraid you'll have to fight him yourself." Su Huanfeng slowly got up and looked at the crowd with a stern expression.
"Fine, then let me meet him." After that, Su Huanfeng walked out of the house.
When Li Feiyu saw Su Huanfeng, a flash of brilliance shot out of his eyes.
"The last one."
Master Su frowned slightly upon hearing this. Everyone in the room was also puzzled.
Li Feiyu said,
"I defeated the old guy just now, so you must have sent your strongest fighter to fight."
"I just didn't expect that the strongest fighter would disappoint me so much."
"After defeating you, the group of trash in the room will have no more resistance. Therefore, I will not hold back in this battle, and I don't need to conserve my strength." Li Feiyu then looked directly at Su Huanfeng and said in a straight line,
"With your strength, I will defeat you in one blow." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped in shock. This Li Feiyu is so arrogant. He actually dared to say that he would defeat Su Huanfeng in one blow.
And Su Huanfeng laughed loudly.
"Ha, what did you say? Defeat me in one blow? Do you know what kind of strength I have?" As he spoke, Su Huanfeng stepped on the ground. Crack, and the blue stone floor was instantly stamped by Master Su's foot, leaving a deep footprint about an inch deep. This scene made many people in the room exclaim in amazement. "What a Master Su!
Ha, the internal strength is really powerful. That guy still dared to make a boast, let him experience Master Su's methods."
Facing Su Huanfeng's demonstration, Li Feiyu's smile became even brighter. "You dare to disgrace yourself in front of me with just a little internal strength?"
As he said this, Li Feiyu also raised his foot and stepped down. A burst of energy shot out, and as Li Feiyu's foot touched the ground, the entire piece of bluestone under his foot shattered.
This wasn't over yet. A crack as thick as a wrist extended from Li Feiyu's foot to Su Huanfeng's foot.
Even Su Huanfeng was shocked by the scene and broke into a cold sweat.
Master Su said in a daze, "Are you a master of internal energy?"
When his voice fell, Li Feiyu rushed out like a fierce beast. The speed was so fast that others could only vaguely see a shadow. In the blink of an eye, Li Feiyu came to Master Su. Su Huanfeng hurriedly punched, he didn't think much, and directly raised his power to the peak state. This time, Li Feiyu did not take shortcuts, but instead punched back at Su Huanfeng's fist. After the two streams of energy collided, Master Su's fist energy immediately collapsed. And Master Su was also knocked 10 meters away by a punch the next second. With one move, Master Su fell to the ground and vomited blood.
The audience was in an uproar.
The terror of Li Feiyu was beyond words.
Zhou Lao stared at Li Feiyu like a piece of paper.
It turned out that he had deliberately hidden his strength. Otherwise, with such strength, he would have been finished by Li Feiyu's punch. Su Huanfeng's disciples all fell silent, looking at the terrifying man in the courtyard in horror.
After defeating Master Su, Li Feiyu said coldly, "Luo, what do you have to rely on now?"
The room was deathly silent.
Li Feiyu continued, "Why don't you come out? I'm going to waste you myself today. Avenge my brother." Luo Changtian slowly got up.
There was a hint of desolation in his eyes. Well, the grudges of the martial arts world are in the martial arts world. The mistakes I made back then, I have to make up for myself in the end.
After saying that, Luo Changtian was about to go out of the house to fight.
"Master Hu, please, quickly help my brother. Master Shen, please, quickly help my brother." Hearing this, Shen Fei slowly got up and said,
"Forget it. Master Luo, I will take this fight for you."
"You?"
Luo Changtian looked at Shen Fei in surprise.
After seeing Li Feiyu's strength, no one else dared to come forward. Unexpectedly, it was Shen Fei who came forward in the end.
Luo Changtian said with a wry smile, "Little brother, I appreciate your kindness. But the opponent is too powerful. Don't get involved in this mess. Zhou Lao said angrily. Kid, why don't you go back? You're not even a martial artist, and 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 you're not even a martial artist. Chapter 32. Well, let me show you my strength. This brat, I kindly warned you, and you still dare to talk like that? Don't blame me if you get abused later. Zhou Lao yelled in a rage. Although Su Huanfeng, who had returned from a serious injury, no longer had the arrogance he had before, he was also speechless at Shen Fei's behavior. What a brash kid who doesn't know his place in the world. A master of internal strength at the pinnacle of his craft, 1 in a million. I can't even block one of his moves, and he still dares to make fun of me? This ignorant and arrogant fellow should suffer a little. No one in the room thought highly of Shen Fei. They all felt that this guy was crazy. After Shen Fei left the room, Li Feiyu said playfully. Oh, there are still some who are not afraid to die and dare to come out to fight? Young man, if you think that defeating me today is an opportunity to make a name for yourself, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I advise you to go back quietly. Your meager strength is not enough to see in front of me. Oh? Is that so? Then try it. Shen Fei said with a calm face. Seeing that Luo Changtian's side was already losing, Li Feiyu also didn't bother to waste time with Shen Fei, and walked towards the hall. Ignorant young people, get out of the way. When passing Shen Fei, Li Feiyu just casually flicked his hand, and a burst of energy came out of his palm. But who knew that the force that he thought would easily knock Shen Fei off his feet instantly disappeared into thin air the moment it touched his opponent? Li Feiyu was shocked. What the hell? How could this be? When he fought with Master Su, his own strength was like a battering ram, and the opponent could not reduce it by even a little. But how could a young man do that? Li Feiyu withdrew his contempt and stood still, looking at Shen Fei in surprise. At this moment, Shen Fei pushed his opponent's arm away and smiled lightly. Now, can you fight with me? Li Feiyu knew the truth that even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. After sensing Shen Fei's oddness, Li Feiyu instantly took 2 steps back, raised his fists, and looked at his opponent warily. Looking at Shen Fei again, he said casually with one hand behind his back. You just said you defeated Master Su with one move, so I'll use one hand to deal with you. When he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. He's crazy, this kid is definitely crazy. How dare he say such things? A crazy person who doesn't know what he's talking about. Although I don't know why Li Feiyu didn't just destroy him just now, but such arrogance is probably going to get him into trouble later. Xiao Wu also said with dissatisfaction, he's still letting the other guy use one hand, I think he can abuse him with just one little finger. In the courtyard, Li Feiyu, who was originally afraid of Shen Fei, secretly smiled to himself. Although this kid is quite cunning, I am a martial artist at the peak of internal strength. Who dares to let me lose one hand, except for a master-level expert? Did you say that? Li Feiyu's mouth revealed a grim smile. Shen Fei tapped his fingers and said, yes, to deal with you, one hand and one foot are enough. Good boy, watch out. Li Feiyu was afraid that Shen Fei would regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed directly towards his opponent without hesitation. He poured his violent inner strength into his palm, and Li Feiyu used 10% of his strength to directly strike out with a palm. Immediately, a wave of energy wrapped Li Feiyu's right arm. He was confident that this palm was invincible under the master. Just as Li Feiyu was rushing towards him, Shen Fei suddenly shot a ray of brilliance from his eyes. In that instant, Shen Fei seemed to have become a different person, and his momentum rose rapidly like a tide. This scene made everyone in the room dumbfounded. What is the matter with this kid's aura? Zhou Laodang was stunned. Su Huanfeng also suddenly stood up, his pupils narrowed, staring at Shen Fei. Luo Changtian was so nervous that he couldn't breathe smoothly. Could it be that he is really a master? Shen Fei lightly raised his arm and shot a palm in the direction of Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu, who was rushing at him, felt his heart pounding as Shen Fei raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, Li Feiyu sensed a terrifying power brewing in Shen Fei's body. It was as if the teacher had struck. A terrifying word echoed in Li Feiyu's mind, master. Li Feiyu, who was originally quick on his feet, became extremely slow when he saw Shen Fei raise his hand. Li Feiyu gritted his teeth and rushed towards Shen Fei with all his might. However, halfway there, Li Feiyu was completely overcome by despair. From the moment Shen Fei began to gather all his strength, he knew that he would never be able to defeat this palm in his lifetime. Then, Li Feiyu, who had been determined to win, suddenly became dejected, and the palm he was waving fell down weakly. Li Feiyu gave up in the face of an opponent who was completely invincible. It was worth dying at the hands of such a master. Li Feiyu conceded defeat. Then, Li Feiyu closed his eyes and stood there waiting to die. This scene made many of the younger people in the room look dumbfounded. They did not have the insight of Master Su and others, so they all looked at Li Feiyu, who had just killed 4 people, with great puzzlement. How could he have conceded defeat like this? Even Xiaowu couldn't understand Li Feiyu's actions, and he shouted excitedly, "What kind of evil magic did this kid use?" But when his voice fell, Shen Fei's palm slightly veered, not hitting Li Feiyu, but instead hitting the air. At this point, the juniors were even more blown away. Who can explain what the hell is going on? How did that kid win? This palm was clearly off target. Just as the room was in a flurry, suddenly there was a loud noise outside, shaking the entire hall. Then, everyone was stunned to see a scene that they would never forget. Shen Fei's off-target palm hit the pavilion 300 meters away. The pavilion on the hilltop exploded. Instantly, the hall was silent. Chapter 33, Sorry to keep you waiting. This scene was truly shocking. A palm-sized pavilion shattered, and it was still 300 meters away. After a short silence in the room, there were gasps of shock. Xiaowu looked in the direction of the pavilion and trembled, saying, "It's terrifying." Zhou Lao was also immersed in shock and could not calm down for a long time. Luo Changtian's eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Master Su pondered for a long time, and then said with a sigh, "The power of a master is truly eye-opening." When the word master was spoken, everyone in the room felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Immediately, they all looked at the man who was their age with frightened eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, a master is like a heavenly dragon high above them. Ba da. Li Feiyu suddenly knelt down and bowed. "Thank you for not killing me. I didn't know you were a master, so I was ignorant and dared to attack you. I hope you can forgive me." Faced with such a strong person, even Li Feiyu had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. The deterrent and oppressive feeling of a master for ordinary martial artists is really too strong. At this moment, Shen Fei stood still and said lightly, "It is better to resolve a dispute than to let it fester. I didn't want to get involved in your feud with Master Luo, but since I promised my friend to step in, I can't break my promise. How about we just forget about the past?" Li Feiyu was completely subdued by Shen Fei and bowed repeatedly. "I am willing to follow your arrangements." When everyone saw Li Feiyu admit defeat, they also left the room. Then Luo Changtian walked up to Li Feiyu and said with a full apology, "You are a master of martial arts, and I admire you. I was wrong in the past, and the harm I caused your brother has been a thorn in my side for all these years. I was too stubborn. My master has often warned me that my stubbornness has hindered my cultivation. Today, thanks to Grandmaster Shen's wake-up call, I have finally woken up. It's not easy to live with hatred." Li Feiyu smiled wryly. The two men finally reconciled. The rest of the crowd all gathered around Shen Fei. "Master Shen, I am truly grateful to have had the opportunity to see you in action today," Mr. Zhou said with a humble attitude, as if he were a junior. "Master Shen, I never thought you were such a genuine master." Then Master Hu said proudly, "I told you Master Shen was amazing. Now do you believe me?" Luo Changtian nodded repeatedly. "Not only is he amazing, Grandmaster Shen's skills are truly amazing. I'm so glad I was able to witness such a miracle in my lifetime." Su Huanfeng said, "I'm ignorant, and today I've made a fool of myself in front of such a great master." Su Huanfeng's disciples were all ashamed. Xiaowu also came forward and said, "Grandmaster Shen is a master of martial arts, and I apologize for offending you earlier." Shen Fei waved his hand casually. Then, at Luo Changtian's warm invitation, everyone had dinner together. Compared to the indifferent response from everyone when Shen Fei came, during the meal, he not only sat in the main seat, but everyone at the table all praised Shen Fei. Luo Changtian raised his glass and said, "Master Shen, thanks to your help this time, I would like to toast you. Also, here is 3 million, I hope you will accept it."
Shen Fei was also very polite and accepted the money with a smile. He did not stay at the banquet for too long, simply sat with everyone and then returned to the city. It was already getting dark when Shen Fei arrived in the city. After a simple dinner, he returned to his dormitory. Shen Fei, what have you been up to lately? You're always in and out of sight. His roommates teased him when they saw him. Shen Fei laughed and didn't explain anything. The idea of going to a fight was too far from the ordinary people, so Shen Fei simply didn't say anything. He had just washed his hair and changed his clothes. At this time, WeChat rang, and Shen Fei opened it to see that it was a voice message from Xia Ziyun. Shen Fei, are you at school? I'm going to attend the birthday banquet for the senior today. I'm downstairs. I'm going downstairs right now. However, his roommates were in an uproar and surrounded him. They were worried that Shen Fei would be depressed because of his recent breakup, but they didn't expect him to get over it so quickly. Hey, Lao San, who is this? The voice sounds so familiar. She's waiting for you at the bottom of the dormitory building. Zhang Ziyang came to Shen Fei's bed first and asked with a teasing tone. Xia Ziyun invited me to Yang Chenxi's birthday dinner. Shen Fei was listening to the voice with the external expansion just now. This is a common thing for him, but his roommates were blown up. Listening to him talk nonsense, Xia Ziyun would ever look at someone like us? Lu Bo also came over at this time and said a self-deprecating sentence. No matter who you go on a date with, I'm very happy that you can get out of the shadow. Lu Bo handed over a set of keys after he finished speaking. After all, he introduced a girlfriend to Shen Fei last time, but something happened, and this matter made Lu Bo unable to forget for a long time. Shen Fei looked at Lu Bo's sincere eyes and did not refuse his kindness. Although there is such a powerful system now, it cannot deny the face of these buddies. He reached out and took the keys that Lu Bo handed over. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely take care of your girlfriend's car. Lu Bo usually takes good care of his car. The fact that he can lend it to Shen Fei shows how generous he is. Fuck off, I'm telling you, if you scratch it for me, I'll hold you responsible. There is no need for men to be too sentimental. If they are, it will only make them more distant. After Shen Fei went downstairs, Xia Ziyun had not yet arrived. However, after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, he saw a beautiful figure in the distance. At this time, Xia Ziyun was even more charming. A black dress outlined her perfect figure, and with a pair of high heels, she immediately had a noble temperament. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xia Ziyun said with a smile as she approached. It's okay, I just got here too. Shen Fei smiled. Xia Ziyun smiled charmingly when she heard this. Shen Fei's heart fluttered. After all, no one could hold back when staring at a beauty of this caliber. After a moment, Shen Fei led Xia Ziyun to the parking lot. Shen Fei took out Lu Bo's car keys and pressed them. When Xia Ziyun saw the Toyota family sedan parked in the field, there was a hint of strangeness in her eyes. I really didn't expect that Shen Fei would be so low-key. He clearly has a Bugatti, but he deliberately drives this kind of Volkswagen. This kind of tolerance is not comparable to the average second-generation rich. At this time, in Xia Ziyun's heart, Shen Fei is so different. The two drove straight to the hotel where Yang Chenxi held his birthday party. His birthday party was very luxurious, and the entire hotel was rented by Yang Chenxi. When they arrived at the hotel parking lot, Shen Fei saw a large number of luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Land Rover, Range Rover, and in the middle of the parking lot, a stretched-out Hummer was parked. The car was covered with balloons and flowers, and the words "Happy Birthday, Young Master Yang" were written on the car. Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun arrived just in time, and a group of people were taking pictures next to the Hummer. After seeing this Toyota family car, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun got out of the car, and at that moment, a woman in the crowd screamed and ran towards Xia Ziyun. Ziyun, I told you we should come together, but you didn't. After saying that, she looked at Shen Fei disdainfully. The cars parked in the parking lot, which were all worth $1 million or $2 million, were all out of place except for Shen Fei's car. I still don't know the name of the Toyota owner. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice came. Chapter 34, Dare You Race With Me? The person speaking was Xia Ziyun's friend, Zhang Yuexin. Although she was not as beautiful as Xia Ziyun, she had a good figure and a hot body that was incredibly sexy under the setting of a hip-hugging dress. This is Shen Fei. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Whiting. His father is one of the top jewelry tycoons in our city. Before Xia Ziyun finished introducing him, Zhang Yuexin began introducing her boyfriend, especially emphasizing the 4 words jewelry tycoon. After Zhang Yuexin finished, she looked at Shen Fei disdainfully, as if to show off.
To be honest, Shen Fei's outfit was really not flattering.
Because he was in a hurry to get out, he didn't dress up properly. A cheap street stall, coupled with Lu Bo's family having a Toyota, made Zhang Yuexin believe that he was a member of the lower class, so she was very disdainful of him.
Hello, Miss Xia, my name is Zhao Whiting.
At this time, Zhao Whiting reached out to Xia Ziyun. In fact, Zhao Whiting was definitely a handsome guy, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a very handsome appearance, and a gentle and refined look.
Xia Ziyun was a classmate of Zhang Yuexin.
Xia Ziyun looked at the palm in the air and was at a loss, turned and glanced at Shen Fei, and then ignored the palm in the air. Because Xia Ziyun saw disdain in Zhao Whiting's eyes for Shen Fei, which made him very annoyed and thought, a villa worth 130 million, Shen Fei just bought it, such financial power is beyond their ability to compare, but Shen Fei did not act as high profile as them.
These second-generation rich kids are not as good as Shen Fei. After a simple greeting, she immediately took Shen Fei's arm and bypassed Zhang Yuexin and Zhao Whiting.
Seeing Xia Ziyun, who was indifferent to him but passionate about Shen Fei, Zhao Whiting's eyes gradually became cold, and he licked his thin lips with his tongue.
He was very unhappy.
Why did the smelly guy get the favor of such a goddess as Xia Ziyun?
What kind of luck did that smelly guy have?
Yang Chenxi, who was hugging and holding on to both sides of the Hummer, immediately pushed away the 2 women next to him and walked straight to Xia Ziyun.
Ziyun, you didn't say anything when you came, so I didn't know to come and greet you.
Yang Chenxi came to Xia Ziyun's side, looked at Xia Ziyun holding Shen Fei's hand, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Xia Ziyun still held Shen Fei's arm and said, I just came to take a look around, there was no need to come and greet me.
This light tone made Yang Chenxi very jealous.
I don't know how to address this brother, I forgot to greet him last time. As the saying goes, people of similar character gather together, and people of similar appearance gather together. Yang Chenxi is also very handsome, giving a very sunny feeling, but the slightly raised chin proves that he is not a good talker, used to looking at people through his nostrils.
Shen Fei.
Shen Fei did not wait for Xia Ziyun to speak, and lightly replied to Yang Chenxi.
Oh.
Brother Shen Fei, we are in the same school, so we should take care of each other in the future.
From the perspective of others, Yang Xichen seemed to be friendly and communicating with Shen Fei.
But the look in his eyes when he looked at Shen Fei was full of a threatening meaning. Yang Xichen is the richest and most powerful second generation in their circle, and he is tall and handsome, arrogant, and is the leader of the circle. If Yang Xichen targets Shen Fei in the future, he may not be able to get away with it. Several second-generation rich kids around him all stared at Shen Fei with a look of anticipation.
Shen Fei ignored them.
He didn't care about these guys at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Zhao Whiting suddenly said,
Young Master Yang, I think it's still early today, why don't we go to the Longhua dynasty to have some fun?
While he was talking, he deliberately gave Yang Xichen a look. The two of them have always been in cahoots, and Yang Xichen instantly understood with just one look.
The Longhua dynasty is a nightclub that these rich second-generation kids often go to.
Yang Xichen has a good relationship with many of the bouncers inside, and he can even talk to the boss of the emperor of the Long dynasty, Tiger.
Zhao Whiting's meaning is obvious.
He obviously saw that Yang Xichen wanted to flirt with Xia Ziyun, but was beaten to the punch by Shen Fei.
The emperor of the Long dynasty is also considered their territory, so they can do whatever they want to Shen Fei?
Okay.
Yang Xichen said indifferently. Okay, let's go to the Long Emperor dynasty. Ziyun, you can take my car.
After saying that, Yang Xichen pressed the car key.
The Hummer immediately emitted a roar. Yang Xichen looked very satisfied. $1 million Hummer and an old Toyota, any woman with a normal IQ would know how to choose.
But Xia Ziyun smiled lightly.
No need.
Yang Shui, I'll just take Shen Fei's car.
After saying that, she followed Shen Fei directly into the old and broken Toyota. Yang Xichen was dumbfounded.
He was stunned for a long time and didn't come back to his senses.
WTF? What the hell is going on? A smelly loser driving a broken Toyota worth over 100,000 actually stole the limelight from him and let the goddess take his car? Damn.
Yang Xichen threw the car keys on the ground in anger.
Yang Xiao, calm down. Why bother with this kind of trash?
Yes, he is just a smelly string, and Ziyun Shui must have been fooled by that guy's sweet talk for a while. When Ziyun Shui understood who was really awesome, she would naturally throw herself at you. Several people around him comforted him, but Yang Shichen was still unhappy. In the end, Zhao Whiting said, "Yang, let's go to our place later." "Isn't it just a stupid jerk?" Yang Shichen spat on the ground and said angrily to Shen Fei's departing direction, "Damn it, I will definitely make you look good tonight, you stupid jerk." "Guys, let's go." Yang Shichen picked up the car keys and got into the car. The rest of the group of rich second generation also got into their luxury cars and headed towards the Long Tian dynasty. Since Shen Fei was driving an old Toyota, the speed was not very fast. After a while, the group of rich second generation children caught up with Shen Fei's car. Yang Shichen deliberately drove in front of Shen Fei to block him. Not only that, but the other rich second generation children also surrounded his broken car with their luxury cars, obviously targeting him. Xia Ziyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said unhappily, "Are these guys sick? Can't they drive? These rich kids usually like to race, and everyone is very good at driving, especially Zhao Whiting, who was driving an Audi TT and weaving in front of Shen Fei's car." At this time, one of the rich kids even rolled down the window and whistled at Shen Fei. There was also a rich kid who even flicked a cigarette but directly at Shen Fei's car window, causing a spark. Shen Fei, however, was unimpressed and drove the car at a leisurely pace. Yang Shichen said viciously, "Today I will make you lose face, enough." He sent a voice message on WeChat, "Whiting, show that idiot what you're made of." Soon Yang Shichen received a voice message from the other party, "Watch out." Suddenly, Zhao Whiting deliberately swerved again to hit Shen Fei. At this point, they had already entered the overpass. If it weren't for Shen Fei's quick reaction, it would have been dangerous. Shen Fei couldn't help but frown. Xia Ziyun was even more scared and screamed, "Is Zhao Whiting crazy? What does he want?" In the meantime, Zhao Whiting suddenly rolled down the window and signaled Shen Fei to roll down his window as well. Xia Ziyun was worried about Shen Fei and advised him, "Shen Fei, ignore that crazy person." But Shen Fei calmly rolled down the window with one hand holding the steering wheel. Zhao Whiting deliberately slowed down at this time and drove side by side with Shen Fei. He yelled at Shen Fei, "Kid, if you have the guts, race me? Whoever gets off the overpass first wins. The loser will run naked later. Dare you?" Chapter 35, What if you're autistic? The other rich kids who were racing were in a voice group, and they heard Zhao Whiting's provocation. There were boos and hoots coming from the phone. Xia Ziyun quickly said, "Shen Fei, don't be fooled. They often race, and they all drive luxury cars, so there's no need to argue with these guys." But Shen Fei didn't pay any attention to Xia Ziyun, and turned his head to stare at Zhao Whiting and said, "Okay." When Shen Fei agreed, he was instantly. Xia Ziyun felt dizzy. Is Shen Fei on the top? Why did he agree to him? This is so unfair. But Xia Ziyun could only worry. Because the race had already begun. Zhao Whiting sneered, too. He stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared, instantly leaving Shen Fei far behind. "Shen Fei, forget it, don't pay attention to him, let's get off the overpass and go back to school." Shen Fei's mouth curved up in a smile, "Who says I'll definitely lose? But you're only driving an old Toyota." Before Xia Ziyun could finish her sentence, Shen Fei also stepped on the accelerator, "Hold on tight." Xia Ziyun felt a strong push in her back, and then grabbed the steering wheel tightly. Shen Fei's expression was serious, as if he had become a different person. He held the steering wheel and quickly cut through the traffic. It was rush hour, and the traffic was like a dragon. So Zhao Whiting's luxury car was quickly overtaken by a large truck blocking the road ahead. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw Shen Fei's car was already catching up. Zhao Whiting furiously pressed the horn, but the large truck could not give way to him in the narrow space. Zhao Whiting was so angry that he could only beat the steering wheel. Finally, the car on the right of the large truck gave way to a body position. Great opportunity. Zhao Whiting hurriedly wanted to overtake. But he had not yet had time to turn. Whoosh! A white car sped past, quickly inserting itself into the gap. Zhao Whiting was shocked. Even he wouldn't dare to overtake at this speed. There was another car in front of the big truck on the right, and Shen Fei was looking for death, right? But who knew that, just as the Toyota was about to hit the car in front, Shen Fei slammed on the brakes. The white Toyota slowed down slightly, and just as it happened, the big truck in front also made room. Shen Fei quickly turned to complete the overtaking. When the tires and the ground rubbed, they also emitted bursts of sonic booms. After watching Shen Fei's series of maneuvers, Zhao Whiting was petrified in place.
Xia Ziyun was also scared and pale, her face pale. Now Shen Fei's physical strength has changed greatly, and his reaction speed is also extremely fast, so his driving skills are probably not much different from professional players. When Zhao Whiting and the other rich kids drove off the overpass, Shen Fei had already been waiting for them under the bridge for a long time. Shen Fei did not provoke or taunt the group of rich kids like they did. He just drove quietly at the back of the group and drove to the nightclub in a low-key manner. Looking at Xia Ziyun again, she looked at Shen Fei with even more burning eyes. She never expected that Shen Fei was not only rich and talented, but also drove such a dazzling car. He is simply amazing. He is a god of cars. The most important thing is that he is low-key. Compared to Shen Fei, Zhao Whiting, Yang Shichen and the others look extremely childish. Shen Fei, I didn't know you were such a good driver. I was so worried about you. Oh, really? Were you worried about me just now? Hearing Shen Fei's teasing, Xia Ziyun said, naughty. Looking at Xia Ziyun's flushed cheeks in the rearview mirror, Shen Fei drove to the Changtian dynasty with a smile on his face. At the same time, the group of second-generation rich kids who had just been taunting Shen Fei were silent since they got off the overpass. Zhao Whiting lost. Zhao Whiting, who had the best driving skills among them, lost to a loser in a Toyota sports car. Yang Shichen sat in the car, his face even more gloomy. He had wanted to make Shen Fei look bad, but instead he had made a fool of himself in front of Xia Ziyun. Yang, I'm sorry, I lost. Zhao Whiting sent a voice message. Yang Shichen wanted to smash his phone, and cursed Zhao Whiting in his heart for being a fool. But in the end, he said in a calm tone, it's okay, let him feel like a winner for a while. When we get to our home court, he'll get his comeuppance. Zhao Whiting also let out a breath of air and said angrily, damn it, I'll show him what I'm capable of later. After a while, the convoy finally arrived at the nightclub. Everyone parked their cars and gathered around Yang Shichen. Only Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun stood apart from the rest. Let's go. Yang Shichen smiled warmly and waved to Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun. Yang Shichen walked in front, and the other rich kids followed in order. The nightclub was very luxuriously decorated, no wonder Yang Shichen and the others wanted to come here, it was several grades better than the ones near the school. After entering, they saw the scantily clad beauties at the door standing in 2 rows to welcome the guests. The beauty of these girls at the door alone was enough to show that the Changtian dynasty was the top nightclub in Yun City. When Yang Shichen walked in, the manager came up to greet him. Young Master Yang is here. Yang Shichen nodded casually. Have you reserved a good seat? How dare I not follow your instructions, young Master Yang? We have reserved a good seat for you. Please follow me. Under the manager's guidance, the group went to the second-floor booth. A leather sofa was placed in front of everyone, and there was also a tempered glass wine table. The location was spacious enough to seat more than a dozen people, which was much more upscale than the downstairs booths. The minimum spending was also several times that of the downstairs. Today, Yang Shichen wanted to show off in front of Xia Ziyun. After everyone was seated, Yang Shichen took the seat in the middle without hesitation, and the other rich second generation sat on either side of him according to their status. In the end, only the corner was left for Shen Fei and Xia Ziyun. Yang Shichen knew that Xia Ziyun would not sit with him, so he didn't invite him. Instead, he took the drink menu and started to spend. Tonight, he wanted to crush Shen Fei in every way. Let this smelly loser know the difference in strength between the two of them. Yang Shichen casually ordered expensive foreign and red wines. In no time, the bill was over 200,000 yuan. The bar manager, Ye Hozi, was about to burst out laughing. Young Master Yang, you've already ordered 270,000 yuan worth of alcohol, that should be enough. The manager of course had to flatter Yang Shichen, an old customer. Yang Shichen deliberately frowned and said, what do you mean? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Young Master Yang, you're being too harsh. I didn't mean it like that. I was just thinking about you. I was just joking with you. Let's go to the bar. Yang Shichen smiled and rested his hand on the back of the sofa. Then he looked straight at Shen Fei. Brother Shen Fei, have you ever been to such a high-end place before? How is it? Is it okay? He had indeed never been to such a place. Shen Fei told the truth. But Xia Ziyun thought that Shen Fei was just pretending to be low-key. He casually bought tens of millions of luxury cars and casually gave away hundreds of millions of luxury homes. The drinks for just 200,000 to 300,000 yuan were probably not even comparable to Shen Fei's usual pocket money.
Yang Shichen originally thought that after saying that, Xia Ziyun would at least change his attitude towards him. But when he looked at Xia Ziyun, he unexpectedly found that Xia Ziyun's attitude towards him was even more contemptuous.
What's going on? Damn it, does my stepping on that loser make the goddess resent me? Seeing Xia Ziyun's reaction, Yang Shichen was about to shut himself in. Chapter 36, Humiliation. Yang Shichen is a master at wooing girls.
Usually, as long as he spends 100,000 or so, no girl will not look at him differently.
But Xia Ziyun is like someone who has been drugged by Shen Fei. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't compare to Shen Fei.
This made Yang Shichen even more depressed. Zhao Whiting saw that his brother was unhappy and spoke up for him. Shen Fei. To tell you the truth, you can only come in here today because you followed us.
If you were on your own, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to come in.
Oh, really? Shen Fei said in a neutral tone.
Zhao Whiting snorted. Do you know who the owner of this nightclub is?
Tiger. Several new rich kids around didn't know the inside story. When Zhao Whiting said the word tiger, they were shocked. Tiger, Zheng Chenghu. Yun Cheng's #1 gangster, in terms of connections and skills, is far beyond the reach of these students.
Yang Shichen stared at Shen Fei and said, right, Shen Fei probably hasn't even heard of the tiger's name, right?
When he said this, there was a burst of laughter. Shen Fei looked like the kind of nerd who usually just hangs out at school. Only these second-generation rich kids who often hang out together know the status of Tiger in the underworld. Zhao Whiting deliberately added, you don't know, our young Master Yang has some connections with Tiger.
Look around. Everyone turned around and looked around.
They suddenly discovered that the people sitting on the sofas on the second floor were either rich or noble. Anyone who casually wore a watch on their wrist could buy a set of buildings. Anyone who was qualified to sit on the second floor was not an ordinary person. When Xia Ziyun heard that this group of people were targeting Shen Fei again, she finally couldn't help but say, what's so great about Tiger Master and Cat Master? As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Yang Shichen hurriedly said, Ziyun.
This is Tiger Master's territory, don't talk nonsense. Is Tiger Master that arrogant? Xia Ziyun still didn't think so. Zhao Whiting said seriously, nonsense, do you know who Tiger Master's backer is? Master Luo.
Forget it, Whiting, you should also say less.
Master Luo's name is not something we can mention. Yang Shichen hurriedly warned Zhao Whiting.
Zhao Whiting also pursed his lips and dared not mention that big shot. Luo Changtian is the real big shot, with his hands and eyes reaching everywhere. It is even more out of the reach of these students. At this moment, a group of arrogant social youths came from afar. Xia Ziyun was a little scared when she saw this group of people. Yang Shichen quickly said, Ziyun, don't be afraid, those are my brothers. Saying this, Yang Shichen waved to the group of people. The leader of the group was a young man wearing a leather jacket and jeans, with tattoos on his exposed arms. He looked very fierce. He was followed by 6 or 7 younger brothers with carved dragons and phoenixes. The young man walked over leisurely. Brother Yu. Yang Shichen took the initiative to say hello, and then proudly introduced, this is my brother Yu, the one from the Longhua dynasty. Yang Shichen gave him a thumbs up. In fact, Yang Shichen was not bragging. This young man is called Li Yu, and he is the leader of the Longhua dynasty. He is the #1 favorite of Tiger, and is known for his ruthless actions. In the circle, he is nicknamed Brother Yu of the Longhua dynasty. Sure enough, this guy has the same long hair as Chun Haonan. But his looks are not flattering. Li Yu hugged Yang Shichen and said to everyone, young Master Yang, are these your friends? That's right. Li Yu said arrogantly, young Master Yang is my brother, and his friends are my friends. As long as you are in this place, if you have any trouble, just find me. I'll show you how to cut him down. Li Yu's aura as a social youth was much stronger than that of a student. Seeing that Yang Shichen could talk and laugh with such a character as Brother Yu, everyone showed an expression of envy. At this time, Yang Shichen also felt very proud. He even looked at Shen Fei deliberately like a provocation. As if to say, I know both the boss and the big brother in society, what the hell are you? If you dare to provoke me again, I will kill you one after another. Shen Fei ignored this kind of look. After a while, the drinks were all served. Brother Yu and the others just went through the motions and left. Yang Shichen and Zhao Whiting exchanged glances, and Zhao Whiting secretly handed Yang Shichen a small packet of powder. When Yang Shichen poured the wine, he used his little finger to skillfully put some medicine in the wine.
Then he took the wine glass and came to Shen Fei. Brother Shen, I toast you with this glass of wine. Oh? Why are you toasting me? Yang Shichen paused for a moment and said, Today, Brother Shen's driving skills have opened my eyes. I also sincerely admire you, so I really want to be friends with you. Before, Whiting and the others didn't mean to make things difficult for you, they were just joking. I can also be considered to apologize for you. Yang Shichen stopped holding the wine glass in midair, waiting for Shen Fei to clink glasses with him. But who knew that Shen Fei glanced at the wine on the table and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in drinking with you. As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. What the hell did you say? Don't be so arrogant. Zhao Whiting was already furious and started to yell. Xia Ziyun also nervously tugged on Shen Fei's sleeve. Why are you being so rude to Yang Shichen? He just offered to toast you, and he was already being very humble. Several of the rich kids around couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell do you mean? Yes, he gave you face, didn't he? Yang Xiaojing toast, do not pick up? Grass, do things, right? Pop. Yang Shichen will wine glass heavy fall on the table, face slightly dark said, What does this mean? Toasting not to eat wine? No meaning. I just think my glass of wine is too little, and want to drink with Yang Xiaojingyu. Yang Shichen slightly stunned work. Shen Fei quietly replaced the two of their drinks. Immediately, Shen Fei picked up the wine glass in front of him and smiled, I was just joking, come drink. Yang Shichen saw Shen Fei drink the wine in his glass in one gulp, and didn't think much of it. After he finished the wine, he smiled playfully and waited for the show to begin. Zhao Whiting had just given Yang Shichen the drug, and he had originally planned to see Shen Fei make a fool of himself. But after waiting for a while, Shen Fei was fine. Instead, he felt hot all over, his mouth and tongue were dry, and he felt like he couldn't speak. Yang Shichen glanced at the wine stains on the table and was dumbfounded. This kind of medicine will leave a mark on the glass, that is, leave a mark on the glass. Shen Fei's glass was very clear, but there were faint traces on his own glass. Damn, when did I get hooked on this? At this time, Yang Shichen didn't care so much, and stumbled towards the bathroom. Yang Xiao, are you okay? Seeing Yang Shichen's face red and his walk unsteady, Zhang Yuexin kindly asked. But Yang Shichen was like a wild animal, his eyes red and roaring, Get out of here, it's none of your business. Zhang Yuexin was scared and quickly stepped aside, Wei Ting, why is Yang Xiao yelling at me? Zhao Wei Ting naturally knew what was going on. His eyes looked even more resentful at Shen Fei. This medicine was clearly meant for Shen Fei, but how did it end up in Yang's stomach? Although he didn't know what was going on, he guessed that Shen Fei must have been behind it. Zhao Whiting hurriedly followed him to the bathroom. At this time, Yang Shichen was frantically slapping his face with cold water. Yang Shichen quickly reached into his pocket and found a bottle of medicine. Yang, drink some of this to relieve the pain. Yang Shichen quickly grabbed the small bottle and drank the entire bottle of liquid medicine into his stomach. After about 5 minutes, Yang Shichen felt much better. He felt weak all over, but fortunately the effect of the medicine had passed. Yang Shichen was carried on Zhao Whiting's shoulders and said angrily, Fuck him, I'm not done with this son of a bitch. Zhao Whiting also said in a sinister tone, Yang Xiao, I told you a long time ago that it would be done if you just did it. What's the point of wasting time with this idiot? Yes, get him. Yang Shichen was tortured by his own medicine and had a lot of anger to vent. He was finally completely angered by Shen Fei. Whiting, go get brother Yu to come, and tell him to bring a few more brothers. I don't believe I can't kill this B*TCH. Okay, Yang Xiao, wait for me, I'll be right back. Zhao Whiting walked down the stairs angrily. Yang Shichen washed his face again and returned to the booth with a lot of anger. Chapter 37, I know a few people. When Yang Shichen returned, he had a dark face, and even a fool could tell that Yang Xiao was unhappy. To be precise, he was very angry. He wanted to make Shen Fei look like a fool in front of the goddess. Who knew that the clown was himself? Yang Shichen, who was ashamed and angry, had lost his mind. He also had no intention of continuing to maintain his image. Fuck his image. Yang Shichen now had only one thought in his head, and that was to kill Shen Fei. If he couldn't kill him, he would cripple him. Shen Fei, come out with me for a moment. Shen Fei didn't care, calmly walked out of the private room. Just at this time Zhao Whiting also came back. The two directly forced Shen Fei to the corner of the aisle.
Zhao Whiting was eager to try, but Yang Shichen did not directly attack, but warned, "You little brat, I advise you to stay away from Xia Ziyan. Don't blame me for not warning you, otherwise I won't let you leave this nightclub tonight."
Really?
Shen Fei looked lazy. Zhao Whiting wanted to give Shen Fei some warning.
At this time, Xia Ziyun walked out of the room. Just now, Yang Shichen took Shen Fei out and she was worried about Shen Fei.
Seeing someone coming, Yang Shichen withdrew her anger and gave Shen Fei a warning glance. Back in the private room, Xia Ziyun worriedly said, "What did Yang Shichen just say to you?"
"Don't worry, I'm fine."
At the same time, Yang Shichen and Zhao Whiting were about to return to the private room when Yu Gu and the others appeared at the end of the corridor.
"Young Master Yang, Yu Gu is here." Zhao Whiting had just gone to call someone when Li Yu happened to be a little busy and couldn't leave.
After finishing up, he rushed over in a hurry.
"Young Master Yang, what's the situation?"
"Shit,
don't mention it.
A smelly little shit has provoked our young Master Yang." Zhao Whiting spoke first.
"How dare someone provoke my brother?"
"Brother," you said with a fierce look on his face.
"Brother, you have to take revenge for me today." Yang Shichen begged. "Of course, but we can't make too much noise."
"Why?" Li Yu whispered, "My brother and the bosses upstairs are all here today." Yang Shichen's heart trembled, as if he had remembered something, and he asked carefully, "Brother Yu, is it?
Wouldn't it be the big bosses above you who have booked the Emperor's Hall upstairs?"
"Shoo."
Li Yu made a shushing gesture before lowering his voice again. "Keep your voice down.
Today, Tiger and Luo and other big bosses are here. If they hear us, we'll be in trouble." Yang Shichen gasped and quickly shut her mouth.
It is said that being with the king is like being with a tiger. Being with someone like Luo Chantian is no different.
Even Li Yu is so cautious, so Yang Shichen dared not be negligent. After a while, Yang Shichen timidly asked again, "Okay, Yu Gu, I understand. We just need to keep it quiet. The smelly loser who provoked me is in the private room.
Why don't you help me teach him a lesson?" "A lesson?"
Li Yu smiled, paused, and then said, "That's not impossible, but
I may not be very convenient right now."
People are standing here talking to themselves, so there's no such thing as inconvenience. Yang Shichen has known Li Yu for a long time, so he knows exactly what he means.
It's just about money.
After all, the relationship between himself and Li Yu is based on money.
I understand, brother Yu. Don't worry.
As long as you teach that kid a lesson today and make him lie in the hospital for a year or so, I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to brother Yu for a drink right away.
Yang Shichen offered a figure. But Li Yu still looked troubled. This isn't a matter of money. Do we still care about this little bit of money in our relationship? Mainly, the big bosses have all given orders recently.
The wind is a bit tight outside, and they don't want us to do anything, so I'm also very helpless.
100,000. Would 100,000 be okay?
Brother Yu, even if you don't care about the money, you should at least consider our relationship.
Yang Shichen gritted his teeth and decisively raised the price. Li Yu really loosened up a bit, I know, but 150,000.
Brother Yu, I really don't have much money lately, this is already the maximum.
Oh, Mr. Yang, you're being too formal. It doesn't really matter whether we get paid or not. What's important is that someone actually dared to mess with us. Mr. Yang, do you have the guts to do that? Let's go and meet that person. Yang Shichen finally let out a sigh of relief.
Although 150,000 yuan really hurt him, the humiliation that Shen Fei had caused him today made it worthwhile. Yang Shichen immediately transferred 150,000 yuan to Li Yu. As soon as he received the money, Li Yu smiled and turned around with his 4 brothers and entered the private room with Yang Shichen. The group of rich second-generation children in the private room were playing, but when they saw several burly men with tattoos walk in, they were all shocked and thought something had happened. After recognizing the man as Brother Yu, the people present hurriedly greeted Brother Yu, how are you? At this moment, Yang Shichen looked arrogant.
Li Yu was even more arrogant.
However, Shen Fei had never even looked at the so-called Yu Ge, let alone come up and say hello. Yang Shichen gritted his teeth and immediately leaned into Li Yu's ear. Yu Ge, that kid is called Shen Fei, but he is arrogant.
You have to help me get back at him. Young Master Yang, don't you trust me to handle this? Li Yuesan smiled and walked over to Shen Fei, looking at him. Are you Shen Fei? You're quite capable, aren't you? You even dared to provoke Yang Xiao? You're not even standing up to me, what kind of person are you?
I'm not a person, and I'm not from any kind of person, but I do know a few people from your kind.
Shen Fei replied, but still didn't move to stand up. Li Yu smiled coldly and disapprovingly. Who? Who do you know? Tell me. Luo Changtian and Zhang Chenghu. Luo Changtian and Zhang Chenghu? Isn't this Master Luo and Master Hu?
Upon hearing this, Li Yu and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had heard a great joke.
Chapter 38. Not only is wealth low-key. Laughter filled the entire room.
Although Yang Shichen and the others did not understand what they were laughing about, they also laughed along with them. Some of them could not help but feel a little pity for Shen Fei. Some people don't even know when they are about to die. Under such circumstances, Xia Ziyun on the side immediately understood the purpose of these people's visit, and her heart was anxious. However, she was quite surprised that even in the face of such a scene, Shen Fei could still be so calm. She was thinking. Li Yu in front of him suddenly stopped smiling and said sarcastically, "Not bad, you even know our boss and the boss of the boss. I might as well tell you that you are in luck today. Both bosses are upstairs. Why don't I go and tell them to come over and toast you a few more times?" When he finished speaking, everyone present burst into laughter. In their eyes, Shen Fei, even if he was very capable, was only a student, so how could he really know Tiger and Luo? Li Yu said this, and Shen Fei must be panicking. However, the imagined panic did not happen. When he looked closely, Shen Fei just waved his hand lightly. "No need to toast, I'm just having fun, don't bother them." Is there really such a shameless person in the world? Li Yu sneered and stopped talking nonsense with Shen Fei. He immediately gave a wink to the four little brothers. "What are you still doing? This little brother seems to have drunk too much. Hurry up and sober him up. If he really meets Tiger and the others while drunk, can you take the responsibility?" Of course not. The four little brothers all revealed a ferocious look and walked towards Shen Fei, rubbing their fists. What are you doing? Don't hit him." In a situation where everyone would rather avoid him, Xia Ziyun suddenly stood up and protected Shen Fei. Seeing this, the four brothers all stopped and turned to look at Li Yu. However, they only saw Li Yu staring at Xia Ziyun's face with a greedy look in his eyes. However, there were many people around, so he quickly changed his expression and looked at Yang Shichen. This obviously involved a woman, and he wanted to see how Yang Shichen would do it. Yang Shichen looked annoyed, and walked up to pull Xia Ziyun away. "Ziyun, what are you doing? What is this kid worth, that you would protect him like this? Come over here, it would be bad if you got hurt when we start fighting. Don't touch me." Xia Ziyun shook off Yang Shichen's outstretched hand and turned to apologize to Shen Fei instead. "I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble. I'll handle this myself, so you can leave first." "It's fine. It's just a little bit of trouble." Shen Fei smiled confidently, reached out and pulled Xia Ziyun behind him, and faced Li Yu and the others alone. Yang Shichen immediately felt a sense of joy in his heart. "Kid, not bad, you still have some backbone, but that's all you've got. If you mess with me, you have to pay the price. Shouldn't I be saying that to you? Or should I be saying it to you, or to this brother you?" Shen Fei shrugged his shoulders, looking disapproving. "Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. How can I tolerate this?" Li Yu was furious, and immediately revealed a fierce look. "This is terrible, kid, I didn't think you would dare to be so arrogant." "Okay, you want to be arrogant, right? Okay, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Brothers, get him to death." The four big men were already ready to go, and at this moment, they immediately pounced on Shen Fei. However, in the next second, I heard a few muffled sounds, and the four big men all flew backwards. No one saw how Shen Fei made his move. In fact, no one saw if Shen Fei made a move at all. The only thing that could be seen was the four men flying backwards. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded, all staring at Shen Fei in disbelief. This person is so terrifying. Could it be that he is some legendary martial arts master? Everyone gasped in unison. Xia Ziyun was no exception, staring at Shen Fei with wide eyes. Originally, she thought that Shen Fei was just a low-key rich man, but now it seems that Shen Fei's low-key is not just wealth. He also has such strength. Seeing this scene, Yang Shichen and Zhao Whiting were all secretly shocked. Is this someone who can be moved by himself? In the blink of an eye, he subdued four big men. They couldn't imagine it, and they just felt regretful. However, once something is done, it's too late to regret it. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shen Fei slowly walked up to Yang Shichen and Li Yu. His voice was light, but it sounded like thunder at this moment, striking at the hearts of the two.
If you apologize to me now, it's not too late.
I've never been a person who likes to make a big deal of things, but if you're stubborn, I don't mind flexing my muscles. Yang Shichen was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and Li Yu was even more angry. But how dare a mere kid who knows a little kung fu talk to him like that? If it were any other time, Li Yu would have slapped him across the face, but at this moment, seeing the four of his men lying on the ground, he had to hold back his temper.
You, don't be arrogant. You just know a little bit of kung fu, right?
The big shots above me are all martial arts masters. If you have the guts, come with me to the Emperor's Hall.
Whether I have the guts or not is not up to you to decide. You're not qualified yet. It seems that you won't give up until you die. In that case, call Luo Changtian and Zhang Qinghu to come see me. Shen Fei said indifferently, as if he was describing something very ordinary.
He then turned around and returned to his seat, as if nothing had happened, and even leisurely took a sip of wine.
Crazy.
This is really crazy. This Shen Fei, he doesn't think that because he has a little bit of kung fu, he can really challenge Tiger and the others, does he?
Li Yu absolutely did not believe it.
Therefore, at this moment, he hesitated for a moment, turned around, ran out of the private room, and headed straight upstairs. Shen Fei had belittled him, but he had also belittled Tiger and the others. In this business, people are particularly concerned about their reputation. He just didn't believe that after this incident, when Tiger and the others learned about it, Shen Fei would still be able to do whatever he wanted. As long as Tiger picked someone at random, Shen Fei would have to eat the consequences.
Chapter 39, it seems to be called Shen Fei.
Seeing Li Yu run upstairs happily, Yang Shichen let out a sigh of relief. The names of Tiger and the others are not to be trifled with.
Shen Fei, a mere student, dared to provoke them like this? Is he not tired of living?
He sneered immediately and said to Shen Fei, "You're finished. You provoked me, but you actually dared to provoke Tiger and the others." When he said this, the others also nodded in agreement, and even the way they looked at Shen Fei couldn't help but change, as if they were looking at a dead person.
What can one person do, even if he is very capable? Can he still withstand a bullet?
At the level of Tiger, this kind of thing is not difficult to handle.
Some people are destined not to be provoked.
Although these second-generation rich kids have a background, when they are in the territory of such superbosses, they still have to live with their tails between their legs. Shen Fei, on the other hand, beat up Brother Yu's men as soon as he arrived, and he also offended the boss above Brother Yu without any restraint. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that after tonight, Shen Fei would probably disappear from the world, and he would probably disappear without a trace. Xia Ziyun was anxious and knew the seriousness of the situation, but when she looked at Shen Fei, she saw that he was still sipping his drink as if nothing had happened. She was anxious and angry, and immediately pushed Shen Fei, "Shen Fei, you'd better leave quickly. Tiger's group of people are really not people you can provoke. It's not too late to leave while they're not here yet." However, Shen Fei just smiled and even handed over a glass of wine that no one else was drinking. "Whether I can provoke them or not, you will know later."
"Don't worry, don't you still trust me? Come, have a drink to calm your nerves. Is this a matter of belief? Even if you believe it, will the things you worry about not happen?"
Xia Ziyun was about to continue persuading, but she saw that the wine glass had already been handed to her, as if she wanted to use it to shut her up. She could only drink the wine in the glass in one gulp with a bitter smile. Seeing this, Yang Shichen felt indescribably uncomfortable and could only sneer, "Drink, drink as much as you like. After all, after today, no one knows if you will have the opportunity to drink again."
At the same time, on the other side, Li Yu stumbled into the Emperor's Hall.
The bigwigs were having fun, and suddenly someone barged in, which made the bigwigs frown.
"You! What are you doing? If you disturb Master Luo and the others, you can't take the blame. Get out of here!"
Zhang Qinghu, who was sitting on the far side, immediately roared.
Li Yu is his subordinate, and if Li Yu annoys the big bosses present, he will be blamed.
Hearing this, Li Yu was a bit flustered, but then he thought of Shen Fei's arrogant look and gradually calmed down. "Tiger. Tiger, Master Luo, please calm down. I did it in a rude way, but I also have a reason."
"What reason?"
"Tell me, if you can't calm down, Tiger, you know what to do, right?" Luo Changtian said calmly, and Zhang Chenghu immediately broke into a sweat and nodded his head repeatedly. Li Yu did not dare to be negligent and quickly told the story. "In a private room downstairs, there was a kid with pretty good skills who injured a few of our brothers and was very arrogant."
"Then what?"
Zhang Chenghu immediately looked cold. For him, the fact that his own brothers were injured was certainly intolerable, but it was by no means a reason for Li Yu to break in. If that was all, he would not mind having Li Yu deal with it in secret to appease the anger of the bigwigs present. Li Yu obviously sensed Zhang Chenghu's thoughts, and he did not dare to be negligent. He continued, Then the brothers reported the names of Master Hu and Master Luo in an attempt to intimidate the man, but they did not expect that the man did not care at all, and even let. What else? Don't mumble when you speak. He also told Master Tiger and Master Luo to go see him and toast him. When he said this, everyone present froze in their tracks. After a while, they burst into laughter. Toast him? How could that person say that? Zhang Chenghu is fine, but perhaps in the eyes of some people, Zhang Chenghu can indeed be called over to toast him. But who is Luo Changtian? Who is qualified to ask Luo Changtian to go over and toast? Even the king of heaven and earth would never do that. Amidst the laughter, Luo Changtian was also unable to laugh or cry, and waved his hand at Zhang Chenghu. It's okay, it's just a clown. Tiger, you go with him to see what's going on, and don't let this kind of thing ruin our mood tonight. I know. Zhang Chenghu nodded and got up, letting Li Yu lead the way. As they walked, he asked with interest, By the way, who is that kid? How much has he drunk? How can he say such things? I don't know exactly who he is, but I know that he was brought here by Yang Xiao, and he doesn't get along with Yang Xiao. He's fighting over a woman, and it seems to be called, what's his name? Shen Fei. Shen Fei? Zhang Chenghu muttered, and his face suddenly changed. Before he could ask, Luo Changtian, who was standing next to him, stood up from his seat. What did you say? Say it again. What is that guy's name? Li Yu's heart trembled. After following Luo Changtian for so many years, he had never seen Luo Changtian lose his temper like this. He stammered and responded, his name is Shen Fei. After confirming, Luo Changtian and Zhang Chenghu's faces were even more embarrassing. The two of them glanced at each other and immediately made a decision. Go! Everyone follow me. We're going to that private room now. Everyone? Everyone except Zhang Chenghu and the two of them were all in a state of shock. Isn't he just a kid? Is this really necessary? Even when they destroyed the territory of other bosses before, there was no such a grand occasion. However, Luo Changtian did not give them the opportunity to think. After saying that, Luo Changtian took the lead and rushed out of the private room. The others dared not hesitate and quickly followed, leaving Li Yu completely stunned in place. It was not until Zhang Chenghu's slap that he came back to his senses. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get out of here and lead the way. The crowd was approaching in a mighty manner, and the sound of noisy leather shoes stepping on the ground suddenly reached Shen Fei and the others. The second generation of rich kids all looked out, and they were instantly shocked beyond words. Luo Changtian was leading the way, followed by a group of black-suited bigwigs, all of them fierce-looking and unsmiling, as if they would devour anyone who looked at them for even a second. The pressure was overwhelming. They were just like the bigwigs in movies and TV dramas. Chapter 40, The Young Man with a Powerful Background. The rich kids had never seen such a scene before, and they were all pale and didn't dare to breathe. Although Yang Shichen had never seen Luo Changtian's appearance, from this position, even a ghost would know who was in the center. Seeing this scene, he dared not be rude. Even if he was afraid in his heart, he had to face it head-on. You must be Master Luo, right? My name is Yang Shichen, I am Yuji's. Get out of the way. However, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Changtian slapped him in the face, causing him to lose his balance and see stars. Zhao Whiting rushed forward to help him up, just barely preventing him from collapsing in embarrassment. Luo Changtian's slap was not light. Luo Changtian's goal was very clear. He bypassed the two of them and went straight to Shen Fei, bowing and greeting. Master Shen. Master Shen. Hearing this, the big men behind him were all stunned. Who is Luo Changtian? How can he call a little kid master? What is going on in this world? However, seeing Luo Changtian's behavior, they dared not be rude, and they all shouted at Shen Fei. Master Shen. These people are martial artists, and when they shouted, it was deafening. The people who were watching the show were shocked. Among them, Yang Shichen was even more pale. He thought that these people were called by Li Yu to come to his rescue. But he never expected that this would happen. Recalling Shen Fei's words, he couldn't help but shudder.
Could it be that Shen Fei really knows Master Luo and the others? Or is he really a person that Master Luo and the others have to respect? If not, how could Master Luo and his entourage have behaved in such a way at this time? Even Master Luo can't be provoked? What kind of existence is this Shen Fei? At the same time, the faces of the other second-generation rich were no better than his. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. They had more or less heard about how terrible Luo Changtian's power was. And now, how could Luo Changtian, who was so powerful and influential, behave like this towards a young man in his 20s? And under the shock, Shen Fei's next words made everyone even more dumbfounded. Luo Changtian, you don't need to bring so many people with you to see me, do you? If you don't know, you'll think you're going to beat someone up and scare everyone to death. Shen Fei was very helpless, leaning against the sofa and complaining. Would it be better to be low-key? Why make such a big scene? Feeling his resentment, Luo Changtian's face suddenly turned dark, and he quickly smiled and said, Master Shen is right. I was not thorough enough in my thinking, but these brothers really need to come and see Master Shen's prosperous face. In the future, if they meet in any place, they can also help Master Shen polish his shoes. Polish his shoes? Luo Changtian thought of this. Shen Fei was unable to laugh or cry, and kept shaking his head. Forget it, don't bother with the shoes, as long as you don't let your men bother me. When he heard this, Luo Changtian knew exactly what it meant. He immediately lowered his face, turned his head, and looked at Li Yu, who was huddled in the corner with a pale face. Li Yu trembled all over, and he crawled over to Shen, fell to his knees, and said, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't know that Shen is acquainted with Master Luo. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared offend Shen. Please, Shen, I beg you, just treat me like a fart and let me go. A grown man, at this moment, was sobbing. However, even so, Zhang Qinghu on the side could not help but rush forward and slap him hard. You blind fool. Are you still begging for mercy or teaching Master Shen how to do things? Apologize to me properly. I really know I was wrong. Li Yu was already scared out of his wits, and he kept apologizing frantically. Seeing this, Shen Fei didn't say anything, and continued to drink his wine. Suddenly, Li Yu seemed to remember something, and he stopped apologizing. He turned around and looked at Yang Shichen with extreme resentment. I understand, Master Shen, Master Luo, Master Hu, all of this today is because of this little brat Yang Shichen. I'm going to go and deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu picked up the bottle of wine on the table and rushed at Yang Shichen like a mad dog. Crack! The bottle shattered, and Yang Shichen immediately curled up on the ground, with bloodstains on his head. Li Yu started to attack, and Yang Shichen didn't dare to resist at all, so he just kept crying out, I'm wrong, I won't dare to do it again. If I let you go, who will let me go? I'm so angry. Fists to the flesh. In just a few breaths, Yang Shichen was covered in blood. The rich second generation on the side saw this scene, but they didn't even dare to think about stopping it. They were only friends with Yang Shichen, and in the face of this situation, they didn't even want to stop it, let alone add to it. It's a dream. The wailing continued for a while. Shen Fei glanced at them and then said loudly, That's enough. Don't kill him. I can't stand this kind of bad luck. Who would dare not listen to Shen Fei? Li Yu quickly stopped his fist. Shen Fei then slowly stood up and asked, Yang Shichen, do you know what you did wrong now? I know, I was wrong to fight with Master Shen for a woman. I really don't know how to be grateful. Puff. Hearing this, Shen Fei almost spat out the wine in his mouth, staring at Yang Shichen in surprise. This kid's brain circuit is too amazing, isn't it? How could he think of these things? At the same time, hearing this, Xia Ziyun on the side could not help but blush. For some reason, hearing someone say that she was Shen Fei's woman, she actually felt a little happy in her heart. Luo Changtian had been listening to the conversation between the two of them. When he saw Xia Ziyun, he immediately came to his senses. Oh, so this is my sister-in-law. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize her at first. I hope my sister-in-law won't be angry. What sister-in-law? No, Shen Fei and I are just ordinary friends. Don't call me that. Xia Ziyun blushed and hurriedly rejected it. Shen Fei smiled and didn't explain too much. Luo Changtian then looked at the two of them meaningfully. Immediately, he raised his wine glass. Today's incident has indeed caused trouble for Master Shen. Here, I, Luo Changtian, apologize to Master Shen. I hope Master Shen will not be angry.
After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Shen Fei waved his hands repeatedly. Luo Changtian, you don't have to be so polite. These are all trivial matters, and they can be considered settled. If there is nothing else, you can go back and continue to eat and drink.
Don't worry about me. Luo Changtian knew Shen Fei's personality well, so he nodded repeatedly, said a few words of courtesy, and then left.
After he left, the rest of the people let out a long sigh of relief. For a while, everyone couldn't help but feel a little intimidated by Shen Fei. After this incident, I'm afraid no one will dare to underestimate this young man with a powerful background in the future.